Chapter 169. Can Lucius also see Tom? Draco carefully dipped a cotton swab into some potion and gently applied it to my wrist. He handled it as if it were a fragile piece of porcelain. His eyes reflected a mix of regret and sorrow. "I'm sorry, I was too rough just now. I didn't expect that even a little pressure would leave a mark." Our door creaked open, and Lucius's hawk-like gaze fixed intently on Draco's actions. "Draco, starting today, you'll be rooming with Aurora." He left the words hanging in the air, didn't spare us another glance, and turned away. Draco's hand froze. He lowered his head with a weary sigh and forced a bitter smile. "Aurora, maybe this is better. I won't hurt you anymore." "No, I provoked you first today. I'll go tell Dad." He grabbed my wrist, accidentally tugging on the tender mark. I couldn't help but hiss sharply. "See, I always end up hurting you." He continued carefully applying the potion. Only after he ensured the swelling had completely gone down did he finally relax. I wrapped my arms around his waist from behind. "Draco, I just want to be with you. Alone I get scared, you know? Last night I saw a ghost. Half awake, half asleep, it sounded like you were speaking. I thought it was just a dream mumble." "What happened?" "There's a ghost attached to the notebook Dad gave us," I whispered. "He appears in my dreams every night. I want you to stay with me. I'm really scared." Draco's gaze was unreadable. Eventually, he nodded in agreement. Together, we knocked on the door of the Malfoy study. Lucius did not immediately invite us in. The study was well soundproofed. No matter how loud a sound was, it couldn't be heard from outside. Suddenly, a loud crash came from inside. "Dad." I patted anxiously. "Draco, go find Mom quickly." Lucius had granted Narcissa, and Narcissa alone, free access to the Malfoy study. She came running barefoot across the carpets of Malfoy Manor, a man's shirt thrown hastily over her shoulders. Her steps were urgent, almost frantic. The moment her hand brushed the doorknob, it swung inward. "Sissy, why are you running about dressed like that?" Lucius's voice floated out, tinged with concern. "Father, how could you?" Narcissa cried, her voice sharp with anger. Through the crack in the door, I caught sight of Lucius, half his face slick with blood. The serpent-headed cane that usually never left his right hand was now clutched in Abraxas's grip. Narcissa quickly stepped in front of Lucius, shielding him with her body. "Luke is grown now. You have no right to strike him." "I never knew the head of the Malfoy family would stoop to thievery. Tell him to return what belongs to me, and I'll let this go." "What could Luke possibly have taken from you?" Narcissa demanded, bewildered. "He knows full well," Abraxas snarled, slamming the serpent cane against the table. Two deep fang marks gouged the wood. I recalled a story from the films. Jason Isaacs, Lucius's actor, once mishandled the same prop cane and brought it down on young Tom Felton's hand, leaving him bleeding. Those fangs were no mere decoration, they could bite deep. "So, we'd been found out?" Draco and I exchanged a panicked glance with Lucius. The man gave the slightest shake of his head, almost imperceptible. "Father," Narcissa protested, "you can't just assume that because Voldemort's spirit has stopped appearing, I must have swapped it." "What? Lucius could see Tom too?" Chapter 170. Master of the Malfoy Family. Abraxas stood with his back to us, so he never noticed the silent exchange between Lucius and the rest of us. For once words failed Abraxas. Lucius's statement had shaken him so thoroughly that he forgot to argue back. Narcissa closed her eyes and whispered an incantation. In the blink of an eye, Lucius's torn flesh knit itself whole again. The healing arts of the elves potent beyond ordinary magic. They had never meant to reveal such power before Abraxas, but worry had overruled caution. Not that it mattered at this moment. Grandfather's thoughts were consumed entirely by his Tom. "Father," Lucius said evenly, "a soul's power is finite. Without sustenance, it inevitably withers away. It is nothing more than the law of conservation of energy." In truth, witchcraft was no different. Wizards merely drew upon their natural gifts, channeling the forces of the world through themselves as a medium. He sank into a chair, running his fingers absently across the fragile inner pages of a notebook. The paper had long since yellowed, brittle and frail. Draco and I exchanged a glance, a pang of pity rising within us. That was our grandfather, yet our family had chosen to deceive him together. All for the sake of the Malfoy name. Wasn't family supposed to come first for the Malfoys? Why wound one another so cruelly? And all because of the greatest curse of all, Voldemort, the very man Abraxas had brought into their midst. How could an orphan from a children's home rise so swiftly to the heights of power, inheriting Slytherin's legacy? Without the Malfoys handing him a ticket into the halls of influence, how many years would it have taken for young Tom to claw his way up? Father Lucius knelt, taking Abraxas's hand in his own. "You may keep it, just don't let it consume you." "I'm sorry." Abraxas seemed to age a decade in an instant. His hand, lined and trembling, brushed against Lucius's flawless face. "I was never a good father. All I ever showed you was my own cowardice and selfishness. I was no example worth following." He paused, his voice softening. "But you have done well." "Father," their identical gray eyes met, carrying unspoken years of distance and regret. Narcissa sobbed quietly, yet a relieved smile broke through her tears. At last, the rift between father and son was healing, and as the daughter caught between them, she knew how heavy the burden had been. "Don't cry." Lucius drew her gently into his arms, his voice tender with comfort. Abraxas, however, only looked more ashamed. Tom stripped away the very humanity within himself, reducing his existence to the barest echo of life. To hold on to him, there had to be a Sissy, yet I lost sight of what mattered, fearing her identity might be exposed, and forced her to live as an adopted daughter. It's all in the past now. Sissy and I are happy, and I'm grateful we were able to grow alongside one another. Lucius pressed his forehead to Narcissa's, their closeness a quiet reassurance. Perhaps that was why the Malfoy couple never interfered with Draco and me. A soothing warmth swept over me, the weight on my wrists suddenly lifting. "Sorry, I just remembered I can use healing spells too," Draco muttered, his cheeks flushed. He still hadn't fully come to terms with his new role. "I'm sorry, the notebook. I can't bring myself to part with it. Let me keep it as a reminder." In the end, Abraxas could not steel his heart enough to order its destruction. "Of course, father. Keep it safe." Lucius lied without the faintest flicker of hesitation, and I could only marvel at his composure. Though Lucius's wounds had closed, his fine platinum hair was still streaked red with dried blood. Abraxas's guilt only deepened. "I think I'll take a trip to Germany, clear my mind a little." "Lucius, entrusting the Malfoy family to you was the wisest choice I ever made," grandfather said, a look of peace softening his features. Chapter 171, So That's How It Is. Abraxas clapped Lucius on the shoulder. His son, beyond his striking appearance, radiated reliability. For the Malfoys, beauty alone was never enough. Strength was what ensured they would not be reduced to little more than ornaments for the powerful or vessels of their wealth. "Father, let me help clean Luke up," Narcissa said, her heart aching as she tried in vain to wipe away the dried blood on Lucius's face with a handkerchief. Abraxas waved her off. I sensed that life itself had lost all meaning for him. Was Tom Riddle truly that important? But yes, he did have a way of bewitching hearts. At 12 Grimmauld Place, in Regulus Black's room, the walls were plastered with Voldemort's posters. The photo showed him as an adult. Even more strikingly handsome, utterly captivating. With his deliberate allure, he seemed like the poison apple in Snow White's hand. You knew it was deadly and yet you couldn't resist taking a bite. There was a desire in his eyes that could devour everything. The Malfoy family was merely a stepping stone. Immortality, domination of the world, all humanity kneeling before him, kissing the hem of his robe. Lucius passed by me, giving a suggestive glance. I understood he was signaling that I should proceed with our plan as intended. "Daddy," Draco called out. "Come with me." The Malfoy master bedroom was extravagantly decorated. "What's going on with you two?" Narcissa asked, curiosity in her voice. I hesitated but spoke up. "Dad, Mom, I'd still like to share a room with Draco. I get scared at night when I'm alone." "Harry has slept alone since he was little, and he turned out fine," Lucius replied firmly. "Boys and girls are different, you're growing up. Aurora, you'll get used to it, just adapt slowly." Narcissa turned her back, trying not to let me see her smirk. Lucius's reasoning was blatant double standards. "But grandfather said you've always shared a room with Mom," I protested. He softened his tone, looking carefully at me. "Draco is growing up too. Adolescent boys, their desires are getting stronger. I'm afraid you might get hurt." "You went through that too," I whispered in response. Precisely because I've been through it, I know how much self-control it takes to suppress such urges. Lucius's gaze lingered on Narcissa for a long moment. Her face glowed like the morning sky. Draco, do you have confidence? Lucius asked. I promise that everything will wait until we're adults, and it's mutual, Draco said earnestly, his gray eyes clear as glass. I'll leave the choice to Aurora. Draco, I trust you, I quickly added. You're just like me. Even at such a young age, you'd sell yourself, Narcissa said, holding me gently and brushing my bangs with her fingertips. Mom, Draco and Ike, and we really be together? Would the Malfoy family repeat the same flaws as the Gaunt family? Draco has awakened his elf blood lineage. Strictly speaking, you two are no longer blood siblings. Being together, it's even a kind of cross-species bond. Not to mention, the Malfoy family's heirloom potions have been used for generations to artificially select traits for inheritance. Platinum hair, gray eyes. I understood at last. I lay in Narcissa's embrace, peeking out. Draco's gaze was full of affection. It was the first time I had openly expressed my feelings in front of my parents. I was overwhelmed with embarrassment. I buried my face against Narcissa's chest. Big, fragrance, oft, so comforting. I finally understood the meaning of a gentle haven. I am a straightforward, no-nonsense girl, yet even beside Narcissa my heart stirred. And Lucius, who was with her day and night. The temptation of a king neglecting court duties, so this is where it comes from. Chapter 173, Frozen in Place. All right, stop clinging to your mother. Well, Draco stammered. Let's go, I said, seeing that Lucius's expression had softened enough to tacitly allow our departure. I grabbed Draco's hand and hurried out. As soon as we closed the door, the Malfoys were already entwined together. Really, they couldn't wait a single moment. Despite all the noise, Harry hadn't shown even the slightest hint of curiosity. His door was half open, and he was quietly reading a book. On the cover was Advanced Potions. That was part of the 6th year elective after completing the 15th year basics. I gently knocked on the door. Harry, where did you get that? Aurora, come in and sit. I borrowed it from Professor Snape, he replied, patting the other side of the bed. In the original story, Voldemort had said that Harry resembled him in some ways. The final book, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, revealed that they were both descendants of the Peverell family. Same dark hair, similar facial contours, sharp features, keen intellect, athletic talent, and remarkable resilience. Except Voldemort's ambition far exceeded his abilities. I liked to climb onto the bed, letting the blankets wrap around me, feeling as if I were floating in clouds. Perhaps because of Harry's childhood trauma, his room was set up just like ours, balanced, fair, and equal. In this, Narcissa had done very well. His hand traced the undulations of the blanket, brushing over my body's contours. I felt a little strange and embarrassed, unsure how to stop him. Quickly I tried to change the subject. Harry, why the sudden interest in potions? His hand paused, and he lightly tapped my head. Aurora, you really don't care about me. My potions grade is also outstanding. Ah, sorry. Is it that your eyes only see people stronger than you? His voice had a low, peculiar timbre. He and Draco were both in the midst of voice changes. Of course not, I said hurriedly. In the original story, Harry was constantly tormented by Snape in potions class. Each lesson was agony, almost like a conditioned reflex. So my first impression was that Harry wasn't good at potions. I quickly explained, it's because every time we have to handle potions materials, you always avoid helping, you don't assist Draco or me. Besides routine classroom supervision, Draco and I also helped Snape prepare potion ingredients. Some of them were so disgusting that even with gloves, handling them was nauseating. At times like that, Harry always kept his distance. Quietly keeping his talent hidden avoided unnecessary trouble. Then it hit me, his ancestor Linfred made his fortune with potions, inventing recipes like bone-reinforcing drafts and invigoration potions. The Potter boy really does know how to bide his time and conceal his abilities. I thought you wanted to use this time to be alone with Draco. Harry looked at me. His striking green eyes were like rare, flawless emeralds, deep and pure. Come on, the Godfather's always around when we handle potions ingredients. The potions office isn't just me and Draco, there's a whole stream of older students coming and going. And by far the largest group is Gryffindor, I said animatedly, and Harry listened with keen interest. So, can I take it that you want me to stay? Of course. Harry's talent in potions could help us enormously. Not like Goyle and Crabbe, when it comes to anything involving learning, their brains seem stuffed with nothing but weeds. Honestly, I can't help but wonder, after generations of intermarriage with other pure blood families, did the Crabbe and Goyle lines really have no room left for improving their intelligence? Good. His lips curved faintly, eyes glimmering. A copy of Advanced Potion Making, scribbled full of notes, rested loosely across his lap. One hand braced his weight as he leaned forward, looking down at me from above. His body cast a shadow, wrapping me in its entirety. I huddled deeper under the blanket, only my eyes peeking out. He bent low, touching lightly between my brows. He was so close I could feel his breath. "Harry, what are you doing?" This was far too intimate. Instinctively, I pushed him away. The book slipped from his lap, landing on the floor with a sharp thud. At his fingertips just a single eyelash I must have shed. I'm sorry. I realized I'd shoved harder than I meant to. Aurora, don't apologize. It's my fault. I should have told you beforehand. Well, then misunderstanding cleared. It's nearly mealtime, don't let studying make you forget to eat. I picked up the book and set it back in his hands. Who knows, you may well surpass the rest one day. In potions, you might achieve great things. Talk more with your godfather. He'll like you all the more for it. The lingering haze of intimacy vanished like smoke. Harry's expression was unreadable. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself. Aurora, will you stay and talk with me a while? Of course. If a friend of yours had a benefactor, but that benefactor had indirectly caused his parents' deaths, how should he face them? When someone says a friend, they usually mean themselves. Such a classic trick. Right now he seemed as fragile as porcelain, lost, fractured, as though a breath of wind could scatter him to pieces. Harry, the truth is, human grief never fully connects. Any words of comfort to your friend will sound hollow. All I can say is his parents surely wouldn't want him trapped in misery. At first, he may find it unbearable, maybe even avoid seeing that benefactor to spare himself the awkwardness. At that, Harry's eyes darted away from mine. Yes, unless it was absolutely necessary, he rarely knocked on the door of the potions office. But with time, he'll come to see for himself the sincerity behind his benefactor's care. There is no love without reason, no hate without cause. I hope that both your friend and his benefactor can one day be free of this burden, and learn to face themselves. Aurora, Harry asked quietly, do unicorns have a special gift? What gift? The ability to see into people's hearts. He leaned in, slowly, closer and closer. And suddenly I realized I couldn't move. My body refused to obey me, leaving me standing there, stunned and frozen in place. What had he done to me? Chapter 174, Taking Advantage of Vulnerability. My mind went completely blank. Wasn't I supposed to be immune to certain kinds of magic? Then why had it worked on me? What made Harry different from everyone else? Aurora. I jolted back to myself, breath coming fast, sweat breaking out across my back. He hadn't the slightest clue about the storm of thoughts racing inside me. Looking at me with a trace of concern, he waved his hands in front of my face. You're spacing out? Classic you, he said with a faint laugh. He reached out, brushing my fringe aside. And then, it struck me. Just moments ago, his fingers had brushed against the spot between my brows. Exactly like when I was a baby, and Abraxas had used legilimency on me. That spot, my brow, was my weakness. The moment anyone touched it, all my supposed buffs, my invulnerability, came crashing down. My heart pounded furiously. Should I tell my closest family about this? The very thing I thought I could use to protect them had turned out to be the flaw that could undo me. Harry, quick to sense my unease, asked softly, Aurora, something's troubling you. Harry, no. I should be thanking you. Thank me? For what? He looked completely baffled. For helping me discover something incredibly important to me. I rose on tiptoe and pressed a light kiss against his cheek. See you later, I called, waving before running off. He stood there, eyes following my retreating figure. His fingers brushed the spot where I'd kissed him. Then, carefully, he plucked a fallen eyelash with a pair of tweezers and stored it away. Dobby. The long, absent house elf appeared instantly. "Master," Dobby said with deep reverence. "Are you certain it will work?" Harry lowered his voice. "Yes, Master. I once saw the former head of House Malfoy use this very method to create Miss Narcissa. Keep it safe for me." A rare, fervent gleam flickered in Harry's eyes. Dobby shifted uneasily. "But, Master, that is dark magic," he whispered, shrinking in on himself, trying to make his presence as small as possible. "Dobby," Harry said patiently, "from the very beginning, magic itself was never divided into light or dark. Those are just labels others imposed. Even a simple kitchen cleaning charm can be turned into a killing spell. If the killing curse is used on evil people, then it's justice," Dobby blurted, suddenly enlightened. "Yes, Dobby, you're very clever." Harry's tone softened further. Master praised Dobby. "Dobby is so happy." The elf cheered, bouncing excitedly. "Don't disturb the other Malfoys." Harry pressed a finger to his lips. His lips, I noticed, were redder than Draco's. In the films, too, young Harry had been a fair, bright boy, with lips like fresh blood and white teeth. "Go now. Unless I summon you, don't appear. And one more thing, speak of this to no one, especially not the Malfoys." "Yes, Master." Harry picked up Advanced Potion Making and began reading again. Draco. I realized then I couldn't hide anything from him. He was the most important person in my life. If I had a weakness, I wanted only him to know it. "You mean your brow?" His own brow furrowed slightly. "Let's test it, shall we?" I nodded. A mischievous glint flashed in his eyes. "Oh no!" Suddenly, I regretted agreeing. His fingertips brushed my brow. Strength undone. Chapter 175. Only you can reach my weak spot. "What are you?" His arms lifted me from behind. I was carried horizontally onto the bed. My hands hung limply, too weak even to wrap around his shoulders. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." He looked extremely pleased. "Aurora, even someone as perfect as you has a weakness. I'm glad that you're willing to give me your soft spot." Draco suddenly lowered his voice. "Does anyone else know?" I shook my head gently, using the last of my strength to control the movement. I felt the surge of emotion from him. Our fingers intertwined and I sank into the soft, fluffy bedding. It smelled faintly of familiar herbs and greenery. "Aurora, you're willing, right?" Even in this moment he remembered to ask for my consent. "Yes." Taking advantage of my momentary weakness, he did many things he usually wouldn't dare. Finally, he cupped my face in his hands and reverently kissed my forehead. "Has the magic worn off?" I didn't even have the strength to move. "Still not enough?" He kissed me a few more times. I murmured, "It's enough." "Then why lie there so still? Is it too comfortable?" He grinned mischievously. "I'm not telling you." I wrapped myself in the blanket, my smooth, fair legs exposed. The white roses at Malfoy Manor were in full bloom. Outside the window, the scent of flowers mingled with the sporadic chirping of birds. Chapter 176. Half a Leaf. "Ah!" I let out a short scream, only to have Draco cover my mouth. "Quiet, or we'll attract the adults," he whispered as he crawled into my bed. In the darkness, his gaze stayed fixed on me. For a moment I was utterly flustered. I was so afraid he might go too far. And he already knew exactly how easily he could pin me down. "Aurora, your eyes, it's like they're guiding me," he murmured. "No, you're imagining things." "I've had this question for a while." Draco drew out his words. "How did you discover that weakness?" I had no intention of dragging Harry into this. Nothing had happened between us, and if I mentioned it, Draco might get angry. But our minds were connected. Once I lied, he would immediately know. It would also disrupt the twin wand resonance. As I hesitated, unsure how to answer, Draco's beautiful eyes narrowed dangerously. "Aurora." It was Harry. He accidentally touched me there. There was a fallen eyelash, and I jumped when he brushed against it. I closed my eyes and blurted it all out, speaking so quickly I feared a slow explanation might cause a misunderstanding. Peeking through a small slit in my eyelids, I cautiously watched Draco's reaction. He stared at me expressionless. My heart raced even faster. Suddenly, he leaned closer. I immediately shut my eyes, resigned. Fool, you really think I'm that paranoid? He flicked my forehead with full force. Oh. I covered it with one hand and used the other to block him from getting closer. You only know how to bully me. But I think you secretly like being teased by me, Draco said, with a teasing smile, though his eyes betrayed how much he cared about my answer. I turned my gaze away, too embarrassed to admit it. Aurora, your face is so red. He deliberately called out my reaction. You really are. Aurora, if I knew a way to protect you, your forehead would never be a weakness again. What way? I straightened up, excitement bubbling inside me. Oh, that hurts. My forehead collided directly with his nose. Ah, sorry. Your moves are way too aggressive. A drop of blood fell onto the dark green sheets. Draco cast a spell to heal himself, while I flusteredly helped wipe it away. It's fine, I've got it, he said, taking the handkerchief. The wound had already healed completely. The magic of elves, it's so strong, I murmured with a trace of envy. Draco nodded in agreement, lowering his gaze to his own hands. Unlike a wizard's cycle of magic, elven magic comes from spirit power. Healing magic and combat magic, very different. Elves have their own strengths. Mother's talent leans toward healing magic. And indeed, Narcissa's healing was far swifter than Draco's. What about you? Which are you better at? I'm good at both. I must have looked unconvinced, because Draco immediately bristled. That's only because I'm not of age yet. The seal on my spirit power hasn't been fully broken. I'll be powerful like father. His gray eyes shone with admiration. I believe you, and what about the method you mentioned? Ah, I lost track. He cleared his throat. Actually, whether an elf with an incomplete seal can succeed is uncertain. But let's try. Draco brushed aside the fringe over my forehead. Close your eyes. It might hurt a little. Bear with it. What exactly was he planning to see? Draco, hadn't you promised your father? I wore an expression of stoic resignation, which made him laugh. Don't worry, I'll try not to make it hurt too much. Why did that sound more alarming than reassuring? A sudden warmth pressed against the center of my brow. Draco's lips soft, trembling with the quickened rhythm of his breath. I could sense his nervous excitement as clearly as if it were my own. One of his hands slid to my waist. The other supported my back. I was pinned in his arms, unable to move. Then a searing heat flared at my brow, stealing away my every thought. Aurora, relax. The voice came not from outside, but from deep within. Draco was speaking directly into my mind. There was a prickling sting at my brow, sharp, but not unbearable. At the same time my chest burned hot. Draco's platinum-colored spirit power wrapped around me, warm, protective, strangely comforting. That should be enough. For now, this is all I can do. He guided me before a mirror. At the center of my brow, faintly visible, was the shape of half a leaf. Don't worry, only an elf can see it. It isn't a complete mark. As I am now, I can't mark you fully. But from this moment, this will no longer be your weakness. You're using your power to shield this place for me. The burn at my brow pulsed on, and I could feel it, this mark weaving a stronger thread of connection between my mind and Draco's. Even his physical reactions, I could sense with shocking clarity. Oh heavens. Yes, though I can't yet nullify all magic against you, I'll work toward it. In his storm, gray eyes, my reflection shimmered back at me. Father and mother might take it badly. Draco looked unaccountably dejected. Why? I think the markings look beautiful. I held up the mirror, tilting it this way and that, examining the sigil between my brows from every angle. Truly? Aurora, you really like it? Of course, only, it still hurts a little. The soul engraving isn't finished yet, it may ache for a few more days. His fingertip brushed the mark, and the sharp pain eased at once. I'll stay with you to lessen the pain. It's just a pity only I can help you with this. Not even mother can. Otherwise, well, the truth is, I'm still too weak. A sudden thought flashed through me. Could it be, because you never completed the elven inheritance? Draco froze, then admitted it at last. You stopped the inheritance because of me. All because of what happened with Eric. though I still wasn't sure if that Unicorn King had done it deliberately. It wasn't fair to lay the blame at Draco's feet. After all, it was Eric who had brought us to the elves' sacred ground. And yet, I couldn't help it. I shifted my resentment onto him, however unjustly. I suppose, after term begins, we should return to the Forbidden Forest. Yes. Draco's unease bled into me. He seemed deeply afraid Lucius might discover he had placed a temporary mark on me. Will it have any consequences? I asked. He shook his head. My inheritance was cut short, so I only know this much. It's a power of protection. From now on, our minds will be more closely bound. For you and for me, there's no harm. Then that's wonderful. Come on, let's not keep them waiting. Draco kept his attention on me, ready to soothe the mark with healing magic whenever he sensed even the faintest stir of pain. I was just about to sit down when Lucius called me over. Aurora, come here. His face was carved with severity. To the study. You as well. His glance flicked toward Draco, cold, dismissive, not even worth a direct look. What on earth was going on? The study door clicked shut and locked. At once, Lucius's hand seized my fringe and shoved it back with brutal force. Father, that hurts. Agony flared across my brow. I couldn't hold back a cry. You fool! How could you? Aurora is still a child. The words were hurled at Draco. The boy stayed silent, enduring his elder's rebuke without protest, though he quietly released healing magic to ease my pain. Father, it's only a temporary mark. It won't settle for a few more days. How dare you? Lucius's fist clenched, veins bulging with fury. Aurora doesn't understand any of this. And you with half-baked feeble power presume to mark a witch with a special constitution? Have you never heard of backlash? Do you realize you could remain forever trapped in a half-sealed state? Do you want to become a squib among elves? So serious? Draco's face blanched, color draining in an instant. I didn't know. Damn it, because you recklessly broke off the inheritance. All of that knowledge, your head's as empty as ever, useless when it mattered most. It was the first time I had ever seen Lucius truly lose control. His gaze softened when it turned to me. Aurora, I fear, one day you'll regret this. Your future husband will never allow his wife to bear another man's exclusive mark. Fortunately, Draco's current abilities aren't enough to complete the full mark, Lucius said, staring at the half-leaf. Once the mark is complete, you two will be bound together for all eternity. Draco, Aurora, are you ready for this? I don't think it's a bad thing, I admitted, feeling shy speaking so openly in front of my father. Regardless, Draco, whether you break the seal or not, you are not allowed to fully mark Aurora before adulthood. Do you understand? Yes, father. He hadn't explained to Lucius why he intended to mark me. Later when I asked, he said, Aurora, you entrusted me with your weak spot out of trust. How could I reveal that without your permission? I hope you'll share all your secrets with me first. Suddenly, the study door opened and Narcissa entered. Luke, I heard from Harry that you were furious and took the children. She noticed the mark on my forehead. Mother, you've been marked by father too, Draco exclaimed. I regretted not being able to see her mark since I wasn't an elf. Mother's mark is a tree, Draco excitedly shared with me. Father, is this what the full mark looks like? The boy asked. Lucius nodded. Each elf's mark is unique. Did you get Mother's consent? Draco's gaze flicked between my forehead and hers. Of course. You think I'd be as reckless as you? Lucius leaned down and kissed Narcissa's forehead. Don't do that, the children are watching. She gently pushed him away. They're used to it, even without the mark. His words were cut off as she covered his mouth. Narcissa looked at me, both relieved and worried, but said nothing reproachful. Aurora, don't let anyone touch your forehead. Only the one who marks you can. Elves are very possessive. She shot her husband a coquettish glance. I nodded. I'll be careful. It's my fault for never guiding your growth. Draco's certainty at such a young age might trouble you. Mother, Aurora has already made her choice too, Draco said defiantly. Yes, Mother. We're both willingly heading toward each other. For the first time in front of them, I boldly took Draco's hand. Both willingly? Lucius teased. Who taught you that phrase? Quite trendy. Mother, I snuggled into Narcissa, acting playful. Luke, didn't you see Aurora is embarrassed, thinking everyone's as shameless as you with a face thicker than the castle walls? Narcissa's hand brushed lightly against Lucius' cheek. Unlike other Westerners with coarse pores, the Malfoy's skin was exceptionally smooth and fine. Even Draco and Lucius, up close, showed no visible pores. "Let's go outside." Narcissa carefully adjusted my bangs, deliberately avoiding the half-leaf mark. I made a funny face at Draco, and he looked at me with a fond, indulgent expression. A moment of quiet, peaceful time passed. Chapter 179, Not Wanting Outsiders. Time flew by, and before I knew it, we were already aboard the train back to Hogwarts. After several sleepless days and nights, the ache in my brow had finally faded. "Draco, Aurora, you two look like you haven't slept a wink. Didn't want to start school or just couldn't sleep?" Harry asked, genuinely concerned. Draco and I exchanged a glance, shaking our heads quickly. "No, it's not that," I said. "We've been busy reviewing new material. You know, the Godfather assigned the upper year homework to the assistants too." "Don't worry, I asked Professor Snape to let me join you," Harry added. "Once school starts, he'll give me a test. If I pass, I can help you both." He patted the cover of the potion book in his hands. "Since when did you get so interested in potions?" Draco asked, his gaze scrutinizing me as he pulled me closer into his arms. Our thighs pressed tightly together. It was the height of summer, our clothes thin, and I could feel the smooth line of his muscles beneath his trousers. He unbuttoned the top of his shirt, revealing a delicate collarbone. I leaned against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat. Crabbe and Goyle were sitting beside Harry, munching on pastries, cookies and candy that Narcissa had prepared, leaving crumbs everywhere. Their eyes hungrily darted toward me, as if I were the most desirable treat. "Crabbe, Goyle, it's too crowded here. You two go," Draco snapped. The two froze. "Take your food and leave," he barked sharply. "Draco," I whispered, a bit embarrassed. "They keep staring at you." "I don't like it," he murmured in my ear. "If only they didn't exist," I murmured, trying to comfort him. My hand rested against his chest, helping him steady his breath. He didn't show any outward anger. "And I'll only ever look at you," I took the chance to confess. He pressed a gentle kiss to my brow, his lips brushing against the mark. A warmth surged through me that I couldn't put into words. Not here," he murmured. "Okay, I didn't know you were so sensitive," I whispered. He twirled a strand of my hair in his hand, the waves curling playfully. Draco seemed like a fierce dragon, guarding his lair, ready to strike at any potential rival. Goodness, I couldn't believe I'd just compared myself to a lair. A soft laugh reached my ear. Draco must have heard my thoughts. He pulled out his school jacket, wrapping me snugly. Suddenly, the door to our private compartment swung open. Draco muttered a frustrated curse. He had forgotten to lock it. "Draco, it's me. There's no space left. Can I join you?" It was Pansy Parkinson and her little group, followed by the Greengrass sisters. Astoria Greengrass, Draco's canonical match, and Scorpius Malfoy's mother in the original story, was among them. For some reason, a sense of unease settled in my chest. I knew I shouldn't feel so possessive. I already held the advantage. Maybe I just cared too much. "Brother, I don't want anyone else here." I only called Draco brother when I was being playful. His hand reached for my face as if I were a pet cat. I tilted my head, pressing a gentle kiss to his palm. "Sorry, it's too crowded here," came Harry's voice. "Draco, let Crabbe and Goyle give up their seats," Pansy suggested. She looked at him expectantly, as though victory was already in her hands. Draco refused without hesitation. "They're fine where they are. Why should I chase them out?" Crabbe and Goyle, who had been half ready to grab some sweets and leave, plopped right back down at that. They even tore open their wrappers and started chewing noisily on purpose. They were already hulking figures, and with their belongings sprawled all over, there was hardly any room left for the girls. Those two were nowhere near as dim-witted as they looked. They knew perfectly well how to play to their audience. "Let's go." Pansy shot the two big louts a glare, then led the Greengrass sisters out of our private compartment. As she left, Astoria lingered a moment, peeking inside. When her eyes landed on me, her face flushed scarlet, and she quickly turned away, hurrying after her sister at a run. In official fanworks, she's described as carrying a hereditary curse that left her frail, and in Scorpius's third year, she passed away, leaving Draco devastated. Lives so vivid and bright can vanish for countless reasons, flaring like fireworks, dazzling for a moment, then gone in an instant. I just want to stay by Draco's side. Astoria, forgive me, I want to break up the canon couple. Aurora, what are you thinking? You look so serious. Astoria, I muttered under my breath. Asked what? Some kind of spell? Draco looked blank. Nothing, I sighed. Draco didn't even remember her name yet, so why was I troubling myself over it? Aurora means the younger Greengrass girl. First year, Harry supplied helpfully. She couldn't take her eyes off Aurora. Draco tugged playfully at my earlobe. Damn it, those Confundus earrings don't work on you at all. This has nothing to do with them. Mother wears a pair too, and father still worries endlessly. You'll get used to it, Malfoy men. Since Narcissa and I both bear the Malfoy name, calling Draco and Lucius the Malfoy men wasn't wrong. I wrapped my arms around his waist, settling comfortably against him. Draco sighed, a teasing glint in his eyes. I wonder who's teaching defense against the dark arts this year. Strange that it hadn't been announced yet. Dumbledore was probably keeping it quiet to avoid pushback from the Board of Governors. In the original, the professor in second year was the flashy fraud, Gilderoy Lockhart. And by the start of term, students had already been told to buy his books. This time, though, nothing of the sort had been mentioned in the Hogwarts supply list. Could Lockhart really have turned over a new leaf? The Horcrux notebook was tucked away in my trunk. Whether to destroy it or do something else with it, I still hadn't decided. Every time I recalled Abraxas's hollow, despairing eyes, guilt twisted in me. Even young Tom's fragment of soul had seemed resigned to death. On the last day before I left Malfoy Manor, he'd appeared again, not in front of Abraxas, but waiting until the man was asleep to bid his final farewell. I should be like Lucius, cold-hearted, decisive, ruthless enough to ensure no future threat. But I'm still too soft, too hesitant, too merciful. Suddenly, the Malfoys' Golden Eagle and Harry's Hedwig swooped into the compartment one after the other. Each carried the latest issue of the Daily Prophet. Look, Sirius has been cleared. Chapter 181, Sirius, the self-appointed mentor? The Daily Prophet devoted entire pages to covering the trial. In the photographs, Sirius's strikingly handsome features stood out so vividly that even while pictured beside guards and jury members, he looked as though he belonged to another world entirely. His wrongful imprisonment stirred up a tidal wave of public sympathy. Lucius and Narcissa had not attended the hearing. Probably to avoid suspicion, Draco speculated. In sharp contrast stood Peter Pettigrew. Short, indistinct, utterly forgettable. And yet, Peter was far from useless. He possessed cunning, nerve, and ambition. Though a Gryffindor, he had tricked James and Sirius, persuading them to make him secret keeper in their stead. Later, when Sirius hunted him down, he didn't panic. He severed a finger, blew up a street, and in the same breath cast a damning accusation that forever nailed the Black family to the pillar of shame. Perhaps, in his heart, it was the first time he had ever felt triumphant over James and Sirius. The overlooked nobody of the group had finally proven his worth. He was the perfect candidate for a double agent. After all, judging by appearances is human instinct, and his forgettable looks were the best defense he could have asked for. Under Veritaserum, Peter confessed his crimes before the entire court. With his animagus ability stripped away, he was locked in Azkaban right beside Bellatrix Lestrange. No longer able to slip into the safety of a rat's body, he was left exposed to the Dementor's ceaseless torment. Weak-willed to begin with, and with a madwoman as his neighbor, it wasn't long before word spread that Peter had died in his cell. In Azkaban, there are no funerals. The guards wrapped his body in his tattered robes and tossed it into the sea for the fish. A wave of complicated emotions swept through me. One of the key players in Voldemort's return had finally met his end. But there was still another someone I, as a second-year student, found far harder to approach. Perhaps I would need to find another way. Draco stared at the confident Sirius and muttered under his breath, he must have taken the Malfoy family beauty potion, otherwise, how could he recover so well? Ha, so men compare themselves too. Even though the private carriage was locked, the girls' screams outside continued in waves. Sirius's charm. Suddenly, everything fell silent. The door opened again. Draco's anger shot up to the brink of explosion. He glared at the newcomer. Cousin. Standing in the doorway was none other than the man from the report, Sirius Black. Leaning casually against the door frame, he looked even taller and more striking. Why lock the door? Isn't this supposed to be Slytherin's intelligence center? Back in the day, Lucius never turned anyone away. How did you get a key to the carriage? Draco asked, glancing at the hesitant crowd behind Sirius. Sissy gave it to me, said I should sit with you. Sirius, with a model, perfect physique, strode gracefully forward, his long legs carrying him effortlessly. He sat down next to Harry. Students kept knocking on the carriage door under various pretexts. Eventually, Sirius, unable to bear it, copied Draco's tactic and hung a do not disturb sign. Seems like this generation of Malfoys didn't inherit the old charm and skill, Sirius teased. If you're capable, people naturally come to you, I replied calmly, not liking his jab at the Malfoy family. Sirius looked impressed. To grasp that at such a young age, very impressive indeed. Cousin, since when did you become so teacherly? That tone doesn't suit you at all, I teased back. No, Aurora, the Godfather, isn't trying to teach, he's just. Chapter 182, The New Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. You're the new defense against the Dark Arts Professor. Draco couldn't help but exclaim. That's right, Sirius said with a bright smile. I was planning to surprise you all at Hogwarts, but Sissy said I should look after you, so I came early. His tone was playful and light, not at all like a middle-aged man battered by life. Perhaps it had something to do with spending most of his time in Azkaban as an animagus. You keep calling her Sissy? Only my dad is allowed to call her that, Draco muttered. Your dad. What kind of love potion did Lucius give you? Sirius laughed as he tousled Draco's hair, messing up the carefully gelled style. Don't act like a little adult, gel damages your scalp. You wouldn't want to end up at my age with a receding hairline, would you? How dare you hex me, Draco protested, though it seemed he actually listened. He rushed into the washroom to fix his hair. Uncle, stop teasing him. The Malfoys are so image-conscious. Sirius had clearly found Draco's soft spot. He nudged the boy's arm with his elbow, grinning proudly. Did I just imagine Harry had called reinforcements? I shook my head. How could I think such a thing? That thought shouldn't even have crossed my mind. I really went all out when James was chasing Lily, Sirius winked at Harry. How did my mom and dad end up together? Harry asked, intrigued. Your dad was quite the legend at Hogwarts. Potters, the Blacks, the Malfoys, they were all well-known pure blood families. James's father, your grandfather, quadrupled the family fortune during his lifetime, and James, being a late-born son, was doted on by the elder Potter. A strange feeling stirred in me. By all logic, James was like one of the most eligible rich heirs, the type every girl would chase. Yet he fixated on Lily, who showed him nothing but indifference. Clearly, her unusual behavior piqued his curiosity and desire. And Lily's methods of ignoring James were not unlike how a certain girl I knew dealt with admirers. Sirius went on, recounting James and Lily's courtship in detail. The more he spoke, the more I was convinced of my suspicions. In the original story, Snape, Sirius, and Lupin all openly acknowledged Lily's intelligence, and she was indeed brilliant. Born to Muggles, she had no social standing, no connections, no inherited wealth. Everything she achieved had to be through her own efforts. And yet, she had secured herself a massive opportunity, a Muggle-born girl, but wealthy from an ancient pure blood family. James was the ultimate prize she could encounter in the wizarding world, her fighter among potential suitors. It was a Cinderella and Prince scenario, yet Lily firmly held the reins of power herself. If Voldemort hadn't interfered, she would have been the undisputed heroine of her own story. Harry listened intently, savoring the love between his parents. The past is past, the people gone, there's little point in overanalyzing Lily's motives now. Harry, your mother was very popular back then, Sirius sighed. Godfather, did you ever? Harry asked with a mischievous smile. Of course not. Sirius instinctively glanced at me, denying it firmly. The person in my heart never gave me a response, he said, a self-mocking curl to his lips. The person Sirius referred to, could it have been my mother? Narcissa, who had removed her confusion, cancelling earrings, looked almost identical to me. A towel draped over Draco's head, his hair still damp from combing it back, now falling freely. The Malfoy compartment was fully equipped for everything they might need. And lingering on him was the faint scent of shampoo. "I'll help you," I volunteered eagerly, pulling him closer to my side. While I dabbed away the dampness, I gently massaged his scalp. Draco closed his eyes in comfort. I took out the hair oil I always carried, smoothing it carefully into the ends of his pale strands, each motion flowing seamlessly into the next. "Your mother taught you that?" Sirius asked, amusement flickering in his eyes. "I saw Mother do this for Father, so I learned it." Sirius kept bringing up Narcissa, which always left me with a strange, unsettled feeling. In turn, I'd find myself mentioning Draco's and my birth father. The man masked his melancholy well, shifting instead to guiding Draco in styling his hair. And to give him credit, Sirius's sense of aesthetics met with unanimous approval. "Brother." Draco let his fringe fall loose, making him look strikingly handsome. "Like this? Isn't it a bit untidy?" he asked, uncertainly. I slipped my arms around his waist. "It looks good. If you like it, then it's fine." The tips of his ears flushed red. "Those earrings you both wear, are they a pair?" Sirius suddenly asked. "Yes. Just like sissies," he murmured almost to himself. "To conceal your true faces, is that a Malfoy family tradition?" "They can be used that way," I hedged. Narcissa's hidden heritage was a Malfoy family secret, one never to be shared. I once argued bitterly with her about those earrings. He gave a rueful laugh. Pitied her, scolded her, meddled where I shouldn't have. Those earrings were Father's gift to Mother. She wasn't allowed to remove them. If you had to fight, you should have gone after Father, not her. Honestly, Narcissa's gentle nature didn't make her fair game for blame. His face drained of color. "She never told me that." "Of course not. You're an outsider. Mother wouldn't tell you everything," Draco said curtly. Sirius drew in a deep breath and sagged back in his chair, as though that exchange had bled him of all strength. "Aurora, what I see of you, is it your appearance after the concealment?" Harry broke in suddenly. In truth, Confundus' charms failed on me, but explaining that would risk exposing secrets I couldn't afford to. So I gave another evasive answer. "You could put it that way. It doesn't change me much, though for Mother it makes a great difference." Sirius fixed his gaze on me, as if trying to imagine what Narcissa had truly looked like beneath her veil. "Malfoy and their twisted obsession with possession," he muttered under his breath. I couldn't be bothered to argue. Our principles were worlds apart. Narcissa's resemblance to Voldemort wasn't something she could ever allow to be seen openly. It would only draw danger. Especially from families scarred by Voldemort's cruelty like Neville's parents. Wouldn't they demand the daughter atone for the Dark Lord's sins? It was far too complicated to explain in words. When the Hogwarts Express pulled into the station, Sirius parted ways with us. He was the kind of person who seemed born to live under the spotlight. Wherever he stood, he drew every gaze to himself. Back in the day, James could stand beside him as an equal, handsome in his own right, perhaps far more so than most gave him credit for. "I'm going to tell Father. That cousin of yours clearly hasn't given up on Mother," Draco whispered in my ear. "Father's never lacked for confidence, so what's there to worry about?" I quickly stopped him. "Do you want Mother to suffer even more? You know perfectly well he loves using things like this as an excuse." "Actually, I like it too." His hand at my waist tightened. "Don't start, there are too many people around." "So, somewhere with no one else would be fine?" His lips curled into a smirk. I pinched him hard, and he grimaced. "Aurora, are you trying to murder your future husband? That hurt." "Stop it. Everyone's starting to look this way." For some reason, in this new year, more and more eyes seemed to linger on me. I'd grown taller since last year, my features softening into a more feminine shape. It was impossible not to admit Malfoy blood was strong. And with Western girls often maturing earlier than those from the East, my body now carried its own distinct curves. My chest had already blossomed into a full, ripe pair of peaches. Every month, I had to update my measurements, making sure to choose the right undergarments for the changes. "Aurora, you and Lady Malfoy both have the classic hourglass figure," the owner of Transcendence Apparel said with admiration. "Clothes that emphasize the bust and hips, while tightening at the waist, will suit you best." The pieces she recommended were all fitted, designed to trace and enhance every curve. But whenever I wore such clothes, I couldn't help feeling awkward and shy. Draco, on the other hand, was far more composed. Aurora, accepting yourself is what it means to be a Malfoy. As the shopgirl adjusted his sleeve length, I stepped forward to straighten his collar. We stood so close that from his angle, he couldn't help but notice the rise and fall of my chest. Perhaps the neckline shouldn't be cut quite so low, Draco suggested to the designer. Funny, weren't you the one telling me to embrace myself? I teased. That part isn't for others to see. His face flushed as he buttoned my collar all the way to the top. But it feels so tight like this, I drew in a deep breath to prove my point. All at once, he pulled me into his arms. That's only because, Aurora, your figure is too beautiful. I want to show you off to the whole world, and yet, at the same time, lock you away at home kept only for myself. Truth be told, I feel the same way. As he grew older, Draco had inherited the striking looks of both Lucius and Grindelwald. His sharp, chiseled features, deep-set eyes, and the kind of elegance that seemed effortless paired with a lean, well-toned frame. I sometimes wondered if even the Confundus charm would fail against him. Like the other girls, I found it harder and harder to tear my gaze away from him. It turned out we both carried the same longing. Draco draped a coat over my shoulders with care. A discreet glance sent Crabbe and Goyle lumbering forward, their bulk shielding us from most curious stares. Even so, I noticed the youngest daughter of the Greengrass family, Astoria, never once took her eyes off me. Draco, who had been holding my hand, stretched his arm and pulled me into his embrace. I have some doubts about Miss Greengrass's orientation, Draco frowned. She keeps craning her neck to look at you. Maybe she's looking at you? That was your canon pairing. She'd been the original choice, only to be outshone by the newcomer, who defeated her 7-year classmate and ex-girlfriend, Pansy. Aurora, I'm not blind. Actually, a wizard's gaze carries energy, though humans can hardly perceive it. Elves, however, can. Attention and being noticed are both forms of energy exchange, he patiently explained to me. I see. Strictly speaking, Astoria's appearance is somewhat similar to mine. Both of us have long, curly golden hair and long eyelashes. Her hair is a deeper flaxen gold, while mine is the Malfoy family's typical platinum blonde. She has 2 adorable dimples when she smiles. The Malfoys naturally radiate a cold aura, keeping others at a distance. When not smiling, they can seem unapproachable. The original story didn't specify which house she was sorted into, so this time I could pay attention. Ron Weasley's younger sister, Ginny, is also a first year. She has an unusual interest in Harry. In canon, she relentlessly kept her eyes on him. By 5th year, Ginny became Hogwarts' most admired girl. Even when dating other boys, her heart remained set on Harry. Eventually, she married him, fulfilling her wish. But right now, Ginny is still a little girl trailing behind her brothers, only daring to steal glances at Harry. The Weasley twins deliberately teased her, repeatedly pushing her toward Harry's direction. Yet, she was effortlessly dodged by the future seeker. Soon the carefree and leisurely campus life would be behind us. According to the original timeline, Voldemort would regain his corporeal form and complete his resurrection ritual in our 4th year. I still had to start planning early. At the teacher's desk, Sirius's striking looks were turning heads everywhere. In the audience, a wave of eager young girls and a few boys were covertly sending admiring glances toward the legendary Hogwarts heartthrob. After Dumbledore's introduction, Sirius calmly began his self-introduction. Every gesture exuded an aristocratic elegance and a casual, confident air, making the students even more excited for the New Year's defense against the dark arts classes. Seated beside him, Snape maintained his usual cold composure, skeptical of any display of personal charm toward his longtime rival. He seemed accustomed to the swooning behavior of the students below. When Sirius finished speaking, the hall erupted with deafening applause, and some even began whistling in admiration. On stage, the other professors visibly expressed sympathy for Sirius's past misfortunes, offering heartfelt apologies for previous misunderstandings. Snape, however, remained impassive, watching silently from the side. Yet it was clear Sirius wasn't going to let him off easily. Though the audience couldn't hear their conversation, both men kept a polite demeanor, Still, the subtle interplay of glances hinted at an ongoing, unspoken duel. The godfathers seemed to have a really good relationship. I heard they enrolled in the same year. Maybe they were already friends back then, Harry exclaimed earnestly. I couldn't help but admire Harry's wildly imaginative mind. Friends? Ha! Not a chance. Chapter 186. Did I gain weight? Draco, I heard Professor Black was exonerated with the Malfoys' help, Zabini asked casually. Another one sent by his parents to fish for information. The intermarriage between the Black and Malfoy families was well known. Draco replied without a flicker of emotion, perhaps. Neither denying nor confirming, he left them to draw their own conclusions. Lucius is so skilled he actually managed to pull someone out of Azkaban? Why not try harder and get your Aunt Bellatrix out too? Zabini said with a sly grin. Aunt Bellatrix, of course, was Bellatrix Lestrange. Formerly, she was Narcissa's elder sister, a notorious figure in the wizarding world. Her imprisonment in Azkaban was deserved. No one could count the number of innocent lives she destroyed, merely for the thrill of manipulating others and proving her loyalty to her beloved. The Malfoys cannot interfere with the Ministry's judicial process, Draco said firmly. We had no memory of Bellatrix, and the Narcissa Black identity was just a bluff. Many pure blood families had long seen through the Malfoys' thinly veiled schemes. Yet they allowed some leeway, choosing not to expose them openly. By bringing it up, Zabini was clearly trying to force Draco to represent the Malfoy family's stance. A very official answer, I whispered into his mind. Naughty, Draco sighed softly, the impatience of before melting into a gentle exhale. As the future head of the Malfoy family, he would have to withstand countless probes and tests. This was his compulsory lesson. In his position, every word and gesture was under scrutiny. He couldn't truly be himself. Not a single crack to slip through, Zabini muttered bitterly, leaving empty-handed. Can't we just have a normal meal without all the interrogations? I whispered under my breath, just loud enough for Draco and Harry beside me to hear. Both of them wore amused smiles. Have some more. Draco thoughtfully served food onto my plate. No, I shook my head, though my eyes betrayed my longing. Of course, he noticed. It's fine, eat. I don't mind, he said, his gaze drifting downward. I quickly pressed my hands over my stomach. Still flat, thankfully. Stop teasing her. You don't realize it, but something you said once really affected how Aurora eats, Harry cut in, setting down his utensils. What do you mean? Draco's brows furrowed. I fumbled for words, refusing to answer. He turned expectantly toward Harry. You made her self-conscious. She thought you were calling her fat, Harry explained with a frown. When did I ever? Draco stopped short, suddenly remembering. He leaned close to whisper urgently to me, that was a compliment. What kind of compliment is that supposed to be? I glared unconvinced. Compared to other girls your age, you're more developed. His eyes flicked without meaning to downward. Pervert. My face flamed scarlet. Fuller there, it looks good, he added. That's not ugh, that's not even fat. I sputtered, too flustered to explain properly. I know. I just wanted to tease you. Draco rested his chin on the top of my head, his arms slipping around my waist. You're already too thin, his beautiful gray eyes darkened with a trace of desire. All right, misunderstanding cleared. Aurora, can you eat a little more now? Harry coaxed patiently. This, and this too, they're all good for you. Draco's face burned as red as mine. Don't keep piling food on my plate just because it promotes growth. I don't know where he dug up that idea. The worst part was most of my favorite dishes fell into exactly that category. And all the while, a pair of eyes never stopped watching us. They were a pair of sapphire, blue eyes, framed by long, curling lashes, like those of an innocent fawn. Draco lifted his head and met them. Astoria panicked, dropping her gaze at once. Her fork and knife slipped from her hands and clattered to the floor. Don't frighten her. I placed my palm gently over the back of Draco's hand. She's just as annoying as that Weasley girl, Draco muttered, casting a glance toward Harry. The dark-haired boy turned toward the Gryffindor table. Ginny startled at the same time, so shaken she didn't even notice her auburn hair had dipped into her soup. Really, the two of you, this is how you treat your destined partners? Don't you know in Chinese novels there's a classic genre called chasing wife at the crematorium? I shook my head, pushing those stray thoughts away. The welcoming feast dragged on, and I slipped out midway, heading for the washroom. Miss Malfoy. A timid voice called from behind. Miss Greengrass, it was Astoria. Is there anything I can help you with? I'm sorry, I kept staring at you, and I think I upset your brother. Is there something wrong with my face? I touched my cheek and checked the mirror. Nothing seemed amiss. My sister always told me there was a girl in Slytherin who was breathtakingly beautiful. She said I looked a little like her. So I paid extra attention to you. I'm sorry for the trouble it caused. You're the apple of the Malfoy family's eye. But once I enrolled, I realized my sister had exaggerated. I'm nothing like you at all, you're far more beautiful than I imagined. Astoria's expression clouded with sorrow. Father wants us sisters to form a marriage alliance with the Malfoys. A resemblance to you was meant to be the strongest bargaining chip. In pure-blood families, girls rarely chose their own marriages. Even someone as unhinged as Bellatrix had bowed to her family's will and the Dark Lord's by marrying Rodolphus Lestrange. So, most daughters were taught from the time they first entered school which families they might be paired with, and which suitors were potential matches. Father and Mother haven't told me anything of the sort, I admitted. Your freedom of choice will always be greater than ours. She looked me over carefully. I envy you. Your brother truly cherishes you, neither Daphne nor I could ever say the same of ours. Forgive me, I've gone on and on telling you nothing of worth. She smiled sweetly, two dimples appearing in her cheeks. May I call you Aurora? She asked, extending her hand. Aurora Malfoy. Astoria Greengrass. She was a year younger than me, but her emotional intelligence was plain to see. No wonder, in the original story, she could win Draco's affection. Bitterness tugged at me, but I kept my surface politeness. Aurora, are you in there? It was Draco come looking for me. Chapter 188. Me, guilty of harassment? I'll be going then, I said quickly to Astoria and rushed out. Why was I drowning myself in self-pity? Worrying over things that hadn't even happened? Draco, usually so composed, actually came looking for me at the girls' bathroom out of worry. He'd have to pass by so many girls, it must have been incredibly awkward. The moment I appeared, he grabbed my wrist. I thought. He scanned me from head to toe. Seeing I was perfectly fine, he relaxed. Harry, you too? We were worried you might be bullied, Harry explained. He cast a glance at the blonde girl trailing behind me. Astoria timidly appeared, Signor Malfoy, Senior Potter. She seemed unaccustomed to such a scene, and almost looked like she might cry. I was about to gently reassure her when Harry beat me to it. Miss Greengrass, welcome to our group. Astoria, a new Slytherin, hesitated. Your sister has been looking for you. Her eyes flickered, she didn't seem to get along with her sister as harmoniously as it appeared. Thank you for letting me know. She looked like a frightened little rabbit, tucking stray strands of hair behind her ears with delicate fingers. After nodding to us, she ran off. Harry watched her retreating figure seriously. What's wrong? I asked, concerned. Every move she makes is deliberately mimicking you, he said with certainty. Me? Looking like an innocent little white flower? That's the impression I give others? Draco chimed in, she's been observing you. I wonder what the Greengrass family has in mind. She said the Greengrass family intends to push her forward, to be betrothed to you. I told them everything. You know, no matter how much she imitates, she's not you, Draco murmured in my ear, in a voice only we could hear. My heart was already bursting with joy, but I kept my usual composed expression. Of course, when the original is here, who would choose a knockoff or a 9.9 UN shipping replica? You little liar, you almost fooled me. Draco had clearly heard my thoughts. My father never intended to use our marriage as a bargaining chip for greater gain. Otherwise, we wouldn't even exist. Abraxas never exploited Narcissa's marriage, so very Malfoy. Family always comes first. Thinking of this, I grew even more hesitant and conflicted about the notebook. Voldemort could be said to have been Abraxas' partner. The Horcrux notebook had accompanied my grandfather for many years. Aurora, you've been staring at that notebook all night. We had returned to the dormitory, changed into our pajamas, and were preparing to sleep. I rested my head on Draco's arm. Followed me several times, but I didn't regain consciousness. He snatched the notebook from my hands. Stop thinking, go to sleep. He pressed it under his pillow. Hey! You haven't also been bewitched by that man like Grandpa, have you? He stared at me unblinkingly. In the darkness, his gray eyes glimmered, impossibly vivid. Grandpa always stared at it, and even caressed the cover. And now, you're doing the same thing. Oh no, he can't possibly think I'm sexually harassing Tom, can he? Tom Riddle is over 60 years old this year. There's no way I'm letting myself be taken advantage of by an old man. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I flipped over in one motion, pinning Draco beneath me. My hands pressed against his shoulders as I straddled him. Aurora. Draco looked confused, not understanding why I was suddenly so furious. The notebook contains only a fragment of Voldemort's soul. He won't feel my touch. And as for that pompous fool, I have zero interest in him. The person I truly care about. Do I really have to remind you over and over? He instinctively supported my lower back, worried I might fall. That simple gesture made me realize just how intimate it was. Though it was September, the weather was still hot. My sleepwear was a black silk camisole nightdress. The hem was trimmed with eyelash lace, contrasting sharply with my pale thighs. I sensed his reaction, but couldn't move. My waist pinned in place. I didn't dare move until he withdrew his hands, at which point I quickly slid off him, wrapping myself tightly in the blanket. Sorry, he apologized quickly, darting into the bathroom. Soon after, the sound of running water filled the air. I fidgeted nervously with my nightdress. When he emerged, the scent of herbal shower gel clung to him, his body still misted with water. His hair hadn't even been dried yet. You can't sleep with wet hair. You don't want a migraine tomorrow, do you? I hurriedly grabbed the hairdryer. Aurora, you're wearing too little. Don't need me to remind you how cold the cellar is. I'll just dry my hair with magic, Draco said. He reached for his wand, but I pressed my hand over it. I'll help you. His hair was fine and soft. Drying it with magic alone wouldn't style it properly. He relented. Sorry, trouble again. How many times have you said sorry today? What kind of relationship do we have that you still act so polite toward me? By the time everything was settled, it was already past midnight. The next morning, I woke still in Draco's arms. The neckline of his sleepwear revealed a hint of his chest, and even in sleep, the contours of his muscles were clearly visible. I'd rested my head on his chest more than once and knew exactly how it felt. Draco's voice whispered in my ear, Aurora, if you're awake, get up. After breakfast we need to go get the teaching supplies from Godfather. Even with his eyes closed, he sensed my movement by heart alone. Mortified. Again. My cheeks felt like they were on fire. I stumbled into the bathroom, claiming it first. The girl in the mirror looked shy and hesitant, her eyes darting around, brimming with desire. The bathroom door somehow opened from the outside. I could have sworn it was locked. I looked at the person entering, my heart racing again. His hand rested on my shoulder, guiding my body toward him. Aurora, did I make you angry again? I never seem to express myself properly. I really like you. Very, very much. I no longer felt so shy, especially seeing Draco's ears flushed bright red. We won't have any misunderstandings. You can hear my heart, I said. He smiled like a mischievous cat. I like it when you take the initiative, Aurora. The Slytherin table. I had to gulp down a few mouthfuls of ice water, hoping to soothe my swollen lips. Predictably, the glass was whisked right out of my hand. It's almost that time. Don't drink cold things, Draco warned gently. Warmth spread through me. He noticed every little detail about me. In front of me now sat a steaming bowl of pumpkin soup. Have this one, it's already cooled a bit, Harry said softly. I had planned to grab some things from the potions office earlier, but after dawdling too long in the washroom with Draco, we'd nearly missed dinner altogether, leaving Harry waiting for ages at the table. Guilt prickled at me. I grabbed the soup, ready to down it in one go. Aurora, manners, Draco murmured. Though he ate quickly, his movements were always precise, betraying no hint of haste. I drew in a steadying breath and mimicked him, keeping my posture graceful while still trying to eat faster. A glance around told me no one was paying the slightest attention to us. Every gaze was locked on the new defense against the dark arts professor. His wavy hair fell just over his eyes, without ruining the striking lines of his face. It reminded me of the red and the black Julian Sorrel, toying with noble women's affections for his own advancement. I'd never understood how the upper classes could fall for such shallow lies. But put Sirius Black's face on Julian, and suddenly every turn of the story made perfect sense. He lifted his head, looked toward us, and raised his goblet in salute. Those Slytherin girls always maintained flawless composure. I could still hear the sharp intakes of breath around me. He looked this way. He's too handsome, Professor Black. Why is defense scheduled on Fridays? 4 whole days before we get to see him in class again. Professor Black is unmarried. Sisters, this is our chance, squealed a Gryffindor 7th year. Who's he greeting, Potter or Malfoy? Best not to stick around and draw the attention of Sirius's fan club. Retreat was the wiser option. Godfather, X2. Professor Snape. Snape shifted aside, making room for us. Punctual, he remarked, glancing at the clock. Fortunately, you're already immune to that mutt's charms. He gestured toward a large pile of potion ingredients. Take these to the classroom, and mind the mob of his adoring fans. With Snape leading, we followed behind him. Of course, we could have levitated the crates, but Hogwarts corridors were always full of reckless students barreling around. One collision and a stumble would be nothing, but if the spell faltered, losing those rare ingredients would be another matter entirely. The benefit of trailing Snape was clear. Every student we passed gave him a wide berth. Even Peeves didn't dare cause trouble near him. Sev, Professor Snape, hiring child labor now, are we? Sirius's voice drifted over. He took the load from Harry's hands with a smirk. Professor Black, I can carry it myself, Harry said with a shy smile. Just like James. Sirius jerked his chin toward me. Harry clapped his forehead, then quickly took the supplies from my arms as well. You, helping out for once? Snape sneered. No surprise. With your fan club swarming, we'd never make it to class otherwise. Meddling, ruining everything, that's always been your specialty, hasn't it? Snape's words cut sharper than a blade. Snape's meaning could not have been clearer. It was Sirius who had persuaded the Potters to switch secret keepers at the last moment. Wasn't that nothing but a blunder that ruined everything? Sirius's hands trembled with rage. He wanted to lash out, but deep down he knew Snape was right. Professor Snape, it's almost time for class, Harry reminded softly. Of course, he couldn't have missed the implication behind Snape's words. Sirius turned toward Harry, his eyes full of pain and guilt. Godfather, I don't think my parents ever blamed you, and neither do I. Harry's gentle words brought a fleeting look of relief to Sirius's face. Good boy, his voice cracked as he forced down the lump in his throat. Snape let out a sharp, contemptuous laugh. With a sweep of his robes, he turned away, unable to bear the sight of this display of fatherly devotion and filial piety. Because he had never forgiven. Because he had lost his Lily forever. I reached out, trying to take some of the potion ingredients from Draco. I'm the boy here. How could I let you do the heavy lifting? He refused gently. But I want to share the burden, please. I was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and the school skirt. Standing so close to Draco, our arms brushed now and then. He always seemed to lean toward me without realizing it. It was our secret way of being close without anyone noticing. As you wish. A blush spread over his pale cheeks. Even so, he only let me carry a small portion. Most he kept in his own hands. I glanced toward Harry, worried. Snape's reaction had clearly unsettled him. He didn't understand the deeper reason Snape shielded him. I hurried over and whispered at his side. I heard Father say your 2 godfathers were already at odds back in school. Professor Snape isn't targeting you personally. Aurora, you really are the gossip hub, Draco teased, though he still explained patiently to Harry. My uncle got along better with his fellow Gryffindors, while your godfather was a Slytherin. Like how the Weasleys always hold prejudice against Malfoys, Harry ventured. Exactly, Draco confirmed. I was glad to see Harry's perspective shift, even just a little. We began distributing the ingredients to each desk. Thank you, Aurora. Neville, wearing protective gloves, took his share. I gave him a friendly smile. Ron, seated beside him, looked stunned. He couldn't understand why a Gryffindor like Neville could call me by name so naturally. Ron also stretched out his hand, waiting for me to pass him the ingredients. I ignored him, dropping the bundle on his table instead. He made a noise of disdain, then deliberately scattered the ingredients all over the desk. I didn't even spare him a glance. "What's that Weasley throwing a fit about now?" Draco came up beside me. "No idea." I had no desire whatsoever to understand this freckled redhead. "Weasley, you only get one set of ingredients. If you ruin them, you'll have to pay for more." Draco's lips curled in a mocking smile. "Your family couldn't even buy you a new wand, let alone pricey potion supplies. Hogwarts tuition is covered by the ministry." Ron's face flushed bright red. "On the condition that students use their materials responsibly. Deliberate waste isn't included," Harry added. "You were just an orphan dumped in the Muggle world yourself," Ron muttered resentfully. "Weasley, don't push it." I drew my wand. I couldn't understand why Ron thought Harry was the weakest link among us. Every time he had to restore order through Harry. Was it because he'd lost his parents as a child, and no one had his back? Or was it because his calm, steady nature didn't stand out like Draco's bold, flamboyant personality? "You careless weasel," hit him where it hurts, and he starts attacking indiscriminately. "With that mouth of yours, you'll never see any money in your life." I raised my wand, magic almost overflowing from my body. "Aurora, it's okay." Harry reached out, taking my wand hand in his. He forcibly lowered my raised wand. The difference in physical strength between a boy and a girl was obvious. I couldn't resist him. "Professor Snape is watching," he whispered in my ear. "We just need to provoke the Weasleys, don't actually attack them." "Your money came clean, did it?" Ron, seeing Harry whispering closely to me, grew even angrier. "Who doesn't know about the sweatshop you two run behind closed doors?" He was referring to the incubator center co-invested by the Malfoys and Potters, combining the latest Muggle technology and magic. Any invention with practical value could be bought outright by the incubator. Inventors would receive a substantial income if their creation was acquired. What's not to like? Even Arthur Weasley had anonymously submitted his inventions, but their commercial potential was minimal. Most were rejected during the initial review. Arthur stubbornly believed it was the Malfoys targeting him. After all, many people had already gotten rich from the same opportunity. Seeing those around him grow wealthy, he grew restless. Even the usually harmonious Weasley marriage had been slightly affected. Molly's maiden name was Prewett, and her life before marriage was already comfortable. She and Arthur had spent many years together, content with their modest, happy life. But without comparison, there's no pain. Some got rich first, and rather than fostering shared prosperity, it only intensified class tensions. Actually, Lucius's original intention wasn't charity at all. In the early days, he bought the prototypes of these inventions, and, after improvements by the Malfoy family, reintroduced them to the market, securing maximum advantage. The introduction of networks, email, and social platforms made it impossible for people in the wizarding world to avoid Malfoy and Potter family products. It's said that Draco even helped with the screening process, uncovering many hidden gems. The precise grasp of the market seems to run in the very blood of every Malfoy, which explains how their assets repeatedly reached new heights. When Ron complained that the Malfoy operation was a switch-up, how could Draco stand for it? His lips moved slightly, but he didn't raise his wand. He simply turned Ron into a yellow weasel. Elves are masters of all living things, and for a transformation spell, they are virtually second nature. "Weasel!" Ron panicked and dashed around wildly. It wasn't just him who was startled. The girls turned pale, screaming in shock. The classroom erupted into chaos. I understood immediately what had happened and ran anxiously to Snape. "Godfather, what should I do? Ron is out of control. He seems to have taken on his animagus form." Snape gave me a deep, unreadable look. "Are you sure that's a Weasley?" I nodded, realizing the nuance. Not entirely sure. It could have come from outside as well. Even beneath Snape's stern exterior, there's a hint of mischief. Let the bullet fly for a while. He truly could. Chapter 193. Stern teachers produce exceptional students. Professor McGonagall, just about to start her class, passed by the potions classroom and peeked inside. "Severus, what's going on here?" There was a sudden intrusion of a mouse in the classroom, Snape said, waving his wand to bring the weasel, Ron, into his hand. That's a student. How can you turn a student into an animal? McGonagall accused. Student. Snape's face darkened at the unfounded charge. Professor McGonagall, everyone present can testify Professor Snape hasn't cast a single transfiguration spell and hasn't even taken out his wand. I hurriedly defended him. The guilt in McGonagall's eyes vanished as quickly as it appeared. Fine, I'll take this little rodent with me. He didn't even offer an apologetic glance towards Snape, habitually blaming him without thought. Everyone back to your seats. Snape raised his voice. The classroom sank into a heavy silence. Discipline didn't need to be enforced. Every student busied themselves with potion materials. With Ron taken away, Neville had no partner to work with. During rounds, I would occasionally help him with some of the material preparation. Thanks, Aurora. He looked into my eyes, sincere in his gratitude. No need, it's what I should do. I pushed the prepared ingredients toward him. His slightly chubby face still held traces of baby fat. His large, round eyes and big, slightly crooked teeth gave him a distinct charm. After I left, Seamus Finnegan nudged Neville from behind, muttering something under his breath. Since second year, some boys have always acted unpredictably in front of me. Usually, I pretended not to notice or kept my distance. When Crabbe and Goyle were around, they acted like bodyguards, keeping us separated from the crowd. In that moment, Draco was like a dragon guarding its treasure, eyes sharp and unyielding as he glared at the newcomer, keeping me tightly within his arms. Aurora is long, but I'm a friend of yours. I returned to my seat, ready to focus on the class exercise. Harry leaned in and asked quietly. Not particularly close, I replied absently, keeping my attention on the changes in my cauldron as I worked. There are rumors, Harry hesitated, clearly weighing his words, that your cousin-in-law wants to arrange a marriage between you and the Longbottom family. My hand slipped. I nearly dumped too much ingredient into the cauldron. Harry, you almost got me killed. I shot him a glare. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. He hit forward, taking the wand from my hand. With a deft new technique, something I'd never seen before, he effortlessly saved the potion. The liquid shifted into the correct shade. How did you do that? That method wasn't in any of the textbooks. Harry only gave me a sly smile. I'll show you after class. By then, Snape had already reached our table. He had witnessed the entire exchange and gave a rare, measured praise. You've inherited your mother's gift for potions. His quill scratched across the parchment, marking Harry's work with a bold O. Snape was a precise, exacting potions master. Even after years under his instruction, Draco and I almost never earned an O outstanding. But Harry had clearly inherited the talent of his ancestor, Linfred of Stinchcombe. Aurora, redo yours. I saw it. You might as well admit that batch has failed. Snape's tone left no room for protest. Damn it. Harry, you've really landed me in trouble this time. Harry patted my shoulder apologetically, mouthing sorry. You Potter, step aside. No helping her, Snape commanded. He always held Draco and me to stricter standards than anyone else. Yet it seemed Harry's natural gift in potions earned more of his approval. Life's unfair. Some people surpass 1,000 lifetimes of effort without even trying. Just like Voldemort. If not for splitting his soul later, he would have remained one of the greatest magical prodigies of the century. Suddenly, I noticed a shadowy figure standing beside me. When I focused, I realized it was the image of young Tom. You! I glanced around quickly, but no one else seemed to notice him. He stood right at my side. If you don't want to be told to redo it, just follow my lead. His tone was stern, his expression that of a precise, demanding scholar. His ingenuity was so brilliant it nearly made me want to slap the table in awe. Harry, standing nearby, frowned deeply, utterly unable to figure it out. Draco also stepped closer to take a look. Don't drift off, young Tom reminded sharply. Only I could hear his voice. Draco couldn't sense him either, perhaps because the elves' inheritance had been severed. Among the elves, only Lucius could. It must mean Father holds a high rank among them. Young Tom's stern face looked rather fierce. I couldn't help but wonder, did he wear the same expression before Grandfather as well? A process that should have taken 10 steps, Tom's method completed in just 5. The potion's quality was top, grade 2. No wonder this was the one who had earned 12 O's in the advanced wizarding exams. He had even created the potion that resurrected himself. Aurora, did you secretly study behind my back? Draco's envy was plain as he turned to his godfather. Godfather, you actually gave Aurora private lessons? Snape remained non-committal. See me in my office after class. All right. Young Tom clasped his hands behind his back, a provocative look aimed in Snape's direction. Even with only Voldemort's memories up to age 16, he was still dazzling enough to command admiration. Aurora, your technique is far ahead of its time, Harry said with certainty. This isn't the level of a second-year Hogwarts student at all. I didn't expect you've even learned how to conceal your edge. His eyes gleamed with admiration. What was I supposed to do now? Even if I jumped into the Yellow River, I couldn't wash away suspicion. Beside me, Tom looked proud and arrogant, as though he had long grown accustomed to the gaze of worship. His achievements left me feeling guilty. In the original tale, Harry had also relied on Snape's notes to shine in Slughorn's class, even surpassing Hermione's results. Perhaps he too had felt the same gnawing guilt I now carried? I tugged discreetly at Draco's sleeve. I'll explain it all later. But Harry caught our little exchange. You two always seem to have your secrets. He gave a self-deprecating smile. Aurora, you may tell him about me, Tom suddenly said. He pointed at Harry's scar with certainty. A part of me lies within him as well. When he's close, I can even hear his thoughts. Tom's lips curled into a mocking smile. Thoughts filled with despair, and love that asks for nothing in return. My soul fragment has already fused with his own. Perhaps before long, he'll become the next Voldemort. Chapter 195. The Allure of Power. In the original tale, though Dumbledore wished to protect Harry, he had still prepared for the worst, that Harry would be the final Horcrux to be destroyed. But after all these years of sharing every moment with him, how could I possibly stand by and watch him walk willingly into death's arms? Harry, we never meant to keep anything from you. Even Draco is hearing this for the first time. His expression softened. I'm sorry, I was being stubborn. I shouldn't have pressed for more than I already had. I knew this was Harry retreating in order to advance, yet I couldn't help my heart softening, guilt welling up inside me all the same. Harry, don't push. Aurora. Draco wasn't foolish. How could he not see Harry's deliberate show of weakness? With a mix of anxiety and hesitation, I trailed behind Snape. Ugh, I was so absent-minded I nearly bumped into Snape's back. Draco caught me just in time. Why are you so jumpy? It's not like it's your first time being called to the office. Aurora, it's time to use your Malfoy advantage. Lucius doesn't need to plan a thing when he's lying, Tom teased. Seeing me flustered clearly lifted his mood. I shot him a glare. In my mind, he wasn't the ugly, unhinged madman from the original story. Trapped in a shabby notebook day after day, year after year, I would have gone insane long ago. But he was patient, resilient, able to endure solitude. His ambition and iron will let him withstand anything. I preferred to believe that he held some unusual, unique feelings for Abraxas. The mission of the two guardians ends here, Snape said with a sarcastic smile, barring Harry and Draco from entering. I was left to face him alone. Panic surged. Speak. What's going on? Snape's eyes, dark as ink, scrutinized me, missing nothing in my expression. Did you obtain an ancient Malfoy family potion manual or something? Huh? He thought I had gotten my hands on a secret tome? That's an interesting assumption. Godfather, how did you guess? I said, feigning embarrassment. Do you think I don't know exactly where you stand? Faint, almost imperceptible curve tugged at the corner of his lips. You and Draco, he shifted his tone. You have some talent, but reaching brilliance of the highest caliber, there's still a gap. Godfather, no need to be so discouraging, I laughed awkwardly. Aurora, you know I speak only the truth. Seeing my pout, he didn't relent. A truly extraordinary potion prodigy, I've seen only one. Only that person could have such skill. Godfather, you mean the Dark Lord? I asked tentatively. Snape's expression was complex, unreadable. Bullied at home, tormented at school, he longed to stand at the pinnacle of power. Every Slytherin admired strength, and the most formidable wizard in history, without peer, was Voldemort. Such a supreme Dark Lord, recognizing his potion skills, welcoming him to join a blood who had suffered both familial abuse and school bullying. When had he ever received that kind of acknowledgement? Instinctively, he touched his left arm. The dark mark would follow him for life. What he didn't know was that at this very moment, the young Voldemort stood right beside him. I remember him. He often visited Malfoy Manor, Tom said, scrutinizing Snape. One of the Death Eaters I tried to recruit later on. I nodded almost imperceptibly. Snape was sharp. I dared not interact too much with Tom. I can see why my later self wanted to recruit him, strong, resolute, and sharing similar experiences. Tom's eyes were full of admiration. They were both half-bloods, both disfavored by their fathers, both exceptionally talented. Your Aurora, I have a duty to take responsibility for you both when Lucius isn't around. He emphasized, without words, that as our godfather, he could be relied upon. Everything he did conveyed his intentions silently. Yet, if he knew about Tom, he would report it to Dumbledore immediately. Moreover, sneaking a Horcrux into Hogwarts on my own was a grave mistake, the kind that could get me expelled. I understand. In return I will reciprocate. There are many precious manuscripts in the Malfoy family study. Father would surely invite you to spend Christmas with us. Snape's eyebrow arched. Very well, your 2 bodyguards are probably growing impatient. A polite hint to leave. 2 bodyguards, no less. Suppressing my embarrassment, I bid Snape farewell. I felt like Guo Fu, the spoiled eldest daughter of Guo Jing and Huang Rong in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. And Harry and Draco were like the boys, constantly vying for Guo Fu's attention, not training in martial arts, but squabbling for her favor every day. I wouldn't do something so trivial, manipulating others' feelings, just for vanity. Your Aurora, what did Professor Snape say to you? Draco's hands rested on my shoulders while Harry watched at a careful distance. He assumed that Snape had reprimanded me because he had exposed me. The Godfather is interested in the rare manuscripts in the Malfoy study. Draco's eyes lit up. No wonder your progress has been so fast. You little trickster, never sharing your results with me. He suddenly tickled my side, and I nearly collapsed laughing, but he caught me just in time. Stop, it's too ticklish. As his hands moved lower, I froze in fear. In early September, I wore a thin shirt, and I could feel the warmth of his fingertips. Sorry, I didn't mean it. It's okay, I replied shyly, avoiding his gaze. You seem to have gained weight again, he whispered by my ear, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Ugh, you. He dashed off before I could grab even the hem of his coat. I lowered my head, clutching my textbook tightly. I'd noticed in the past couple of days, while bathing, that I seemed to have grown a little. The Malfoy study was a private family space. Lucius rarely let us inside. When the time came, I'd have Tom add a few lines and age the manuscript slightly. It would be enough to pass. Don't expect me to help you, you'll have to patch up your own lie, Tom said, arms crossed, a teasing smile on his face. No, your grandfather's partner, by family rank, that makes you our grandmother. Horse family helps family. Even as a spirit, Tom staggered slightly at my words. Who's your grandmother? You're a Malfoy. Just you wait. Tom's face, flushed with anger, seemed almost more alive than usual. You're younger than my grandfather, so does that mean you're the one on the bottom? I widened my eyes, shamelessly blurting out the question. You. Could it be I'd actually hit the mark? I had always assumed Tom was the dominant one. Had I just stumbled onto some hidden truth? Aurora, what are you muttering about all by yourself? You're not addled from the fumes, are you? Draco leaned down until our foreheads touched, checking my temperature. Before I could answer, Tom cut in coldly, follow me. I gestured for Harry and Draco to come along. Not so fast, unlike us. Tom's soul form didn't have to dodge through crowds, though he clearly disliked mingling with anyone. He moved swiftly, forcing me to jog just to keep up. We reached the 8th floor of Hogwarts, opposite the tapestry of the troll-beating silly Barnabas. Concentrate. Picture the space you need, Tom instructed. This was the room of requirement. After we walked past the wall 3 times, a smooth door appeared. I followed Tom through, and before us lay the bedroom Draco and I shared back at Malfoy Manor. We're home. Draco's face lit up with delight. No, this is Hogwarts' room of requirement, I managed, cheeks burning. Ah, that explains it, Harry muttered. On the Marauder's map I saw names appear here and then vanish. Aurora, are you homesick? Draco's eyes glimmered with mischief. Or maybe you were thinking of. I pinched him sharply. Aurora, give me a little of your blood, then I can let them see me, for a while, Tom requested. I hesitated, then bit my finger. Aurora, what are you? Draco froze as Voldemort's fragment took shape before his very eyes. Tom leaned down, closing his eyes as though savoring it, his dark lashes trembling faintly. You're Voldemort, Draco was the first to shout, fury in his voice. Aurora, how could you help him? Harry stared, unblinking. This was the monster who had destroyed his parents. I am the first fragment of Voldemort's soul, containing his memories before the age of 16 and his last trace of kindness. Tom flicked a glance toward me. Why should I believe you? Harry asked coolly. Because at this very moment I could kill you with ease. Somehow, Harry's wand had ended up in Tom's hand. My heart leapt into my throat. I regretted my choice bitterly. He turned the wand between his long fingers. Holly, 11 inches. When Draco and I raised our own wands, ready to strike, he only smirked with mocking amusement. If I wanted you dead, I wouldn't have waited until today, he tossed the wand back. Believe me or not, it makes no difference. Few things can destroy me, and I certainly can't manage it alone. That's why I seek your aid. Tom stepped closer, until the tip of my wand nearly touched him. I don't want Abraxas to spend eternity in solitude. That's why I accepted Lucius' decision. Lucius, after all, is far more suited to be head of the Malfoy family than Abraxas ever was. He smiled faintly, as though unburdened. What on earth did he mean by that? Grindelwald's prophecies are never wrong. Not long ago, he came to see Abraxas and told him his end was near. What? Abraxas is going to die? In the original tale, the exact time of Abraxas's death was never made clear, only that he succumbed to a common illness of the elderly, dragon pox. Harry's grandparents had also died of the same disease. Those stricken by dragon pox die in a gruesome state, scarred skin, green and purple rashes between their toes, and sneezing sparks of fire from their nostrils. Then why don't you choose to stay by his side? Because I know too well what he truly wants, to protect the Malfoy family. I'm the unstable factor. What he cannot let go of is merely the days we spent together. If I stayed, he would die with no peace of mind. Why not try to change the outcome? I'm living proof that exceptions exist. The path of fate always circles back to the same end. If prophecy could be changed, would it still be prophecy? At 16, Tom was already far wiser than the rest of us. Time had left no marks on him, yet those striking eyes brimmed with experience. If you wish to die, I can grant that wish, Harry said, each word sharp as a blade. They were destined enemies. All right. Tom smiled, a look of release on his face. What if I told you there's a chance to stop grandfather's death? Would you help me? Even knowing it might expose me, I wanted to take the risk. I couldn't just stand by and watch Abraxas leave this world. He was one of my most important family members. You have foresight as well? Tom's gaze was heavy with doubt. Don't forget I carry Gellert's blood too. Gellert Grindelwald was Lucius's grandfather. That meant we shared the same lineage. Grandfather will die of dragon pox. Your mastery of potions surpasses anyone alive. Couldn't you save him? Dragon pox? Tom muttered under his breath. It's true. There's no cure yet. Whether you're telling the truth or not, I'll try. Aurora, are you making this up? Draco whispered at my side. Of course not. How could I ever joke about grandfather? You really have foresight? Then, and you see, what will become of us? Draco stammered, hesitant. It's the same principle as healers unable to heal themselves. Prophets cannot see their own fate, Tom explained for me. I nodded. Draco, I can't see yours either. You know, our fates are already entwined. Then we'll definitely always be together. The platinum-haired boy beamed with delight. Aurora, what about me? Harry, silent until now, finally spoke. You, we'll all be fine. Something seemed to spark in his thoughts, and his spirits lifted. As for dragon pox, I'll keep it in mind. And as for my death, once I've created a cure for it, I'll come back to find you. With those words, Tom turned and walked away. He faded back into his spectral form. My blood only gave him enough strength to linger for a few short minutes. If he wanted to truly live again, he would have to draw energy from the living, like the blood, born. And killing for him was as effortless as breathing. In the original tale, he had lured Ginny Weasley into opening her heart to him. It was that innate charisma, that intoxicating power of persuasion he carried. So why had his nature shifted? Chapter 199, Lucius's Scheme. Given how well your cousin-in-law knows you, he's probably already anticipated the outcome. Draco, you can report to him truthfully. In the original story, Lucius deliberately caused a scene with Arthur Weasley at Flourish and Blots, secretly slipping the notebook into Ginny's cauldron in an attempt to smuggle a Horcrux into Hogwarts and pin the blame on the Weasley family. Draco had no idea of his father's scheme. If father knew, wouldn't that be like watching Aurora walk straight into a trap? Draco's face showed genuine confusion. Father trusts me, he wouldn't put me in such a mess. I tapped him lightly. Tell me, is it that you don't trust father, or that you don't trust my ability? To be honest, I don't trust either, Draco said, shooting me a sidelong glance. With Harry present, I couldn't exactly lower myself to coax him, so I subtly snuggled closer instead. Fortunately, he understood my intention. From now on, consult me about everything, got it? He said earnestly. Got it, I nodded solemnly. You still haven't answered, why does the display in the room of requirement look exactly like our room? Draco pressed, teasing. Each asking when you already know, I retorted. Actually, it's also the place I quietly think of in my heart, Draco murmured. Time at Malfoy Manor always passes fastest. Aurora, would you be willing to live there with me forever? Damn it, you know the answer already. I tapped his chest lightly, a small protest. I just really wanted to hear you say it, he said, a faint smile at the corner of his lips. That's my wish too, and if I never marry, I can stay at Malfoy Manor forever. Father already promised me that. I deliberately played contrary. Then I'll never marry either. Let the Malfoy bloodline end with me, Draco declared resolutely. In Harry Potter, the Cursed Child, his wife Astoria was weakened by a blood curse, and Draco would rather forego having children than risk her health during childbirth. Watch what you say. If father hears that, he'll insist we have a little brother. That's impossible, unless... He abruptly cut himself off. Anyway, my mind is made up. I understand, actually, I feel the same. With Harry beside us, I couldn't speak aloud what had just been said. Through the marks on our foreheads, we could hear each other's hearts without speaking a word. All right, next class is about to start, Harry reminded us. His expression dark, he bypassed me and opened the door to the room of requirement. What's wrong with him? I whispered to Draco, surprised. Draco smiled without replying. Who cares what he's doing? No matter how I tried to prod, he remained silent. It wasn't until much later that I realized, even without words, we could always communicate through our eyes. By the time we arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, it was packed. Many students from other grades and houses had come to sit in. Defense Against the Dark Arts has basically become a fan meet for my godfather. We barely managed to squeeze in. The three of us sat side by side on a small bench, Draco and Harry keeping me safe by placing me in the middle. Inevitably, our legs were pressed tightly together. I pressed my legs tightly together, shrinking the space I occupied. Harry immediately noticed my intention and his expression darkened. He shifted slightly outward. I gave him a small, apologetic nod. He waved his hand. Aurora, you can lean closer, just pretend I'm not here. What was I supposed to do? Wouldn't that make me seem even more petty? The moment Sirius entered the classroom, everyone paused whatever they were doing. Their eyes, like spotlights, involuntarily followed him, some forgetting even to breathe. Is he really that handsome? Draco muttered quietly. Still, nowhere near Dad. Honestly, both men had their own charms. Lucius was more reserved. And to avoid upsetting Narcissa, he had even worn the confusion earrings alongside his wife, hiding his looks. Draco's bias toward his father was purely emotional. Sirius had no such reservations. His walk into the classroom was like a Hollywood star on a red carpet. Colleen Creevey from Gryffindor crouched on the floor, his camera flashing continuously at Sirius. He remained completely unfazed, as if born to live in the spotlight. All right, clear the room, he clapped his hands. The crowded classroom emptied almost instantly. I had no idea how Sirius decided who stayed, but with a cheer from the remaining students, the room finally felt spacious. Harry, and you too, there's space at the front, Sirius said, pointing to the first row. Being called out like that, we couldn't refuse his generosity. Walking to the first row under the envious, jealous, and resentful gazes of everyone else felt like the longest journey I'd ever taken. Once we sat, Sirius gave a satisfied smile. "Professor Black, I heard in previous classes you didn't kick out the auditors. Why treat our class differently?" A bold Gryffindor challenged him. "Excellent question. It's right to call out unfairness, but Harry is my godson. I've missed 12 years of his growth. May I, then, use the privileges of the professor to give him a bit more attention?" "Of course, Professor Black." Lavender Brown, a second-year Gryffindor, spoke up. A lively, cheerful blonde, she had been Ron's first crush in the original story, much to Hermione's jealousy. She seemed attracted to handsome men, a superficial trait not uncommon among teenagers. Sirius replied, "Thank you, Miss Brown." More excited voices erupted from the audience. Many girls now regretted not answering first. I finally understood why Remus Lupin had once remarked to Tonks about Sirius' charm. Even after enduring Azkaban, his popularity with women remained undiminished. Sirius spoke elegantly, humorously, with a string of witty remarks far surpassing what the previous Professor Quirrell had managed. When the bell rang, the students looked reluctant to leave. "This is what defense against the dark arts should really feel like," Draco said earnestly. He too seemed captivated by Sirius' charisma. As soon as class ended, Sirius called us over. "How did I do just now?" he asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. "Absolutely brilliant, God Dunkel." Not far away, a portrait smiled down at us, a portly middle-aged man whose youthful handsome features were still faintly recognizable. It was Phineas Nigellus Black. Sirius's great-grandfather, and the first Hogwarts headmaster to come from Slytherin. He'd been heartbroken when Sirius chose Gryffindor. Seeing his descendant put back on the right path must have pleased him greatly. He cleared his throat, making his presence known. "Good day, Headmaster Black." We'd seen his portrait in Grimmauld Place No. 12 and hurried to greet him. After all, this was Hogwarts. Calling him headmaster wasn't out of place. Phineas inclined his head with formal restraint, but his gaze kept drifting back to Sirius. His expression was haughty, like a sulking parent who wanted his child to show a little humility first. Great-grandfather, in the original timeline, rebellious Sirius had been cast out of the family and hadn't been on particularly good terms with Phineas. The portrait snorted. "I criticized Volga for being too impulsive. Your portrait on the family tree has now been restored." Sirius's mother, Volga, had once burned the images of Sirius, the Muggle, marrying niece Andromeda, and Alphonse, who'd helped Sirius, off the family tree. Sirius knew, of course, that Phineas was giving him a face-saving gesture. He was no longer the angsty, cast-out teenager. "I'll make time to visit Mother," Sirius said. I shot Draco and Harry a look and quietly slipped out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, closing the door gently behind us to give the Black family some privacy. "What are you skulking about?" Snape's voice came from above. "Godfather, nothing. We just finished class," I said awkwardly. "Godfather, my cousin's chatting with his great-grandfather," Draco blurted, unable to keep quiet. "I'll come see him later." Snape glanced toward the doorway and left. He and Phineas had a good relationship. As the youngest potions master and head of Slytherin in history, Phineas admired him. In the original story, if Harry, Hermione, or Ron slighted Snape, Phineas's portrait would vanish and refuse to help, so Snape knew who was inside and chose to step back. "Godfather went to see my cousin? The sun's rising in the west," Draco crowed, all gossip. "Doesn't look voluntary," Harry muttered. Perhaps Sirius's arrival had put Harry in a brighter mood. He joked and bantered with us more than usual. Sirius and James were the same age, and Sirius was Harry's godfather. He often told Harry childhood stories about James, which fostered a strange emotional bond. Harry's resemblance to James made that bond even stronger. Both found emotional solace there, something the Malfoys could never offer. A few days later, we learned why Snape had gone to see Sirius. The dueling club was being formed. In the original tale, the flashy, useless Professor Gilderoy Lockhart had invited Snape to prove himself and ended up making a fool of himself. This time, Snape volunteered. The original story's pull is uncanny. Is there some invisible force constantly correcting course? A chill ran down my spine. If so, what purpose do I serve? Sirius winked at us, a mischievous grin tugging at his lips. Clearly, this bit of good news hadn't been shared with Harry beforehand. Snape pretended not to notice. For two men who usually tore into each other the moment they met, to now be working side by side, only Dumbledore could have pulled that off. The white-haired headmaster tapped his goblet against the table and announced with delight, to improve our students' practical skills, an additional weekly training session will be introduced jointly led by Professors Snape and Black. Thunderous applause erupted from the hall. Everyone was thrilled. Technically, we ought to support our head of house, but Professor Black is just too handsome. And he's still an eligible bachelor. True, Snape was single too, but to the girls, Sirius was the only one that mattered. In this world, appearance really was everything. Of course Aurora, and I will support my godfather, Draco said slyly. Harry, whose side are you on? Snape had sheltered Harry under his wing for years. Was Sirius really going to swoop in and steal him away? I'm a Slytherin, Harry replied without hesitation. Naturally I'll support my head of house. That's more like it. Draco slung an arm around Harry's shoulder. I watched their easy closeness, emotions stirring in my chest. In the original tale, they had been bitter enemies watching each other from the shadows, yet missing their chance at friendship because of such a poor beginning. No wonder the Draco-Harry pairing was so wildly popular. Suddenly, Draco's face shifted into something strange, and he quickly pulled away from Harry. His eyes flicked to me, an unreadable expression on his face. Oh no, he'd heard my thoughts. Caught red-handed, shipping them together. My heart thudded nervously as I edged around him. I half expected him to reach out, trap me in his arms and punish me mercilessly. Little brat, where do you think you're going? Just as I feared, I quickly raised my hands in surrender. His arm swept around my waist, lifting me off the ground with ease. Put me down, I slapped at his arm in protest. No more nonsense. That little fantasy you just had. Draco flicked a glance at Harry, his voice brimming with indignation. You almost made me spit out my drink in front of everyone. All right. I won't think about it again. I couldn't stop the smile tugging at my lips. But my mind refused to behave, playing through scene after scene from the countless Draco-Harry fics I'd read, like a movie reel running wild. You've gotten bold, haven't you? I'll deal with you later, he growled. Harry, save me! I darted under Draco's arm and dashed to hide behind Harry. Seeing Harry only made Draco fume harder. In all those fics, he was always cast as the one pinned down, the reluctant one. How could his masculine pride accept that? Harry, Aurora's trying to pair us together, Draco blurted, desperate to drag someone else into this. What? Harry turned to me, eyes searching mine for an answer. No, it's just that Singing Counterpoint is running a serialized story about the two of you. I pulled out the magazine disguised as a textbook, hoping to bluff my way out. Here, the author's name I am. Harry's long finger tapped at the byline. I am, that stands for Aurora Malfoy, doesn't it? Two tall, striking boys loomed over me, hemming me in from both sides. What do I do now? Not even the Yellow River could wash me clean of this one. You actually write fan fiction about us? Draco read every word, his expression a mixture of disbelief and incredulity. And I'm the one at the bottom. What were you thinking? Harry suppressed a smile, looking unusually serious. Aurora, do I really seem that way? Or do I normally do something that gives you that impression? No, I just write for fun. It's purely to cater to the reader's interests, I said, snatching the magazine and pointing to the letters section. Well, this story is actually the top trending one. Draco's eyes narrowed slightly. My heart raced even faster. Tell me, how are the sales of Contrarine Chronicles? Did they give you a cut? I did, I answered tremblingly. Since Harry and I are the main characters, shouldn't we get the bigger share? Draco coaxed, though the sharp threat in his eyes was unmistakable. Is that so? I clutched my skirt, feeling aggrieved. I'll forfeit my share, Aurora. Be a good girl and finish the story, Harry said gently, trying to mediate. You, betraying me at the last minute? Draco fumed. All right, you two stop fighting. I'll wrap it up as soon as possible and give the readers a satisfying ending. I pouted on the verge of tears. My story was like my child, it hadn't matured yet, and now it was being aborted. How could I not be upset? Then, just write a bad ending, Draco relented, rubbing his forehead. Yeah, you can even write us both dead, Harry added. Draco still looked furious, but then Astoria ran up to us. Malfoy Potter, can I join your team? Miss Greengrass, you can only team up within the same year, Draco said tactfully. Oh, but all the first-year Slytherins have already formed their teams. I'd just be extra. You can join a Gryffindor team, Harry suggested, pointing to Ginny, not far away. Miss Weasley is also without a partner. Before Astoria could respond, Harry introduced her to the red-haired girl who had been staring at him dreamily. Miss Weasley, Miss Greengrass, is also alone. You two can team up. Ginny, who had been hoping for any interaction with Harry day and night, was finally given the chance. She was so overwhelmed she could hardly speak. Her face flushed crimson, and the freckles on her cheeks became even more noticeable. Unlike the East, where pale, flawless skin is idealized, in the West freckles are considered a sign of youth, not a flaw. Some girls even add small freckles deliberately to showcase their vitality. Ginny nodded repeatedly, extending a hand of friendship to Astoria. The blonde girl returned the smile warmly. I just helped you solve a big problem. How do you plan to thank me? Harry whispered to me, leaning slightly. What problem? I don't get it, I pretended cluelessness. Or did you want to experience a bit of trouble first? Aurora, did I misunderstand you? He glanced at Ginny, chattering away, and Astoria, smiling politely, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. You've gone bad, I admitted, unable to resist, implicitly conceding. The Aurora I admire is always honest. Chapter 205, The Hesitant Slytherins. Thanks, Harry, I whispered, my voice soft. Harry, ever perceptive, immediately sensed my wariness and dislike toward Astoria. In essence, I wasn't so different from Draco. When someone you care about is coveted by others, it naturally triggers possessiveness. There's no need for such formality between us. I just want you to be happy, he said, his tone warm and sincere. He could easily have gone along with helping Astoria, yet he chose to protect my interests instead. And here I was, completely unable to reciprocate his feelings. Looks like you're one short mind if I fill in. Zabini lounged over lazily, sliding between Harry and me. How come you're alone? I asked, curiosity piqued. Zabini was a dark-skinned boy, strikingly handsome. His mother had married 7 times, each husband meeting an untimely end, yet suitors kept coming, a testament to the irresistible charm Zabini had inherited. He shrugged nonchalantly. Just seeing if you'd let me join you. He raised an eyebrow, casting a glance toward Ron. You three don't want to end up teaming with a weasel, do you? Draco decided immediately. You're in. Harry, you and Draco are a pair. Zabini and Aurora, you're together, Zabini declared, assigning teams on his own. Hey, I exclaimed. He just walked in and was already taking charge? Harry and Draco wouldn't push you to your limits. Only I can bring out your true strength, he said, not directly to me, but looking at the 2 boys, as if seeking their agreement. Draco hesitated briefly. Fine, but don't take advantage of my sister. He turned to me with a reminder. Harry and I are right here. If Bletch goes too far, we'll gang up on him together. Draco deliberately raised his voice so Zabini could hear. While already being protected before we even start, Zabini said, grinning from ear to ear. He always spoke with barbed words. Familiar with Draco, yes, but I never enjoyed his company. This was the perfect chance to put him in his place, fair and square. Sirius clapped his hands on the platform, and the noisy hall fell instantly silent. His loyal fans even shouted for quiet on his behalf. I see everyone's already chosen partners, he swept his gaze over the crowd. We'll need 2 students for a demonstration. He glanced at Snape. Shall I go first? Arms crossed, Snape said nothing, his expression unreadable. Harry, up you come. Snape's face darkened, though he held his tongue. Godfather, I'm a Slytherin, Harry said quietly as he stepped forward. You're a Slytherin, and that stops me from calling you up? Or are you just worried about offending your head of house? Sirius arched a brow. Harry cast Snape an apologetic look. At the faintest nod of permission, the boy relaxed. Snape, is this what you've done to your Slytherins? Turned them into timid little things. Sirius clapped Harry on the shoulder. James would never have hesitated like that. Harry said nothing. James and Harry were 2 different people, but Sirius still used him as a substitute for his lost friend, finding solace in Harry's existence. "Miss Malfoy, you'll join him," Snape's deep voice rumbled in my ear. Snape hadn't raised his voice, but it carried with startling force. "You choose Aurora. Why not pick a boy?" Sirius objected. "What's this?" The brilliant Gryffindor alumnus showing a streak of sexism. In the West, sexism was no small accusation. No one wanted that stain on their name. "Greasy git, twisting my words?" Sirius snapped, fuming. He cast a muffliato to block out the growing whispers. "Insulting a professor. 10 points from Gryffindor." Snape's smirk was all malice. "I'm a professor too, you can't dock my house," Sirius spluttered, watching in disbelief as the scarlet gems in the hourglass diminished. "Albus's latest policy, let me think. Wasn't it passed while you were busy holding one of your little fan meetings?" Snape leaned back, arms folded, eyes closed as though resting. The so-called fan meetings were his defense against the dark arts classes, Snape's way of mocking him. "Godfather, shall we start?" I prompted softly. "The students couldn't hear us and were getting restless." "Don't let him get to you." I tugged lightly at Sirius's robes. Gasps rippled across the Gryffindor section. "Unbelievable. Malfoy actually touched Professor Snape." "I wouldn't go within 3 feet of him. The chill would freeze me solid." "She's so brave." "You must not know. The Malfoys are close with him. No wonder she always gets top marks." It was the first time I realized I, too, could be the center of gossip. So this was what Harry faced in the original story, that relentless tide of malice. "Silence!" Draco's voice rang out, as Crabbe and Goyle shoved through the throng. Furious, Draco tried to take my place, but Snape blocked him. "Draco, do you doubt Aurora's abilities?" "Of course not. It's just that Aurora—" "Enough. Oh." Snape gave a small gesture of instruction. Harry and I faced each other and bowed. "Textbook bow," Sirius explained cheerfully. We turned and walked to opposite ends of the dueling platform. In the original story, Draco had fired off his spell the moment Lockhart reached 3. But my opponent was Harry. I had no intention of treating him like an enemy. When Sirius called 3, we spun around, raised our wands defensively, and neither of us attacked. "Harry, what are you holding back for? Aurora is your opponent now." Sirius couldn't hide the smile tugging at his lips, though he tried to sound stern. "This isn't the time for ladies first." The crowd below burst into laughter. I stopped hesitating and exchanged spells with Harry, back and forth across the stage. All eyes were fixed on us. Aside from the spells we cast, the hall was silent. "Wingardium Leviosa." Harry rose into the air, floating. He steadied himself midair and countered with Petrificus Totalis. I slipped out of the way, but that broke my hold on him. He twisted in midair and landed in a graceful, athletic arc that drew loud cheers from the students. "Expelliarmus," I shouted, seizing the moment just as his feet touched down. "Too advanced," Sirius called out, half laughing. That was supposed to be the demonstration spell for later. At the same instant, Harry's wand flew from his grasp straight into my hand. I held Harry's wand tightly. "There was no rule against it," Snape said smoothly, casting Sirius a false smile before declaring, "Aurora, you win." "Sorry," I mouthed to Harry. "Aurora, you earned it," he said warmly, extending his hand. Colleen Creevey darted forward from the crowd, camera flashing to capture the moment. "Thanks, Harry." I stepped in and hugged him. "Aurora, could I have my wand back?" Harry whispered in my ear. "Oh sorry." Heat rushed to my cheeks as I quickly pressed it back into his palm. The stage was a bit high, and I was in my school skirt. Just as I was awkwardly wondering how to climb down, Draco stretched out his hand. "Aurora here." I sat down on the edge, and he caught me around the waist, lifting me securely into his arms. "Put me down." I clung to his neck, afraid of falling. I can't describe what it was like watching just now. I had to hold myself back from jumping in. I knew the professors were there, and that Harry would never really hurt you, but still I was so anxious I could hardly breathe. "Now free dueling pairs." Sirius's voice carried across the hall, and the place erupted in excitement once more. "Harry and Aurora just finished, let them rest." "We'll go first," someone called. Draco turned sharply to Zabini. "Aurora just won, she doesn't need another match right now." The dark-skinned boy shot me a teasing look. Fresh off a victory, She might have the spirit to go again, don't you think? That's enough out of you, Draco cut him off without hesitation. Come on, let's find a corner away from the professors. Harry, without even thinking, reached for my hand and held it naturally in his own. I turned to Draco, seeking his approval. He nodded at me. Harry, watch out for Aurora, don't let the other teams accidentally hit her. Draco's gaze lingered on the hands I was holding with Harry. I will, Harry said, adjusting to support my lower back instead. What should I do? Draco looks even angrier. I deliberately quickened my pace to put some distance between us, then conjured a barrier that could block most spells. Harry's eyes lit up. What kind of magic is this? Armor protection. Very practical. Can you teach me? His emerald green eyes glimmered with curiosity. Of course, but this is fourth-year material. I took his wand hand in mine, guiding him through the proper motion and wrist technique. He was much taller than me, and I had to practically lean on his shoulder to demonstrate the spell correctly. His breath caught slightly. Did you get it? I might need you to practice it with me a few more times, he said apologetically. No trouble at all. For some reason, his wrist felt stiff. He looked utterly confused. After all, this was beyond our actual school-level studies. Draco and I had been exposed to it early on during the Malfoy family trials. Practicing this in front of others could very well reveal our true abilities. The Malfoys have always been masters of biding their time. They'd rather set up a pawn, push others onto the historical stage, and reap the benefits from afar. Could Tom Riddle have been the pawn Abraxas was looking for? An orphan, exceptionally talented, without connections, and handsome, perfectly suited to the Malfoys' aesthetic. Too bad it backfired. By the time my palms began to sweat, Harry had finally mastered it. He dabbed my forehead with a handkerchief. Sorry, you must be exhausted. I'm the slow one here. It's my fault for not teaching well enough. I remember your tutors always praised your talent. You pick up spells incredibly fast. I quickly interrupted his modesty. No, Aurora, you taught me perfectly. He demonstrated the armor protection spell fluidly, without a hint of hesitation. Clearly, he had already mastered it ages ago. That wretched man, pretending to be clueless all this time, playing me. Aurora, I am your teaching achievement, he said sincerely, and I almost believed him. If it weren't for the fleeting mischievous glint in his eyes, I might have fallen for it completely. Still, exposing him wouldn't do me any favors. One day a teacher for life. What's the rest of that? I teased deliberately. He smiled, ruffling my hair like Draco would. Little trickster, isn't being Professor Malfoy enough for you? But no one even recognizes me as a real professor, isn't that unfair? I pressed on. Just being my teacher is enough, isn't it? He said suddenly, his tone serious. My skills aren't enough to teach you. Don't be silly. There's so much I want to learn from you, he said, his meaning unmistakable. I didn't dare think too deeply about what he implied and quickly tried to change the subject. What have you two been whispering about? You don't seem to have taken a proper break, Draco said as he approached. Did you win? I noticed Zabini glaring viciously at Draco's back. Of course, Draco said proudly. Dealing with him is nothing. He didn't notice Zabini was still planning an attack. Zabini's wand aimed at Draco's back. Petrificus totalis. Pratigo. Harry and I simultaneously cast spells at Zabini. It was so sudden that I barely had time to control my magic. The combined force of the spells knocked Zabini out cold. Blood gushed from his nose, and he looked utterly miserable. That sneaky bastard, I muttered. His damage was done, and we had to get him to the infirmary. What rotten luck, Draco murmured, calling Crabbe and Goyle over. Not the brightest, but strong enough to act as muscle. After reporting to Snape, we prepared to carry the unconscious Zabini out of the classroom. Suddenly, piercing screams rose nearby. The panicked, jostling crowd was moving closer. Draco and Harry quickly positioned themselves in front of me, scanning the chaos. A massive serpent, as thick as a bull, slithered toward us at terrifying speed. Its scales were black and glossy, radiating a cold light, tongue flicking. In an instant, it was right beside us. I don't know how it appeared, Astoria stammered, clearly panicked. Ginny's face turned pale with fear. The scene was chaotic. If it escalated, a stampede could occur. Move quickly. This isn't the place for you, Harry hissed. I'll take you back. Draco spoke Parseltongue too? It wasn't surprising. Narcissa carried Tom's bloodline, so it was natural for Draco to speak Parseltongue. Not to mention, his awakened elf blood granted him the ability to communicate with all creatures. According to the original story, Harry could speak Parseltongue because of the fragment of Voldemort's soul in his scar, but at this point, that detail had yet to be revealed. That was why everyone was so stunned. Slytherin has 2 heirs now. Voldemort had built his noble image on claiming that very title. Could they be that man's children? Impossible. He never had heirs. How do you know? All you can say is there were none publicly. Are you suggesting Lady Malfoy's child carries his blood? Then how do you explain Potter? Simple, Mrs. Potter must have cuckolded old Potter. Speculation grew wilder and wilder. With elven hearing far sharper than a human's, Draco's frown only deepened. In the original story, Ron had once mimicked Harry's hissing well enough to open the Chamber of Secrets. So Parseltongue was rare, yes, but not exclusively tied to being a Parselmouth. They're just making a fuss over nothing. Don't waste your breath on them, I whispered to Draco and Harry. Harry's face was calm. I've long since gotten used to it. Of course, before the age of 5, no matter what he did, the Dursleys would slander him, scold him, even beat him. For now we need to get Zabini to the hospital wing. Yeah. Though Crabbe and Goyle were strong, even they were sweating from carrying a boy their own size for so long. Wary of Draco's disapproval, they bore the weight in silence. I cast a levitation charm on the unconscious Zabini. The strain on their arms eased immediately. Thanks, Aurora. The boy's pudgy cheek squashed his eyes into thin slits, giving him a comically dopey look. What I should have done earlier helped lighten your load. Vincent Gregory, you two should also speak up about your needs sometimes. The pair nodded eagerly, like bobbing garlic cloves. Draco listened, his silver eyes thoughtful, probing. Crabbe and Goyle carried Zabini ahead. We stayed behind, watching the crowd while I maintained the spell. Aurora father never taught us to treat people as equals, Draco muttered. He always said, people fall into ranks. But he also told us to keep up appearances. I nudged him lightly with my arm. We shared a smile. You're right, no one can see another's heart. Who knows when they might start harboring different intentions. Draco's gaze turned shadowed. Raised in a pure blood household, how could he not understand such things? It was simply that he dismissed those beneath him too easily. Rowling once admitted she cut a scene where Theodore not visited Malfoy Manor. She wanted to highlight Draco's attitude toward Slytherins of equal status. But she overlooked that he made the same mistake as Sirius betrayed by Crabbe in the end. Pure-blood families were bound to carry themselves with pride after all. They held unrivaled resources and influence. Draco was born into the Malfoys, a family wealthy enough to rival nations. His parents adored one another and spoiled him like a little prince. With a mere flick of his father's quill, Slytherin's Quidditch team received the newest broom models money could buy, a gift that let Draco strut about with unshakable confidence. At the Quidditch World Cup, the Malfoys were seated among the minister's honored guests. On top of that, Draco was one of Snape's most favored students. His skill in potions had won even his head of house's recognition. In the original story, his grades nearly matched Hermione's, which explained Lucius's fury whenever his son seemed to fall short of a Muggle born. If the gap were too great, there would have been no reason for outrage. It was the nearness that stung. Think of Wormtail, Draco. Your caution is justified. I gave him a look that carried more meaning than words. People really can't be judged by appearances. Peter Pettigrew looked utterly ordinary, and Crabbe and Goyle, with their vacant expressions, hardly seemed like the sort of people anyone would peg as dangerous. But underestimating others was little different from courting death. Aurora, no one understands me the way you do. With a sudden pull, he wrapped me into his arms and kissed the top of my head. Draco, don't do that without warning. I nearly lost control of my magic. Sorry, I forgot. Though honestly, I wish that fool had taken a tumble. Might have knocked some sense into him. Draco, why did Zabini ambush you? Harry cut in. Who knows? Maybe he just wasn't up to the task. A flicker of irritation crossed Draco's eyes before he shrugged it away with studied indifference. That was awfully low of him, I muttered. Oh, Aurora, do you mean you actually think Zabini has his good points? I failed to notice the trap Harry was laying. Well, aside from his sharp tongue, he's something of an information hub. With his playboy air and his mother's polished social graces, Zabini had a knack for acquiring first-hand intelligence. Whenever I checked with Lucius, the details often proved true and the sources reliable. So, we were on relatively familiar terms. Stay away from him. That wretch actually dares set his sights on you. Draco, who had been holding back his resentment, finally let it spill. As if, he mocks me every chance he gets. Half the time he joins you in calling me fat. Ha! A clumsy cover. I completely misjudged him. Unbelievable. He's only teasing you, Draco, and you actually believed it? At last we reached the infirmary. I watched Crabbe and Goyle settle Zabini onto a bed, grateful I no longer had to keep up the floating charm. Relief washed through me as I turned, resting a hand on Draco's chest to ease his breathing. Madame Pomfrey bustled in, wand at the ready. After a round of diagnostic charms, she said briskly, nothing serious. Then she lit a sprig of mugwort and waved it beneath Zabini's nose. Achoo! Zabini stirred and blinked blearily awake. Who am I? Where am I? He rubbed at his drowsy eyes, his brown irises looking strangely clear and vacant. Pretty one, did my mother send you to look after me? He winked at me, pressing a finger to his lips as he struck what he clearly thought was a charming pose. Lays, stop mistaking cringe for comedy, Draco snapped, stepping protectively in front of me. And who's this pale little pretty boy? Don't get in the way of my heart with the lady. He craned his neck to toss me another exaggerated wink. What now? Seemed I really had knocked his memory loose. Madame Pomfrey, is Zabini all right? Draco asked, anxiously. Zabini could be in serious trouble, and Madame Zabini will certainly come after us. Madame Zabini's 7 previous husbands all died under suspicious circumstances, with her inheritance going solely to her and her only son. Anyone would suspect foul play, it was just well hidden. Her family, even before marriage, was notorious for their use of poisons, colorless, tasteless and lethal without a trace. So, even though Zabini liked to provoke others, we usually held back out of respect for his mother. Zabini's amnesia may be temporary or permanent. Exposing him to familiar surroundings could help trigger his memory, Madame Pomfrey explained after a careful examination. He doesn't even remember himself. How could such an amnesia escape his sharp mother? Harry paced anxiously in the room. Zabini, freed from Crabbe and Goyle's grip, exclaimed, I'm not sick. Why did you bring me to the infirmary? The infirmary? You know this is the infirmary. Draco caught a crucial detail instantly. Of course I know. I'm a second-year Slytherin, I am. Suddenly, he clutched his head in pain, his expression twisted. What's wrong? My beauty, let me rest my head on your thigh, and it won't hurt. He practically sang the words. Rogue! With a sharp smack, Zabini's left cheek swelled high. I hadn't held back at all. Well done, Aurora. Draco placed a hand on my shoulder, trying to calm me. Zabini, stop pretending to be crazy. Harry drew his wand. Madame Pomfrey stood nearby but didn't intervene. She had been a Slytherin alumna herself, in the same year as Madame Zabini. Hey, I got slapped and you're crying thief. No way, I'm writing to my mother. Zabini held his face and pulled out the paper and pen he always carried. Madame Pomfrey, the patient is agitated. Could you prescribe something to calm him? I suggested, glancing at Zabini furiously scribbling. Miss Malfoy, you are very thoughtful. Sorry, was my earlier action too rough? Did I hurt you? I sat beside Zabini's bed. Aurora. Draco's expression was full of protest. I shook my head slightly, almost imperceptibly. I like it when you're a beauty who can be both gentle and resilient. Zabini grinned, the movement tugging painfully at his injured cheek. I took the calming potion from Madame Pomfrey. Shall I give it to you? Is that all right? Will it make you late for your next class? How could it? We're classmates. I smiled and shook my head. You're too kind. My mother never gave me medicine. It's always strangers coming and going at home. His expression darkened with self-disgust. When you grow up, you'll be an absolute beauty. I have a good eye for these things. He drank the potion and began yawning uncontrollably. Beauty, can you stay with me for a while? He grabbed my wrist, pleading. Zabini, don't take advantage. Draco tried to pry his fingers off my wrist, leaving purple marks behind. Will you let go or not? Draco snapped, panicked. Draco channeled his inner magic, helping to erase the bruises on my wrist. The calming potion finally took effect, and Zabini slumped to the side, letting out a deafening groan. Draco held my wrist firmly in his hand. "Damn it, I want to cut his hand off," he growled. I closed my eyes. "Aurora, what's wrong? Does it still hurt?" Draco asked, worry in his voice. I'm sensing Tom's location. "Your blood." He understood instantly. Yes, Tom had taken some of my blood. No matter where he was or what he was doing, I could locate him if I focused. "Tom," I murmured. My consciousness reached out, bringing the young Voldemort before me. "What do you want from me?" he snapped, clearly interrupted from something important, his face twisted with impatience. "We've run into trouble." Draco briefly explained Zabini's amnesia to Tom. The boy's eyebrows shot up. "Aurora, you summoned me to clean up this mess." "I don't want to trouble my parents, especially Mom. I don't want her to worry." I had no choice but to play my trump card. Tom's attitude toward Narcissa was subtly different. This child had been created by Abu's alchemy to preserve his bloodline, carrying both Abu's and Tom's essence. Strictly speaking, Narcissa was their daughter. "You think Madame Zabini would dare touch Sissy?" Tom scoffed at the suggestion. "A widow who relies on men to make her fortune. Do you think Lucius would allow her to harm his wife or children? Don't underestimate your father." "Tom, I still want to minimize the riskies. Zabine, is amnesia real or fake? How can we tell? Can you help us?" The young Voldemort paused, thinking it over, then finally agreed. "Fine. For Abu's and Sissy's sake, you reckless little brat," he muttered, frustrated at our carelessness. "Tom, you've lived so long, you must have seen what Lucius and Narcissa were like as students. What were they like at Hogwarts?" Draco asked, curious. "Don't call me Tom," the young Voldemort snapped, correcting him abruptly. He had just fed on my blood, and was being oddly polite to me. Strictly speaking, Draco was his grandson. For a grandson to address his grandfather by his given name was a breach of decorum. "Sorry, then what should I call you?" Draco stammered, taken aback. The boy Voldemort took on the air of a model student. Even then he had gathered a certain influence in Slytherin. His presence exuded power, just a small exertion of it brought a heavy pressure to the room. "Call me whatever you call Abraxas, that will do," he said. Although the soul form was a translucent silver, I could see faint blushes coloring his face. Why, I couldn't say. "Grandfather," Draco adapted hurriedly and respectfully. The youth nodded. Sissy was obedient and excellent in her studies while at school. "It's a pity." "What happened?" I asked, anxiety tightening my chest. "She was raised under Lucius's control from childhood. Otherwise, with her inheritance of my talent for dark arts and alchemy, she would have achieved far more than she has." "That's only because she looks so much like you," I blurted, thinking of how close their features were. When Voldemort was at the height of his power, people feared to admit any connection. After his fall, they feared reprisals from the Order and those targeted by the Death Eaters. "It was my fault that she suffered," the young Voldemort said, voice suddenly hollow. The boy studied me closely. "You are almost identical to your mother as a child. Which is why I hope, one day, Mother can live openly in the sun, no more hiding, no more masking her face with confundus charms." "Grandfather, can you help me?" Tom hesitated a moment, then finally nodded his agreement. "Also Draco and Harry being discovered as Parselmouths." "How could you be so careless?" The boy frowned. Since Voldemort's downfall, Parseltongue, once a point of pride in Slytherin, had become a taboo. Though most fragments of the diary lay dormant, as a future statesman Tom read the shifting political winds acutely. A giant snake suddenly attacked Aurora. I panicked and exposed myself, Draco admitted, guilt written on his face. "Same here," Harry said, meeting my eyes and confessing plainly. "As you say, it was a probing move by the Greengrass family. They must have learned something," the young Voldemort mused. "Tell Lucius and Sissy, let them handle it." Tom moved over to Zabini. "Wake him." "But I just used a sedative to put him to sleep," I protested. "My time is short." The youth looked at his hands. They were almost entirely transparent now. I bit my fingertip and offered it to him. Without hesitation he took my finger into his mouth. His lashes fluttered. He seemed suddenly fragile and pitiable. No wonder so many fell before him. His narrowed eyes were like a pigeon's, blood ruby like fire that burned, like blood in motion. "This will make things much easier," the boy Voldemort said as his form began to coalesce again. He met Draco's worried gaze and promised, "This will be the last time." I could hardly believe it, he was truly abandoning the pursuit of immortality. "Better keep your word," Harry added under his breath. The young Voldemort paid no mind to his disrespect. "Blaise, wake up," I reached out, trying to shake him back to consciousness. "Blaise, your mother's come to see you." Draco's eyes flicked sleepily, a mischievous smile tugging at his lips. "Brother, you're brilliant." I never held back when it came to praising him. "Of course," Draco replied without a shred of modesty. Off to the side, young Voldemort shook his head. "Aurora, you're spoiling him." Sure enough, the moment Zabini heard mention of his mother's visit, his whole body jolted. "And my mother at Hogwarts to see me? Impossible." He let out a bitter laugh. Before he could finish, young Voldemort's ruby-like eyes flashed into a blazing red. "Legilimens." Zabini suddenly clutched at his forehead. "Ah, it hurts, like needles stabbing into my skull." "Apologies, I use too much force. Without a body, my control over magic isn't what it should be." Young Voldemort sounded almost disgusted with himself. At 16, he already stood tall, looking down with absolute detachment at Zabini writhing on the floor. Pity was foreign to him, as if empathy itself had never been written into his nature. "I've combed through all of his memories," he paused, and I found myself holding my breath. "It's confirmed his amnesia is temporary. But I also stumbled across something interesting." "What do you mean?" "His childhood." Young Voldemort cut off the legilimency and flicked his hand, casting a muffling charm. "One of his mother's husbands once tried to force himself on him." My God, Draco and I were stunned, unable to grasp such a thing. Lucius and Narcissa's marriage was filled with devotion. We'd never known what it meant for a family to collapse and leave such scars on the next generation. If Harry's parents had lived, with Lily's sharp mind and steady heart, she too would have kept her household in harmony. Even so, he still longs for his mother to be present in his life. Unfortunately, Madame Zabini seems never to stop looking for a new partner, and his needs are always put last. The young Voldemort shook his head. "I don't understand. If my mother had caused me such suffering, she had no business staying alive." It's understandable that he would think this way. His birth mother, Merope Gaunt, had lost all will to live after giving birth to him. She hadn't even properly chosen his name, it was simply inherited from his Muggle father. "Why don't we help him achieve his dream?" Harry suggested. "What do you mean?" I asked, curious. "Play along with the plan," he said, a confident expression on his face. The young Voldemort cast Harry a glance that was hard to read, and it immediately put me on alert. Apart from Abraxas, Tom usually carried himself as the dominant one, but with Harry, he clearly regarded him as an equal opponent, perhaps influenced by the fragment of soul on the boy's forehead. We spread the news of Zabini's amnesia. By breakfast the next day, a poised and attractive woman was seated next to Zabini. Though middle-aged, she was well-maintained and radiated feminine charm. "Look, Dad and Mom are here too." Lucius, as a school board member, and Narcissa, arranged to sit at the faculty table, naturally drew attention. I restrained the urge to rush forward and simply nodded in greeting. Narcissa returned a smile, while Lucius remained stern, betraying no emotion. "What should we do?" "Dad looks angry." I nudged Draco and Harry, worry written all over my face. "Cousin-in-law has to act that way after all. The victim's family is right beside us," Harry reassured me, handing me a bowl of my favorite pumpkin soup. At that moment, Astoria approached nervously. "I'm really sorry. I couldn't control the giant snake I summoned." "Since you knew it was dangerous, why would you do it anyway?" "Didn't Mr. Greengrass teach you to take responsibility for the risks you take?" Draco said coldly. Both he and Harry had been seriously troubled by the exposure of the Parseltongue incident. Hogwarts had received countless complaints and advice from parents. Being the heir of Slytherin sounds prestigious, but which parent would willingly put their child in danger? Not to mention Zabini, after our combined attack, was in a temporary amnesiac state. Regardless of his intentions, the consequences were undeniable. Seeing the girl, nearly in tears, Zabini suddenly interjected, "Stop crying, Wolf. To have Greengrass raise a green tea white lotus like you is just bad luck." "Zabini, say that again if you dare." Astoria's sister, Daphne, stepped protectively in front of her, wand at the ready, confronting Zabini. "What? You did it, and I'm not allowed to comment?" Zabini crossed his legs, exuding a blasé, flippant attitude that only made Daphne grit her teeth in anger. She was wary of Madame Zabini nearby and dared not act rashly. Everyone knew the Zabini mother and son duo were untouchable. Messing with them was a dangerous game. Beneath her seemingly gentle and charming exterior, Madame Zabini was ruthless and venomous. I could barely stop the corners of my mouth from twitching and quickly turned away. Unnoticed, Madame Zabini's gaze had remained fixed on me the entire time. Narcissa leaned in, speaking quietly to Lucius, seemingly discussing us. She approached the center of the conversation with calm composure. Even without her breathtaking beauty, she still commanded attention. Madame Zabini had always been striking, but Narcissa's presence now made her seem dim in comparison. "Sissy, you're still as stunning as ever." Pure-blood families were almost all interrelated, and Zabini often visited the Malfoys with his mother, so the two families were fairly familiar with each other. "My dear Aurora and Harry have caused quite the commotion," Narcissa said apologetically. "Luke has already gone with the attending healers from St. Mungo's. They're waiting in the infirmary." Madame Zabini offered a polite, composed smile. "If anyone should apologize, it's me." She pulled a photograph from her pocket, an image captured by Colleen Creevey of Gryffindor. In the photo, Zabini is seen attacking from the front, with Harry and I defending behind him. She hadn't destroyed the photograph, rather, she quietly accepted it, which completely caught me off guard. Draco took the photo and signaled me to look at the bottom. It wasn't the original, it was a Malfoy family copy. Lucius had planned meticulously. If Madame Zabini tried to turn the situation against them, he could reveal the truth. It was highly likely that Lucius himself had sent this version. Everything was happening in secret, while publicly maintaining an air of harmony. Madame Zabini, unable to leverage any advantage over the Malfoys, had to swallow the slight silently. Narcissa's eyes darkened as she looked at the photo of Zabini, her wand resting lightly against Draco's back. Aurora is always protecting her brother, and Harry as well. In the heat of the moment, it's easy to overreact in defense. "Aurora, Harry, go apologize to Bletch and Madame Zabini." We obediently stood, prepared to make a show of it, but Zabini interrupted. "Mom, I don't need their apologies, I was the one at fault in the photo anyway." "Bletch," Madame Zabini looked flustered, a mix of relief and sadness on her face. "Don't hurt yourself over it. The Zabini family won't let you lose face in front of other families." She quickly masked the flicker of resentment in her eyes. "It doesn't matter," he said, shifting the tone. "Apologies won't get me what I want her." He pointed directly at me. "Bletch, are you out of your mind?" Madame Zabini quickly pressed down his arm. "That young lady is Miss Malfoy. Such behavior is unacceptable," she said awkwardly, especially after noticing Narcissa's stern expression. She hurried to explain, "Children speak without thinking. Children speak without thinking. Madame Zabini, my daughter, is not an object." "Please restrain your son's behavior," Lucius said, appearing beside Narcissa without anyone noticing. "Even pretending to be foolish has its limits," Draco said coldly. "Causing my temporary amnesia is a fact. You cannot deny it. Miss Malfoy, am I right?" All eyes turned to me. "Bletch, whether your amnesia is real has not been definitively settled. Everything could very well be an act of your own making, couldn't it?" "Why would I do that?" Zabini didn't sound as casual as he had before. He uncrossed his legs and sat upright. Judging by his behavior, I strongly suspected he had already regained his memory. The young Voldemort's legitimacy had stirred something buried deep in Blaze's mind. "For the sake of securing greater advantage for the Zabini family," I answered matter-of-factly. "That's how you see me? Isn't it true?" I countered. "Is it impossible that I might actually be fighting for you?" For once, beneath his usual careless smirk, a flicker of sincerity appeared. "Blaze, that joke isn't funny at all." "Aurora, fine. Very fine." He tore the napkin from his collar and flung it to the floor before storming out. Madame Zabini hurried after him, calling her son's name. "How uncouth," I muttered, spotting a Hogwarts house elf popping into view to clean up the mess. "Aurora has actually become the center of this storm, Draco, and you don't even bother to protect your sister." Lucius's voice cut sharply. "Father, I'm sorry. I didn't expect Blaze to be so fixated on Aurora." Draco's face darkened with anger. "Mother, I missed you so much." I clung to Narcissa with deliberate sweetness. "My Aurora, so many admirers already." Narcissa's eyes shone with pride as she bent to whisper, "There are plenty of boys sneaking glances at you. No, they're just curious how my mother can look so young and beautiful." "Oh, you little flatterer." We collapsed into laughter together, her arms warm around me. Lucius's stern mask finally softened. He gazed at us with unmistakable fondness. "So this matter is settled then?" Harry asked carefully. "Zabini was in the wrong, and the outcome is sealed. He has no chance to strike back," Lucius replied absently, idly twirling the serpent-headed cane in his hand. "Well done," the Malfoy patriarch added, patting his son's shoulder. "Reporting promptly gave me time to prepare the board in advance." You can't imagine how nervous Lucius really was. Narcissa teased from the side. "Sissy," he muttered, but the family's laughter rang out again. Envious eyes turned our way. After all, not every student's parents could stroll into Hogwarts so freely. It was pure nepotism, a privilege extended by the Board of Governors and one we enjoyed without guilt. "Sissy." Sirius appeared, striding up. "I saw you barely touched your food. Come back with me, or the dishes will be cold." "How could they? Hogwarts house elves always keep meals at the right temperature." "Sirius, I spent 7 years here too." Narcissa laughed, gently correcting his obvious mistake. "Seems Walburga fooled me all those years." Sirius grinned, sliding his arm protectively behind her. The two of them together looked every bit the perfect pair. Meanwhile, Malfoy patriarch Lucius stood nearby, practically steaming with fury. "Father, aren't you going to do something?" I prodded. Lucius gave a sharp huff. "I'm not so petty." Yet, he tugged at his collar, as though the air were suddenly too thin. Stubborn to the last, utterly incapable of admitting it. "You three come with me." Lucius exchanged a brief glance with his wife, then led us through the castle's winding corridors until we arrived at the 8th floor, before the Room of Requirement. So that was it Narcissa had been covering for him. The understanding between husband and wife was flawless. "Let's talk about the Greengrass family." Lucius asked no questions about how Parseltongue had been exposed, nor did he scold us for carelessness. He went straight to the matter of how to resolve it. "Father, you mean the Greengrasses were just pushed forward by the other pure blood families as scapegoats?" Supposedly, all of the information came from the Parkinsons," Lucius said after a moment's thought. And suddenly, it clicked for me. Before enrollment, Pansy Parkinson's odd remarks, her vow to change something. She must have been a reborn, carrying memories of the future. As for what regrets she carried in her heart, I had no way of knowing. All I remembered was that in the original story, she had been Draco's classmate and girlfriend for 7 years, yet after the Battle of Hogwarts, they went their separate ways. The Parkinsons had never joined the Death Eaters, always staying neutral. By rights, the post-war purges should have had nothing to do with them. But Pansy had always clashed with Hermione Granger. If Hermione, after becoming Minister of Magic, chose to settle old scores, well, that wasn't impossible. Hermione, one of the key figures of the original tale, paired with the beauty of her actress, Emma Watson, was someone I couldn't help but favor more. But imagine it. The girl who once bullied you, now forced to bow to your political power. Pure blood aristocrats groveling before a muggle, born. The very image of a heroine's reversal of fortune. The satisfaction must have been intoxicating. That was why Pansy had tried to extend an olive branch to Hermione as early as first year. Draco, baffled at the time, had thought Pansy a traitor to her kind. Now, everything made sense. Then the Greengrasses were accomplices. They aided and abetted. Draco still could not forgive Astoria's part in it. Weaker pure blood families often seek shelter under stronger patrons. The Greengrasses did exactly that, Lucius analyzed coolly. Just as the Crabs and Goyles leaned on us Malfoys. The same was true for the Parkinsons. The Greengrasses lived at the whim of the Parkinson patriarch. That was why Daphne Greengrass had trailed behind Pansy from her very first year, dragging her younger sister Astoria with her. Pure blood families had never truly known freedom, nor the right to choose their own friends. That was why, in the original story, Draco was so often caught looking at Harry and his friends with envy. He longed for that kind of friendship untainted by power or politics. They could have chosen another master, Draco muttered bitterly, still unable to forgive Astoria. The exposure of Parseltongue cast long shadows over the Malfoy family. Even Narcissa's identity might be endangered. What's done is done, words won't change it. Besides, in my eyes, this isn't beyond saving. In fact, I already have a way to turn it around. Lucius allowed himself a confident smile. Father, don't keep us guessing. Draco, Lucius's gaze sharpened, I expect that next time, I won't be the one cleaning up your mess. Draco went pale in an instant. His hunger for his father's approval was so fierce it stripped the color from his face. Dad. Perhaps it was the natural tension between similar personalities, but Lucius always tended to pressure Draco. Yet neither I nor Narcissa ever did. Could this be what they call male rivalry? Lucius let out a long sigh and patted his son's shoulder. I don't mean to blame you. I know, Dad, it's just that your expectations for me are higher, Draco murmured. In front of Lucius, Draco was always at a disadvantage, never fully confident. Occasionally, his eyes would glint with an obvious plea for praise, and it was heart-wrenching to witness. You know Parseltongue isn't the only way for humans to understand snakes, Lucius offered, dropping a hint. Suddenly recalled that J.K. Rowling had mentioned that a prodigy like Dumbledore could understand goblin language, mermaid language, and snake language. He was the only human in the magical world able to understand snakes without relying on bloodline. With Dumbledore as precedent, Draco and Harry's experiences didn't seem so extraordinary. I've already contacted the Daily Prophet. There will be a detailed piece to guide people into understanding that speaking Parseltongue does not automatically mean one is a descendant of Voldemort. Dad, but why can Harry speak Parseltongue too? Does the Potter family have gaunt blood? Lucius shook his head. Harry's case, I cannot fathom. I stepped forward and held Harry's hand, signaling him not to worry too much. When I was very young, there were snakes in Aunt Petunia's garden, and I realized I could communicate with them freely. I was so happy, I told everyone, only to be met with a beating. Aunt Petunia feared I might incite the snakes to bite her precious child, so she locked me in a cupboard all day without food. I begged and swore I would never do it, but it was useless. Only when I was dizzy and starving did they finally let me out. They warned me if I ever did it again, they would let me starve to death. Harry rarely spoke of his childhood. Hearing it now, it was even more tragic than I had imagined. I held the troubled boy close, wanting to comfort him. This time I finally realize I'm not the only one who can understand Parseltongue, and I'm really happy about it, Harry said, brimming with excitement. All right, Aurora, Harry isn't that fragile. Draco pulled me gently out of Harry's arms. What? I was just standing up for you in front of Dad, I whispered to him. I'm happy too. Can't I express it? He said with a mischievous grin. Lucius, unable to tolerate our teasing, interrupted. Let's leave it at that. I've already suppressed this matter at the Hogwarts Board of Governors meeting. Then he shifted his tone. Behave yourselves, Draco, Harry. Behave? At what? The boys asked, puzzled. They looked at me, and I was just as confused. The next day, Marcus Flint, the current captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, pushed through the crowd at the table, waving excitedly at Draco. He cleared the onlookers and shook Draco's arm vigorously, then lifted Harry into a celebratory hug. Thanks to Mr. Malfoy's generous support, we've got the latest gear. Daddy loves to throw money around, that silly fool, Draco whispered in my ear, cheeks flushed with pride. Daddy still loves you, I nudged Draco's arm with my elbow. Of course, Draco beamed proudly. It's the Malfoy family tradition, not good at expressing emotions. He just has high expectations for me. What can I do? Lucius's influence over Draco seems to be working, but it's harmless, so it's fine. Aurora, I told Dad about Voldemort too. Draco's gaze was filled with guilt. I hope you don't think I'm overstepping. Course not, we're only second years. It's normal to make big decisions with the guidance of our guardians. That boy, who used to mention my dad constantly, is now thinking of others' feelings. It's impressive. Dad said you'll take the lead on this. The Malfoy family will always have your back. Just then, the young Voldemort appeared. Lucius's expression stiffened. He remained on guard, fingers wrapped around his serpent wand. Anyone familiar with him knew that he stored his wand inside the serpent wand. This potion recipe is for you. Take good care of it for Abu. With that, he returned to the notebook, flipping to a page where a few precise, powerful lines of text revealed the antidote he had developed for dragonpox. Lucius, a master in potions himself, studied it carefully. This has been an age-old problem. I'll have someone verify it. He pulled out the two-way mirror as he walked. Even his tone has changed. I teased from the side. Aurora, respect your father, Lucius warned, casting me a sharp glance. I shrank my shoulders. Goodbye, Dad. Then, I leaned forward, blowing a kiss to Narcissa's radiant reflection in the two-way mirror. Goodbye, Mom. Naughty girl. Before Lucius could lose his temper, Draco practically dragged me out, half pulling, half tugging. You love causing mischief, little trickster, finally satisfied now? No, there was still one last thing. Before vanishing, the young Voldemort had told me how to open the Chamber of Secrets. He claimed that within it lay a weapon capable of erasing him from existence. I couldn't understand how he had discovered such a thing. Nothing ever seemed hidden from him. A basilisk's fang can destroy a Horcrux. Parseltongue controls the basilisk, and the basilisk itself is the ultimate weapon against Horcruxes. To be undone by the very creature bound to obey him, how bitterly ironic. The world really does love to close its circles. Tom, don't you want to stay a little longer with your grandfather? I stroked the notebook's worn cover. No response. Perhaps his energy had run out. Lately, Snape had noticed potion ingredients vanishing from his stores, his office left with traces of disturbance. And yet, no matter how carefully he investigated, he could find no culprit. As if Voldemort's younger self would ever allow Snape to catch him red-handed. Most likely those missing materials had all been wasted away in failed experiments on dragonpox. Without hesitation, Lucius replenished Snape's private stock with a new round of reagents and supplies. Lucius, are you hiding something from me? Snape arched a brow. The man I know isn't the type to play benefactor. Usually I have to file special requests just to squeeze a handful of galleons out of you. The Malfoy patriarch gave a mysterious smile. A new venture has come my way. I don't mind a little expense. Oh. Snape made a noncommittal noise. He looked disinterested, though his head tilted, listening. My old friend, in time you'll see. The Malfoy name is about to blaze with glory once more. Lucius left the matter hanging. Forgive me, I still have lessons to teach. Narcissa is already waiting for you. Snape's interest waned at once. Just as the door shut, he added coolly. Don't let me find out your new business scheme has anything to do with my missing potion supplies. How could this be? Before the words had fully left my lips, the door to the potions office swung open. Lucius nearly found himself turned away, but instead muttered under his breath, I must admit, Severus's powers of observation are formidable. He stroked my hair gently. Aurora, well done. The dragonpox remedy, we've tested it thoroughly, and it works. We've even developed a preventative potion. Rest assured, your grandfather is already taking it. Then, in a tone both grave and deliberate, he said, Voldemort is calculating, his temper mercurial. To earn his trust is no easy feat. Father, I believe Tom and the blood-soaked Voldemort are not the same. As I spoke, I kept a close watch on Lucius's expression. Aurora, Voldemort is a master of deception. Do not be fooled by his masks. Once, I too admired him beyond measure. His eyes hardened, until he tried to sacrifice the Malfoy family for his own dominion. I understand. The key is never to let control slip from our hands. My palm brushed across the serpent head of my staff. Its fangs were razor-sharp, its emerald eyes glittering beautiful, but never to be trifled with. No matter how venomous the snake, seize it by the neck, and it can be killed. Lucius's words carried more than one meaning. And then, clarity struck me like lightning. Father, I know what I must do. My Aurora, the cleverest girl of them all. Lucius's smile was tinged with pride. After a brief farewell to the Malfoys, the three of us met again in the library. What? Voldemort actually told you how to open the chamber? Draco almost lost hold of his composure. Keep your voice down. Do you want the whole school to hear? I pinched him sharply. Sorry, I just got carried away. You realize what this means. That's our founder Salazar Slytherin himself, one of the fabled four. Draco was nearly trembling with excitement. But I've heard the chamber holds something terrifying, Harry cut in. A student even died there once. Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts because they said he opened it. Hagrid told you that? A knot of dread coiled in my chest. Dumbledore had never abandoned his plan of reforming Harry, of pulling him back to the so-called righteous path, and Hagrid was the embodiment of Dumbledore's brand of justice. Yes, I feel like he's trying to tell me something. Harry's brow furrowed. Likely at Dumbledore's urging. Harry nodded slowly. He wants me to uncover the truth behind his expulsion, then perhaps we should turn his scheme to our advantage. The monster in the chamber can only be controlled by Slytherin's heir. Then let me take the lead, Draco declared with triumph. Are you insane? We're going in together. I clutched his hand tight. Aurora, you're worried about me? His eyes gleamed with unrestrained delight. Do you even need to ask? I turned my face away. Don't fret. The basilisk won't harm me. Somehow, I feel as though fate itself has bound me to it. Why do you say that? In the original story, the basilisk was Salazar Slytherin's pet from a young age, raised to protect Hogwarts' young witches and wizards from muggle harm and attacks. I can't explain it. Draco pressed his fingers to his forehead. If I try too hard to think, my head feels like it's going to split. Lie down. I'll help massage it. In a rush, I gently laid him across my lap. I glanced at Madame Pince, the librarian, and noticed she wasn't paying attention to our side, which made me relax slightly. Hey you're a Draco murmured, slightly embarrassed, struggling to sit up. Don't move. Do you want to be watched? I tapped him lightly, and finally, Draco stayed still. My fingertips rested on his temples and brow. Is the pressure okay? Draco closed his eyes comfortably. His spiritual energy seemed to leak out unconsciously. Unicorns and elves have lived together for centuries. I was particularly sensitive to his spiritual energy. Perhaps the seal has loosened, I whispered near his ear. You mean, as I recall the past, the mysteries on me gradually unravel, and the elven legacy continues. Maybe the remaining seals can be lifted without going to the elves' sacred land. The half-leaf mark on my brow faintly resonated in response. For some reason, a twinge of panic rose in my heart. I worried that once fully awakened, Draco might become someone entirely different. Cough, cough, Harry signaled me with his eyes and voice. Without me noticing, Madame Pince had silently appeared behind me. The library is not a place for flirting. Please leave. She waved her feathered duster at us, her vulture-like face looming very close. Her large hooked nose nearly brushed mine. From certain angles, she bore a striking resemblance to Snape. There had even been speculation that Madame Pince Irma Pince might be Severus Snape's mother, Eileen Prince. Irma Pince, I'm Pince equals Emma Prince, I'm Prince, just a different combination of letters. J.K. Rowling loved playing with word tricks like this, mimicking Tom Riddle's name to create I am Voldemort. Of course, this variation has never been officially recognized by the author. I grabbed Draco, and Harry quickly cleared the tabletop, bowed to Madame Pince, and darted out of the room. Her hawk-like gaze followed us all the way until we disappeared from sight. Aurora, that's the girls' bathroom. Draco and Harry froze. It's fine, no one's in there. I had scouted ahead, but the two boys still hesitated. After a long mental pep talk, they finally followed me, albeit reluctantly. You brought boys in here? A sharp, piercing voice nearly shattered my eardrums. Moaning Myrtle. In canon, the girl who died after seeing the basilisk's eyes had long since become a ghost. Boys, get out! She swooped down, closing in on them with an almost gleeful enjoyment of scaring them off. I noticed the faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Myrtle thrived on this attention from the opposite sex. Miss Warren, we're here on important business, I said, stepping in front of Harry and Draco. Her full name was Myrtle Elizabeth Warren, though everyone had long called her by her nickname, and she had nearly forgotten her own identity, a muggle, born Ravenclaw. This has nothing to do with me, she said, lifting her head with disdain. Miss Warren, we hope we can get your help, Harry spoke up. You're the chosen one, Harry Potter, her transparent cheeks flushed with a suspicious pink. What a flirt. It made sense, canon. Myrtle always preferred dark-haired boys. Both Cedric Diggory and Harry Potter had been secretly watched by her while bathing. Harry frowned slightly, instinctively keeping his distance. Draco, on the other hand, couldn't help smirking. Teenage boys never missed a chance to tease. Harry, moaning Myrtle has her eye on you. I quickly interrupted him subtly. Miss Warren, do you remember how you died back then? Apparently, this topic piqued her interest more than anything, and seemed to put her at ease around me. I was bullied by other students, crying on the toilet. Then, just like today, I heard boys whispering. I screamed at him to leave, but then, I saw a yellow thing, and then I died. She was somewhat neurotic, and her storytelling was fragmented. Through her unusual phrasing, we finally pieced together the truth. No one can look directly into the basilisk's eyes, except the heir of Slytherin, Voldemort. When you two go down there, it's safer to cover your eyes. Draco removed his tie and tied it over mine. Brother? Not being able to see made me feel horribly unsafe. I'm right here. Draco caught my hand, lacing his fingers tightly with mine. Draco, why don't you need to cover your eyes? With my other hand, I held on to Harry, who chose that exact moment to ask the sort of soul-piercing question only he could. The fact that Draco wasn't just a Slytherin heir, but also part elf, was a Malfoy family secret. It's like you being a Parselmouth, one of the world's unsolved mysteries. Draco shot back so smoothly it deflected the question entirely. I gave his fingers a discreet squeeze. Holding both their hands at once, I could clearly feel the difference. Draco's fingers were long and slender, delicate and beautiful, like a work of art. Harry's palm, on the other hand, was warm and solid, the joints rough and calloused. Then Draco hissed at the faucet in Parseltongue. He said open, Harry explained beside me. For reasons I still couldn't grasp, though my name wasn't recorded on the Malfoy family tree, I looked uncannily like a young Narcissa, and somehow, I too could understand Parseltongue. Alchemy really was full of marvels. A loud grinding echoed around us as the space shifted. Blind to it all, I broke into a nervous sweat. Don't be scared, just follow me. Draco led me forward, step by cautious step. Suddenly, my body lifted into the air, and I yelped in surprise. I just saw it's like a giant slide inside. I'll carry you both up first. Harry instantly refused. Not me, just tell me where to go. Clearly, he was still traumatized by all those Draco x Harry and Harry x Draco illustrations from the Quibbler's parody section. There was even one of Draco carrying a genderbend Harriet. Harry, you go first. Aurora and I will follow. As Harry disappeared ahead, Draco leaned close, his breath brushing my ear. Far too bold. I couldn't see a thing and I didn't dare say anything. My face burned scarlet as I clutched his arm stiffly. Are you two sneaking around? How thrilling. Of course. There was still that meddling gossip, moaning Myrtle. I thought you and Harry were a couple, she squealed with delight. Don't be ridiculous. Draco's grip tightened, pinching my waist hard. He was clearly venting his fury on me. I stifled a gasp, slapping a hand over my mouth. Too cruel, he knew perfectly well how sensitive my waist was, that the slightest touch would rob me of all strength. With my vision gone, every sensation on my body felt magnified. I struck Draco's back hard, hoping he'd ease up on his torment. Even a ghost can mistake you and Potter for something more. Seems I haven't been doing enough. His low voice threatened against my ear. Enough, more than enough. I quickly yielded. What are you two dawdling for? I'm going ahead. Harry's cold voice cut in. Whether it was Myrtle's words still stinging him, or the shadow of young Voldemort walking toward his own death, his usual gentleness was nowhere to be found. With a heavy thud, Harry dropped into the tunnel first without waiting for us. That one reckless as any Gryffindor, Draco muttered with mocking relish. Poor little Harry, he's so jealous he's losing his mind, Myrtle cackled gleefully. The other girls are always talking about you, and honestly, they're not wrong, Myrtle teased, leaving her words hanging. I don't want to hear it, Draco, let's just go. I rested my head lightly against his shoulder. All right. I had no doubt whatever Myrtle meant couldn't be good. As I grew older, my figure shifted into that of a young woman, and with it came stares of every kind. Walking the Hogwarts corridors, or waiting at the Quidditch pitch for Draco and Harry's training, there would always be someone choosing to sit at my side. Compared to the East's restraint, the West's way of showing interest was far more direct. Some girls saw me as a thorn in their side, convinced I was out to steal their beloved prince. Cedric Diggory's admirers were the fiercest of all, zealous, unyielding. They couldn't bear the thought of a scratch on their head, and any girl he so much as addressed by name was doomed to their wrath. The Diggorys were pure bloods, highly placed in Britain's magical society. Cedric's forebear, Eldritch Diggory, had once served as Minister of Magic and created the first Auror recruitment program. The family held many influential positions in the ministry, and naturally, the Malfoys kept their ties close. Draco and I had known Cedric, the Diggory heir, from a young age. 3 years our senior, tall, graceful, striking, unfailingly courteous, he seemed almost too perfect, which only made Draco complain about him more. Only when Cedric was sorted into Hufflepuff did Draco finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Father always said, only fools end up in Hufflepuff." That was Draco's Slytherin pride speaking. As for me, though I didn't hold the same fondness for all 4 houses, I never dismissed anyone's mind just because they wore Hufflepuff's colors. In the original story, Cedric's character was marked by nobility and heroism. I never harbored feelings for him. I only pitied his death. In this life without Peter Pettigrew, I hoped Cedric could remain by Mr. Diggory's side, bringing him pride for many years more. "Stay away from Diggory, Aurora, it'll do wonders for your reputation among the other girls," Draco murmured in warning. "You know I've never once spoken to him of my own accord." We slid slowly down through the tunnel, Draco somehow able to control their descent. Harry was already waiting for us below. "All right, next time, I'll block it for you," Draco said lightly. Why did it feel like he had trapped me in his words? I felt a soft touch on my cheek, a damp, fleeting sensation. I turned my head, intending to respond, only to meet his soft lips instead. "So forward?" he teased deliberately. I couldn't hide my embarrassment, clutching his neck silently. "Little liar," he sighed, and I felt the resonance of his chest beneath me. Even here in the perilous Slytherin chamber, my heart swelled with sweetness. When we reached the bottom, Draco set me down. "Harry," I called softly. "I'm here," a voice answered from behind me. After a rustling sound, Draco placed Harry's hand into mine. "Sorry, I need one hand for my wand," he said, only able to hold one person's hand. Draco had chosen me. "That makes sense," Harry said, understanding. "You 3 look a mess," came a sudden voice, young Tom. "You've regained your strength?" The medicines for curing and preventing dragon pox had already gone into production and begun selling. We also noticed some early symptoms in Abraxas. Fortunately, treatment was timely and his condition stabilized. Within a few days, his health had fully recovered. Still, Grandfather studied the prescription silently. Half a century of companionship between Abraxas and Tom made it impossible to misjudge whose hand had crafted the formula. Abraxas let go because of the Malfoy family. Tom did so for Abraxas. "Remove your tie, the basilisk won't harm you," young Voldemort said. His form was nearly transparent. The notebook rested in my arms. A colossal serpent coiled at his feet, seemingly hibernating. It was far larger than the snake Astoria conjured with dragon emergence, towering several stories high. The chamber was dark and damp, seemingly designed for the basilisk itself. "Aurora, place the notebook here," he indicated, toward the serpent's open mouth. "No." "What's wrong?" "I've changed my mind," I decided firmly. "If you cannot be immortal but can accompany Grandfather for his lifetime, would you do it?" "What price must I pay?" the young Voldemort asked after a moment of thought. "You cannot harm Malfoy interests. Should any act wound Grandfather's heart, this soul will turn to ashes instantly." During my time in the elves' sacred land, living among the unicorns, Eric taught me much about the powers and secrets of unicorn blood. With voluntary consent, unicorn blood could extend human life and heal persistent ailments. The conditions the unicorns set would forge an unbreakable magical contract. Once established, it was irreversible. Lest unicorns, drawn to beauty, often fell for pure young maidens and made absurd contracts. I would not make such a reckless mistake. I muttered the animagus incantation. Under all eyes, I transformed into a unicorn. "Aurora. Brother, help me." At that moment, I was on all fours, unable to hurt myself. I nudged his arm with my nose. Draco gently stroked my mane and sighed. "Do we really have to do this?" Although Abraxas had made many mistakes, he was still my family. Offering a little blood to grant him a life without regret felt like a way to honor him. "This is the first time I've realized an animagus can be a magical creature," the young Voldemort exclaimed in awe. "Aurora, bear with it." Draco cut my skin, and silver blood flowed freely. "Are you sure this is all right?" the young Voldemort asked, confirming. "Quickly now, the wound will heal fast. You wouldn't want Aurora injured again, would you?" Indeed, the small cut had already faded into a shallow line. Without hesitation, the young Voldemort lowered himself to the ground and pressed my wound to his mouth. Finally, I understood why Voldemort so often liked seeing others prostrate before him. Unicorn blood possessed astonishing magic, rapidly reconstructing his bones and veins. And our pact acted like a chain, binding him tightly. Soon it transformed into golden dust, merging into his very bones and blood. His flesh had been formed from my blood. Strictly speaking, I could be considered the master of this body. When this body ceases, you will cease to exist as well. I stared directly into his eyes. I know, he replied, picking up the robe Draco had thrown to him. You know the way to find me. The young Voldemort hissed at the basilisk. He's instructing the basilisk not to harm us, Draco translated. The basilisk opened its eyes, a pair of copper-orange orbs that caused no harm. The moment it saw Draco, it froze in sudden recognition. Master. Though massive, it moved with surprising speed. In an instant it was at Draco's side, nudging his forearm with its huge head. Is that you, little White? Draco's face softened, as if in a daze. You've grown so big. Master, you remember me? I'm so touched. The basilisk, ancient enough to be our ancestor, suddenly began to fuss over Draco like a doting pet, which looked absurdly comical. The serpent, called Little White, then coiled affectionately around me. You haven't changed a bit after all these years. Seeing the blank expression on my face, it looked genuinely hurt. You traitor to friendship for the sake of a pretty face. But has your horn grown back? That's wonderful. I remember you said once that if a unicorn's horn was removed, it wouldn't live long. No, wait, your horn is here. It fixed its gaze on Draco's pocket, where my wand lay. It was turned into a wand. Who would be so cruel? For the first time I saw a basilisk wear such a range of expression across its scaly face. Little White, wasn't your master Salazar Slytherin? Why are you calling Draco master? I asked, curious. Draco? Your name in this life is Draco. No wonder the Slytherin motto refers to dragons. Draco means dragon. You're full of private jokes. Then it turned back to me. My master was never Salazar, he was. Chapter 226, Another Me. The son of the elf king, Legolas. That was Armand Malfoy's father, the first Malfoy, also the source of the Malfoys' elven bloodline. Who did Legolas father Armand with? If Draco's elven inheritance had continued unbroken, he would possess all of Legolas's memories. If that had been the case, would the person standing by his side still be me? Draco picked up on the change in my mood instantly. I'm not anyone else. I'm simply your Draco, nothing more. Our twin wands are proof. Like your wand, it wandered around and eventually came back to your hand. He brushed my brow. I transformed back into human form. Draco threw a robe around my shoulders. The gentleman present instinctively turned away to give us privacy. You can assume human form at last, Little White, the basilisk announced in delight. I spent a long time as a unicorn, I ventured. Yes, you were once the only unicorn in the herd that couldn't change form after you did. You and your master looked like a proper couple. My cheeks flamed and I bowed my head slightly. I must go, the young Voldemort said suddenly. As headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore must already know the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. In the original tale, Dumbledore sent Fawkes the Phoenix to help. Everything was apparently a trial for the Chosen One. Was it really necessary to drive a boy to the edge of despair to test his potential? I couldn't understand it. As for how to conceal the truth, Aurora, I suppose I don't need to teach you. The boy Voldemort spoke with an obvious hint. What a shameless self-satisfied little piece of work. Little White, would you like to leave this place? Draco asked. Of course. I followed Salazar's orders and guarded Hogwarts for so many years now. It's time to go see the world. I was born in the Forbidden Forest, and I want to return there. I can help you guard the elf sanctuary. All right, I'll take you out. Reducio. The massive basilisk shrank to the size of a palm, resting in Draco's hand. Zai, I'll take you back to Malfoy Manor over the holidays. Draco stroked the little basilisk's head with affection. When you first hatched, you were only this small. That time it was you who cared for me, I said to me, but you don't seem to remember at all. Ah, what are you doing? Young Voldemort had tugged a strand of my hair while I wasn't paying attention. He dropped it into a vial, swirling the liquid gently. It bubbled and churned until it turned a brilliant platinum hue. Polyjuice potion? He nodded. Yes. I could have used a strand of hair from your clothes, but with you keeping a pet, that would be too risky. In the original story, Hermione had wanted to take Polyjuice to transform into Pansy Parkinson and trick Draco, but the hair she used had come from the Parkinson family cat. She ended up covered in fur and took ages to recover. Young Voldemort's concern wasn't misplaced. Crookshanks slept by my side every night. Stray cat hairs were inevitable. Right in front of us, he drank it down. And then, I stood there in oversized boys' robes, one shoulder nearly slipping bare. Draco and Harry froze, both of their faces flushing a strange shade of red. Damn him, what has he gotten up to now? There was no way I'd let him show himself before others, looking like this. Voldemort cast Reducio on the clothes to make them fit. But that only created another problem beneath a boy's uniform. There was, of course, no girls' undergarments. My figure, more developed than most girls my age, was made all the more obvious without them. Hey, none of you are allowed to look. I yanked off my outer robe and draped it over him. Come with me. Voldemort walked down the hall, at a leisurely pace, seemingly unconcerned about anyone seeing him in his current state. Of course he had cast a confundus charm on himself. Because no magic worked on me, I hadn't even considered it. Instead, I had been blaming him for making me look ridiculous. Fool, they aren't seeing your face. I had never realized I could smile so slyly, truly a walking charm of temptation. Even though the face was the same, I was still dressed in boy's clothes. He hadn't deliberately mimicked a girl's gait, and yet he looked heroic and imposing. Along the way, countless people shot curious glances at him. Few finally back in the dormitory, I nearly threw a piece of underwear at his face. Hurry up and put it on. So this is why you dragged me here in such a rush, he suddenly realized. Hurry up and put it on, I repeated, pushing open the bathroom door and locking him inside. Put it on properly before you call me. Seriously. I heard rustling sounds from inside. I don't know how to put it on, Aurora, come help me. Really? I pushed the door open and saw myself standing in front of the mirror, shirtless, seemingly admiring the reflection. Oh my gosh! Don't look. What a fool I was, how could I leave him alone in the bathroom? If I'm not mistaken, you're only 12 this year, Voldemort commented. Kids nowadays really are well fed. Shut up. I quickly adjusted the straps, and when I touched him there, I felt him stiffen all over. How weird, he murmured to himself. I hurriedly helped him finish dressing. Why not use Draco's hair? You're both boys, wouldn't it be easier? Straight men like Severus respond better to a girl's coaxing. I need to get through the potions office and leave Hogwarts. The Polyjuice potion only lasted an hour. During this hour, just stay quietly in the dorm. Voldemort wore my full outfit, and under the potion's effects, we looked like mirror images. Draco, however, recognized me immediately. No potion could mimic the marks and resonance between our souls. Grandfather is waiting for you at home. Before Draco even finished speaking, I disappeared from sight. Aurora, are we really doing the right thing? During that hour, Draco stayed with me in the dorm, lying in the center of the king-size bed, our fingers intertwined. I don't know, but with you here, even if I stray, I'm confident I'll find my way back. Little White crawled out of Draco's pocket. He looked around. Sure enough, this is Salazar's style. Master, just now when we returned I thought I saw the mistress. The words mistress struck like thunder. Who could she be? Mistress? Your mistress is Aurora, Draco said, staring straight into my eyes. He sensed my unease. Don't worry, the only one by my side can only be you, Draco declared with absolute certainty. But Chinese, letter white, Draco's voice cut sharply, his expression deadly serious. Was there some secret he remembered? Had something from the past come to mind? My brow tingled slightly. Aurora, I think, I have the power to strengthen this mark. He leaned closer and pressed a kiss to my forehead. Unlike the last time, it felt as if my soul were lifted from my body. Before me stood two tall, handsome adult elves. Their platinum hair cascaded to their waists, and their features were mirror images of each other, identical in every detail. Both kept their eyes closed, hands clasped over their chests. Yet one bore a petal-shaped mark on the forehead. Was this my reverse mark on Draco? I felt almost enchanted, crouching down to trace his exquisitely beautiful features with my fingertips. He slowly opened his eyes. Aurora, I've finally seen you again. He cast a glance at the other lying beside him, unable to hide his disgust. Aurora, don't be deceived by that man, don't do anything to harm yourself. You won't be able to tell which one is the real me. There isn't much time. I'll deepen my connection with you as much as I can. He pressed his forehead to mine. I felt like a weary traveler who had finally found her way home, curling into a cloud-like blanket. All his thoughts and emotions were laid bare to me. As I explored his mind, I suddenly came across a locked room buried deep within Draco's memories. I instinctively wanted to open it, yet hesitated, fearing unknown consequences. Slytherins always planned before acting. I reminded myself I was no impulsive Gryffindor. Around us, the scenery shifted constantly, our childhood, our shared growth. Every interaction we had ever had was etched in his memory with stunning clarity. His soul was so pure, without a trace of impurity. Only a soul of this purity could wield a wand made of unicorn hair. I vowed to protect this purity and beauty with all I could. Legend said unicorns favored pure-hearted virgins, yet despite their elegant appearance, they were fiercely temperamental. They were predators in nature, their horns capable of impaling anyone, yet they remained drawn to those with a pure soul. My affection for Draco was perhaps born from the same instinct. A faint sadness swelled in me. Unicorn blood and horn were so precious, why, in my past life, had I fallen to such a fate? Having lost my most sacred horn, unable to transform into human form, it seemed even my blood had to be offered. Who could be so cruel to trample upon a unicorn's heart? Sharp pang coursed through me as the mark on my brow finally completed. At the same time, the other elf lying beside Draco slowly opened his eyes. He looked around, utterly bewildered. Draco positioned me protectively behind him, eyes wary of this man. Suddenly, a sharp sword materialized in his palm. How did you appear in my mind? Who are you? Why are you exactly like me? You're me too, another you from a parallel timeline. By chance, we share one body, Draco answered calmly. Why should I believe you? The elf across from him had already spotted the long sword in Draco's hand and stiffened, wary. Our power stems from the same source. You'll see if you probe it. Draco gave me a reassuring look, then stepped forward and placed his empty hand against the other man's palm. They both closed their eyes in unison. I was so tense I could hardly breathe. We really are the same person. The other man exhaled, relief softening his features. Guilt flickered in his gaze directed at me. You're Aurora, right? Congratulations. You can finally change form. When I first knew you, you were still a unicorn. Draco interrupted sharply. I'll warn her. Be cautious. Stay far away. Don't entangle your fate with hers. How can you say that? Without Alexia there would be no Malfoy line. You would never have been born into this world. The man snapped back angrily. I don't care, I'd rather she had never met you. I'd rather Aurora could live freely, not sacrifice herself for others' gain. I taught her early to let go of self-sacrifice, to be a true Slytherin. You're insane, forcing a unicorn to betray its nature. The two of them argued bitterly. It felt like a storm raging inside my head. Who was Alexia? Why did the sound of that name make me ache so unbearably, yet with not a shred of hatred? I'm no do-gooder saint, I don't shoulder the burden of saving the world. That isn't how I've ever behaved. Their conversation was baffling. Aurora, remember our resonance. Give each other the mark. This time, don't mistake me for someone else. With that, a yank of separation, and I seemed to snap back into my human body. The heat at my brow reminded me everything I had just experienced. The mark is complete, Draco said, relief spreading across his face. It didn't hurt a bit. I touched my brow and smiled, eager. Let me see the full shape of the mark. It was an exquisitely shaped leaf. That's my true form. Draco looked a little embarrassed, as if suddenly exposed and utterly unguarded. My name in a past life, Legolas, also meant green leaf. Father chose it carelessly. Draco sounded resentful. The name was given by grandfather, Tel'aranduil, meaning the spring tree. So my mother's brow symbol, even when she transformed into a nine-tailed fox, that red forehead totem was a tree? It clicked into place at last. Draco and Lucius, in a past life, had been a father and son pair of elves, Legolas and Tel'aranduil. Seeing little white seems to have reawakened some of my buried memories. The broken inheritance is slowly mending, Draco said. I voiced the worry that gnawed at me most. If you unseal the restraint, will you become someone else? A stranger who only feels guilt toward me and nothing more. Chapter 2, 130 Lovers at Last. No, any promise I make now would be meaningless. Give me a lifetime, and I'll prove it to you slowly. Will you let me? Draco's voice was soft. All right. His emotion surged, and I felt a sudden heat at the center of my brow. Inside me, spiritual power was gathering, slowly but unmistakably. Seeing my surprise, Draco explained, "This is another ability of the elf's mark to share spiritual power and life force with the one who bears it." He looked straight at me. "Yes, even if you never awaken as an elf, you'll remain at your peak sharing my life force with me." An elf may only ever mark one partner in their entire life. Lucius had, naturally, marked Narcissa, as they were already lawfully wed. And Draco, he had chosen me. We were still so young. Would the future him regret handing over half his life so easily? I believed he never would. And I would never let him feel regret. We would always be all right. Not long after, I received a letter from Abraxas, sent from Germany. He began by harshly condemning me for resurrecting Tom. To place Malfoy, family interests beneath personal feelings was, he wrote, utterly un-Malfoy behavior. What angered him even more was that we had hidden it from him, springing such a surprise. Yet, at the end of the letter, he still awkwardly invited us to visit him in Germany. The signature carried 2 names. Young Voldemort's bold hand rested neatly beside Abraxas's, and with it a photograph. Abraxas smiled, a little shyly, while young Voldemort, who must have taken an aging potion, looked nearly the same age as him. He was a remarkably considerate lover. Fearing that gossip would brand his partner as one who kept a boy toy, he chose instead to appear older than he truly was. The boyish sharpness was gone, replaced with the magnetic allure of a man in his prime. He didn't look at the camera. Instead, he gazed affectionately at his platinum-haired partner. After all the breakups, reconciliations, and countless obstacles, the two of them finally being together was no small feat. That made them treasure each other all the more. They both looked mentally and emotionally vibrant, like a pair of spirited young lovers. Abraxas seemed rejuvenated with Tom by his side, radiating youthful energy once more. Wizard's appearances really were remarkable. Abraxas, over 60, appeared to be only in his 30s. Much of it stemmed from a young mindset. Grindelwald was the same. Only Dumbledore, with his long beard, carried the weight of time, looking as if he were nearing the end of his life. Perhaps he was still mourning a love lost. A lover so extraordinary encountered in youth. Years later, searching through countless faces, only the change of times remained. Seeing me lost in a photo, Draco snatched it from my hands. "Tell me, do you share the same taste as grandfather?" "What do you mean?" "Tom, Mom, and you're almost cut from the same mold. No wonder you're always clinging to Mom." "Don't be ridiculous. Tom is practically Mom's father and your other grandfather," I argued. "You can't like him. He already belongs to grandfather," Draco warned gravely. "That's impossible. Tom isn't straight anyway." "Even if he were straight, it's not allowed," and I heard he later had some ambiguous relationship with Bellatrix from the Black family. Chapter 2, 131. Another bad news. Tom is the soul split from Voldemort at 16. Back then, he was keeping himself pure for grandfather. "You always take his side," Draco snapped, clearly upset. I understood his concern. I had risked revealing my unicorn form just to bring him back and hadn't consulted him beforehand. Truly reckless Gryffindor behavior. That ungrateful bastard even killed his own father. Tom Riddle had never known a father's love. He'd only inherited old Tom's handsome features. I leaned gently against him. "Just knew you'd act spoiled." His tone softened. "Do you realize your mistake?" It's because I know you'll have my back." My voice carried a soft, nasal lilt. "Why are you crying?" He fumbled for a handkerchief, carefully wiping away the tears on my cheeks. "Don't cry, I just spoke harshly. I'm not mad at you." Draco's voice immediately softened. Just don't do it again, Aurora. Your identity is so special. I'm too afraid someone might manipulate you through your emotions. Even if it's a family member asking, you mustn't use your unicorn gift lightly." "Why?" That wasn't in line with Malfoy tradition. We always put family first. Draco opened his mouth, but no words came out, as if something was choking him. He gave a resigned smile. Some things can't be revealed. Just remember what I said. His expression was grave. In this moment, he was no longer a 12-year-old boy, but a mature, steady young man. His clear eyes overflowed with pain and sorrow, as if a part of his long, buried memories was slowly awakening. He bore his hidden past alone, the punishments and torments unknown to anyone else. Human joys and sorrows don't always align, and bound by fate, I couldn't share his pain. I'll obey. I didn't know how else to comfort him, so I rested my head in his arms, listening to the beat of his heart. You little liar, he sighed, as if he had long expected I'd outwardly comply while secretly resisting. Draco, you and Harry, who will ultimately play the seeker position? I quickly changed the topic. Draco's sharp eyes missed nothing. Too stiff, Aurora. Ugh, you still haven't answered my question. Who do you want it to be? He tossed the question back to me. Of course you. Damn, did I even need to say it? We had a match, witnessed by all the team members, he deliberately teased. Who won? I instinctively clutched his fingers. I didn't use my elf abilities. Draco looked dejected. Being the seeker isn't bad either, less responsibility. Draco squinted. You really have no confidence in me? Could it be? Of course I won. He finally showed a triumphant smile. Fantastic. I hugged him and bounced with joy. So happy? I'm happy for you. In the original story, Draco always lost the spotlight to Harry. This time, Draco could finally bask in the attention he deserved. There's one more piece of bad news. Do you want to hear it? What bad news? A chill shot through me. From now on, we'll take turns playing Seeker each year, which means next year you won't get to see me catching the golden snitch. Draco deliberately ruffled my hair. You're awful. I thought it was something serious. Huh, little trickster, I just wanted to fool you once. He caught my wrist and pulled me into his arms. Fresh woody scent wrapped around me. At last I understood it wasn't cologne at all, but Draco's own natural fragrance. Harry isn't going to use Father's sponsored Nimbus 2001. Draco frowned. He wants to ride the broomstick Uncle James left behind. James Potter had been a chaser for Gryffindor, and Harry, inheriting his will, had chosen the same position. It was a kind of comfort for him. Draco, are you really willing to give up, hip down from Seeker next year? I asked cautiously. Of course I'll hate it, but I have to admit, Harry's got talent. His body's incredibly coordinated and agile. Merlin, his sworn rivals of the original story, were actually praising each other. Harry had even told me once how much he admired Draco's flying skills. These two, if I didn't know for sure they were straight, I'd almost think otherwise. But Uncle James's broomstick must be far too outdated for today's matches, I guessed. That's true, which is why he has to rely on sharper skill, and Harry's been training hard. Draco's gaze drifted out the window. It was noon, the sun blazing. Out on the Quidditch pitch, only Harry was practicing. His face was flushed from the heat, his messy hair plastered flat against his scalp. The heavy pads he wore only made the sweltering weather worse. His sweat-soaked clothes clung to him, outlining the lean muscle beneath. Below the stands, a small crowd of Harry's admirers had gathered. They giggled and chattered excitedly. Western girls often liked to tan their skin and dye their hair blonde, chasing the blonde look. It seemed to be the latest beauty trend. Many of Harry's fan club members had adopted it. Most of them were Slytherins. Some older girls wore tight shirts and tiny shorts, flaunting their curves. Harry trained on, eyes fixed ahead, never giving them a glance. Still, the girls cheered and shouted themselves hoarse. Off to the side, a flash of red hair stood out. Ginny Weasley, a first year. She lingered in the far corner of the stands, keeping her distance from the fan club. Hey, Gryffindor, spying on the enemy, are you? Slytherins were especially touchy about Gryffindor's scarlet and gold. The fan club's captain strode up, blocking Ginny's path, giving her a slow one, "Sover. Weasley, I already turned down your application. You're not welcome here. As long as we like Harry, why can't I join? And this isn't Slytherin's Quidditch practice time. Anyone's allowed here. You have no right to throw me out." Ginny blurted it all in one breath, nearly running out of air. She was afraid if she stopped, she wouldn't have the courage to go on. The captain's face darkened. Don't push your luck. Do you really want me to tell the truth? What do you mean? Chapter 234. The Little Trickster Playing Dumb. Anyone with eyes can see Harry's not interested in you. Those awful, nonsensical love poems you sent him only made him lose face. What a classic scene. Dwarves dressed as cherubs, with golden wings, strummed harps as they bellowed out the verses. It was during the break between classes, and a huge crowd of students had gathered to watch. His eyes are green like a freshly pickled toad. I wondered if Harry would feel flattered to hear his emerald eyes described that way. His hair is as dark and dashing as a blackboard. That must have been about his black hair. Harry froze for the briefest moment in embarrassment, but then he steadied himself, standing composed and unruffled. With perfect courtesy, he even remarked that the dwarves had given a fine performance. As expected, if you don't let yourself be embarrassed, it's everyone else who feels awkward. The crowd, realizing their prank hadn't landed, dispersed like startled birds. Yet as Harry turned, I caught the fleeting trace of distaste in his eyes. He didn't enjoy this kind of attention. I squeezed his arm lightly. Seeing the worry on my face, Harry instead tried to reassure me. Bold Gryffindors always enjoy making a spectacle out of surprises. Don't worry, I'm used to it. The Quibbler had no shortage of readers who loved spinning up stories about Harry and me as a pair. Childhood friends whose bond blossoms into love. The child of a Death Eater with the child of the Order. Lovers overcoming every obstacle. Some even went as far as naming our imaginary children. One had to admire their imagination. Because of that, every interaction between Harry and me was endlessly overanalyzed. Someone was always lurking, snapping pictures in secret. I later learned that both Harry and Draco subscribed to the Quibbler. The two of them even competed behind the scenes over who had more private photos with me. As long as you don't mind, Harry slid his hand down from my arm and laced his fingers tightly through mine. Why would I mind? I tried to pull away, but he didn't give me the chance. He only gazed at me, calm and self-assured. He toyed with my fingers, and my cheeks burned hot. It felt like a husband being accused of infidelity, desperately trying to prove his innocence to his beloved wife. I couldn't let my thoughts wander further down this path. But he had never confessed to me, so how could I speak words of refusal? He could easily gloss over it and blame me for imagining things. Besides, there was no reason to fracture my relationship with Harry over something like this. Fine, he said, his emerald, green eyes seeming to pierce straight through me. Perhaps it was Voldemort's soul fragment at work, but Harry displayed astonishing talent with spells and in practical combat. Sirius never withheld his praise in defense against the dark arts classes. At first we thought he was simply biased toward Gryffindor, but when he called Harry up to demonstrate, it became clear. Harry truly was exceptional. In canon, Harry's defense against the dark arts skills were unrivaled. His excellence gradually earned him fans and admirers, much like Cedric. Tall, handsome, with rare green eyes, the weight of the Potter fortune, the mantle of the chosen one, humble, athletic, and the archetypal campus heart. Rob, no wonder Ginny had relentlessly pursued him for so many years. I stared silently at Ginny's figure, lost in thought. Aurora, I have no feelings for Miss Weasley beyond friendship. His green eyes seemed to blaze with intensity. But how do I wake that little trickster who's pretending not to know? Can you teach me? Chapter 235. A Sweet Burden. I didn't dare meet his eyes. He had just called me a little trickster, right alongside Draco. He had been eavesdropping on our interactions. Not far off, Ginny's gaze was like poisoned daggers, fixed tightly on Harry and me holding hands. I shot her a glance, signaling to Harry just how much trouble he had gotten me into. Sometimes, one has to play dumb to avoid unnecessary trouble. And then get accused of being a little trickster. Truly heartbreaking for the listener, tear-inducing for the witness. I pretended to wipe non-existent tears from my cheeks. Aurora, you act so theatrically. Do your cousin and cousin-in-law know? He flicked my nose playfully. Maybe Hollywood suits you better than Hogwarts. Ugh, you have so many obsessive fans who dare cross you. Now you're subtly surpassing Cedric. Hogwarts heart, throb. My fans don't seem opposed to our pairing, Harry mentioned casually. I don't have a strong protagonist aura. What matters most is my own happiness. Harry, the cost of provoking you is too high. I can't afford it. I glanced around. Many people were straining to eavesdrop on us. Harry gave a helpless smile. Excuses, little tricks. I know your heart. All of this is my delusion. His hand moved to my forehead. I quickly turned away. The spot on my forehead was marked by Draco, and was my only weak point. Anyone touching it would be met with indiscriminate elven power. Do you hate me that much? Even avoiding my touch? He looked wounded. No, don't touch my forehead, it's too sensitive here, I quickly explained. Then, other places are okay? He teased, twirling a lock of my hair between his fingers. No, there are plenty of girls vying for your attention. I'm not about to become everyone's target. I really didn't want to get entangled with the campus elites. One wrong move, and I'd be labeled frivolous. Staying by Draco's side was safest. He was my nominal older brother. No one could criticize how close we got. True, it's not the right time yet. I'll make sure you feel safe, he said with absolute certainty. Did he misunderstand what I meant? Oh, whatever. Harry, there you are. Hurry up, or Flint's going to lose it again, Draco called over. I want to go too, I exclaimed. Draco refused immediately. The sun's too strong outside, you'll get sunburned. Both Draco and I had extremely fair skin. A little sun would leave us red, no matter how much sunscreen we applied. Our light, colored eyes also made us squint in bright sunlight. I'll stay under the parasol, I promised. Can't argue with that. He plucked off his hat and plopped it on my head, almost entirely blocking my vision. Then he took my hand and walked ahead of Harry. Come help me change. Quidditch was a high-risk sport and players always needed multiple layers of protective gear. Even so, every year countless players still ended up in the infirmary. The protective gear was personal property and had to be inspected carefully each time, like pointe shoes for a ballet dancer. Draco and Harry refused to help each other, dumping all the work on me. Aurora, I'm ready, help me out. Harry handed me his gear while Draco had just shed his jacket, revealing his toned upper body. The Malfoys' skin was extraordinarily fair. No matter how much sun they got, they'd turn red, but never tan. Draco hated this. In Western high society, tanning was fashionable. I had to constantly instill my aesthetic preferences to prevent him from doing anything reckless. Tom Felton, who played Draco, had a clause during filming preventing him from sun exposure. After the 7 Harry Potter films, he tanned deliberately, resulting in severe sunburn that aged him significantly. Their skin carried a deadly allure for Chinese people. I couldn't help staring at Draco's bare upper body. It was pinkish. You little pervert, he tossed his jacket onto me, grinning widely. My view was blocked, and I was not happy. By the time I pulled the jacket off, he was fully geared up. Aurora, you help me first, Draco asserted his ownership without hesitation. I'm only one person, I can't be in 2 places at once. Both boys tugged on an arm each, sparks practically flying. Can I assume you 2 aren't going to play? Flint stormed over. He was the Slytherin Quidditch captain, rude and rough. He shoved Draco and Harry aside, grabbed Harry's gear and hastily strapped it onto him. He smacked hard at the padding, testing if the gear was sturdy enough. In Flint's grip, the black-haired boy looked like a helpless chick being dangled in midair, nearly shaken apart. Harry's expression turned so tragic it almost made me laugh. Draco pulled a face at him. Draco, need me to step in? Flint set Harry down to one side. I hurried to speed up my work. As Flint brushed past, I caught Draco muttering a quick, thanks. The Slytherin Quidditch captain gave Draco a pat on the shoulder. It had to be the effect of Lucius's sponsorship 7 brand, new brooms. Harry insisting on flying James's old broomstick had once infuriated Flint. If not for Harry's extraordinary Quidditch skills, he might have been thrown off the team or left to rot on the bench forever. After all, Quidditch was a team sport. Flint, so close to graduating, couldn't and wouldn't tolerate one boy's heroics or his sentimental tribute to a dead father if it endangered the collective. In the end though, Harry's talent won everyone over. When Flint finally moved on, I stepped forward to check Harry's gear again. Here, I knelt, fastening the strap around his leg. Flint, distracted by the others, hadn't tied it properly. Thanks, Harry murmured. I could feel his gaze from above, intense, pricking like thorns against my back. He let me adjust everything as I pleased, lips curved in a faint smile. If you cost us points, Potter, I won't forgive you, Flint barked, jabbing a finger at Harry. I understood his frustration. Losing the captaincy was no small thing, but I still couldn't stand him threatening Harry. I stomped my foot and made a face behind Flint's back. Harry, beside me, just smiled, warm and indulgent. "Got your amulet? It's on?" I whispered. Draco and Harry each pulled a small pendant from beneath their collars, answering in unison, "Relax. Good luck." I stepped in and hugged them both. With all their padding, they felt stiff and solid in my arms. Draco buried his face in my hair, breathing deep. And Harry pulled me close from behind. I was nearly smothered in the arms of both boys. "Don't crush Aurora," Draco muttered under his breath. "You're the one holding tighter. She can barely breathe," Harry shot back. All right, I'd better go. If I don't leave now, Flint will accuse me of undermining team morale." I leaned in and kissed each of them on the cheek. From not far away, a teammate shouted teasingly, "Miss Malfoy, I'd like a victory kiss too." I pretended not to hear and bolted off. By Muggle standards, I was something like the team's manager, handling paperwork, arranging the pitch, and looking after practical details. Because of that, I'd long since blended in with the players, the only non-team member allowed inside the locker room. Slytherin's Quidditch team had no female players. I was the single splash of red among a sea of green, earning plenty of envious stares. Rumor had it that Astoria and Pansy had also applied to join in some capacity. Flint had politely declined. Perhaps at Draco's suggestion. When I returned to the stands, I was astonished to find the Malfoy couple sitting in the best seats. "Father, Mother, what are you doing here?" I ran forward, ready to throw myself into Narcissa's arms, but Lucius intercepted me. "Careful, Aurora, where are your manners?" "Your mother," he gestured with his eyes. Only then did I notice Narcissa's rare choice of attire, a flowing, loose gown. She had a figure of flawless curves made for gowns cut close to the body, which showed her elegance to perfection. But such beauty carried its drawbacks. Loose clothing made her appear slightly fuller. It seemed she was hiding something. "Mother, are you expecting a baby?" I gasped in delight. "Hush, it hasn't even been 3 months, you mustn't tell anyone yet." Narcissa guided my hand to her belly. It was still flat, with no sign of a swell. "That's wonderful. We were going to have a little brother or sister." "Father, if Mother's carrying a baby, why bring her here at all?" In my mind, Hogwarts was far more dangerous than Malfoy Manor. Because today is Draco and Harry's very first Quidditch match, Sissy simply had to come. Of course Father never could deny her. Lucius conjured several dark green cushions, tucking one behind Narcissa's chair and handing another into her arms. "And me, Father? Don't I get one?" I teased. "Don't be ridiculous, you're not the one expecting." Without so much as a glance at me, he helped his wife settle, as if handling some precious and fragile porcelain. Narcissa gave him a playful look before beckoning me over. "Come sit with Mother." "Congratulations, Mama," I said brightly, refusing to quarrel with Lucius. She looked barely past 20, but in truth she was over 35, by Muggle reckoning that made her a mother of advanced age, a matter for caution. But she bore awakened elven blood in elven years. 35 was still considered young. Even so, worry tugged at me. I clasped her slender fingers. "Mother, does the Manor Library hold any records on elven pregnancies?" Before I asked the question, I silently cast a spell to block out sound and sight. Lucius gave an approving nod. He was always generous with praise for Narcissa, but extremely strict with us. The Malfords were the classic type of stern father, gentle mother. "Aurora, don't worry. That's part of why we wanted to come. Once Narcissa reaches the late stages of pregnancy, your father and I will go to the elves' sanctuary to be with her during delivery," Lucius said. Narcissa instinctively rested her hand on her flat belly, radiating maternal warmth. She seemed even more radiant, and I couldn't tear my eyes away. Even a father, unaffected by Confundus charms, would find it hard to resist her charm. "During this time, the daily affairs of the Malford family will be handled by you and Draco." "Ah, that explains it. No wonder Lucius seemed in such a good mood today." Shocking news! He had finally started acting like a Braxis, handing off responsibility. And we were only 12 years old. "Father, employing child labor is illegal. Malford is a legitimate business," I protested. "Aurora, when Luke took over the Malford family at your age, He had already been managing it for years, Narcissa soothed, though a pained expression lingered on her face. Luke will slowly teach you, and Draco, unlike Abraxas, who just walked away from responsibility. Sissy, all that's in the past. Lucius was truly wicked, knowing full well that such casualness would make Narcissa ache even more. As expected, he succeeded once again in winning the beauty's heart. Narcissa nestled into Lucius's arms, comforting her beloved with her presence. He wore a smug, triumphant smile that was positively blinding. He gently wrapped an arm around her shoulders, speaking softly to reassure her. And me? I was the big third wheel again. Anyway, it's settled then. Thus our pleasant holiday was mercilessly taken away. We had originally planned a trip to Germany to visit Grandfather Grindelwald, Grandpa Abraxas, and little Tom. Lucius seemed to notice my reluctance. Your father has already heard about Sissy's pregnancy. While I'm away, he will return to Malford Manor to oversee things. However, you know how Tom is. Do your best not to trouble your grandfather, Lucius added, giving me a knowing look. Clearly Abraxas, long accustomed to being a hands-off manager, was even less reliable. Jordan Lee's voice boomed across the pitch, carrying to every corner. First, please welcome the Gryffindor Quidditch team. At the front of the team stood Oliver Wood, the ever-popular Gryffindor captain, handsome and burly, though not as massive as fellow Captain Flint. Behind him were the Weasley twins, more lively and frequently interacting with the audience. The Gryffindor Seeker is that little girl? I heard Narcissa gasp. Hidden behind the tall George and Fred, Ginny Weasley's signature fiery red hair trailed behind her as she took the field as the team's seeker. That's not fair. She's a first year. Isn't Quidditch only for second years and above? The crowd erupted in boos. Jordan Lee held up a note from Professor McGonagall and read it aloud. Ginny Weasley, an exceptionally talented seeker, has received special permission from the head of Gryffindor to compete. Blatantly breaking the rules? Gryffindor, you never fail to surprise. Snape tugged at the corner of his mouth, wearing a sarcastic smile. The Slytherin players shot glances at their own captain, fury written all over their faces. The battle was about to ignite. In the original story, Harry became the Seeker as a first-year student, with Professor McGonagall's approval. Now, it was Ginny Weasley's turn. Out of the 7 Quidditch players, almost half were Weasleys. In the original, Wood graduated from Hogwarts and Ron Weasley took over. Gryffindor's Quidditch team had practically become the Weasley show. True enough, you don't let the riches flow to outsiders. Dumbledore's green light to the Order of the Phoenix practically blinded everyone with its brilliance. Really, there was nothing wrong with it. Only Dumbledore could do this. For those watching from the sidelines, it made them throw themselves wholeheartedly behind him. The benefits were enormous. A similar example, Rubeus Hagrid, a half-giant expelled without a diploma, could still become the Care of Magical Creatures professor. It was like an unfinished student teaching at Peking University. The wizarding world was truly topsy-turvy. Meanwhile, the famously protective Slytherin head of House Snape did not grant Draco and Harry any special privileges to become official Slytherin Quidditch players. They followed protocol as substitutes, sitting a year on the cold bench. In Potions class, appointing the 3 Slytherin students, me, Draco, and Harry as assistants made sense. Our grades were top tier. Being in our own house and having known us since childhood, using us was far more convenient than Gryffindor's options. Simply because of this, Slytherin's favoritism became, through Gryffindor's exaggerated gossip, an accepted fact. Why stress that it was Gryffindor spreading it? Because Slytherin's classes were usually scheduled alongside Gryffindor's. Whether potions or defense against the dark arts, the pattern was the same. The courses where we assisted Snape were only potions, paired with Gryffindor. Snape never bothered to justify himself. He didn't care about others' opinions, often living in his own world, dedicating the rest of his life to protecting Lily Potter's son. Jordan Lee's explanation only drew hisses. He quickly switched topics. Next up, the Slytherin Quidditch team. Unlike Gryffindor, Slytherin received an unprecedentedly warm welcome. Originally neutral Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw felt some discontent due to Gryffindor's special treatment. And this time 2 of the school's heart-throbs, Draco and Harry, took the field. Harry's popularity went without saying. Draco's drew my astonishment. In the original, aside from Crabbe, Goyle, Pansy, and Zabini, Draco didn't have a good reputation. He was even labeled a bully. Yet he was a strikingly handsome young man with red lips, white teeth, and golden hair, the most admired color in Western society. Emma Watson, who played Hermione, publicly praised Tom Felton, Draco's actor, for his youthful, flawless beauty. Being a seeker already put one in the spotlight. The position determined the game's outcome. When Draco appeared, the entire crowd erupted. Lucius practically wore his pride on his face, like a white peacock strolling in the Malfoy gardens. Narcissa's emotions were even more outward. She sprang to her feet, waving her arms toward the pitch. "Sissy, be careful. You're not alone now." Standing up suddenly could cause dizziness. Lucius instinctively steadied her slim waist with his hand. From behind, Narcissa looked like an unworldly young girl, yet with an added elegance and alluring charm. A delicate, willow-like waist connected to full, shapely hips, the fabric draped to obscure her long, enticing legs. Considering the baby she carried, Narcissa had chosen flat shoes, a rare choice. Standing next to the tall Lucius, she looked even more like a petite, dependent bird, adding to her graceful allure. Draco's arrival drew every eye to us, and people around began smiling kindly. "That's Aurora in the front, Draco's sister. Beside her are their parents, the Malfoys." So it's the dreaded meeting, the in-laws moment, and she didn't even prepare. How embarrassing. "Draco doesn't even know who you are, and you dare pose as his fiancée. Bold of you." The whispered comments reached my ears with perfect clarity. No wonder the Malfoys themselves were struggling to suppress their laughter. Elfin hearing picked up everything. Narcissa teased, "Aurora, you certainly have no shortage of rivals in love." "And Draco has even more," I shot back without hesitation. "Never admit defeat in spirit, good," Lucius concluded dryly. "Defeat? Who exactly was losing here?" "Mother, how could you team up with father to bully me?" Clinging to her arm, I gave it a gentle shake, careful not to use too much force. So close I could catch the faint, refreshing scent of Chinese narcissus lingering about her. She brushed back a strand of my hair, revealing my clear, unblemished face. Meeting her gaze, I found myself oddly flustered, unable to hold it for long. Narcissus in English, the word also meant narcissism. If I had such a face, I'd probably spend every day staring at my reflection too. Draco really is a lucky Brit. Aurora, so beautiful and sweet. Narcissa studied me inch by inch. "You look almost exactly as I did when I was your age." "Don't forget that Brat's your son too," Lucius helpfully interjected from the side. If I'd known he would stoop to such disgraceful things, I'd never have allowed him even a flicker of desire for Aurora. Narcissa's eyes glistened red. "Sissy, calm yourself." Pregnancy hormones made her emotions swing wildly. But what on earth had Draco done? To leave his own mother so pained? Was it something tied to me? Though their words were vague, I began to piece the truth together. Draco must have done something that wronged me. Lucius and Narcissa, fully awakened to the truth, knew of it, but even they couldn't change how it had played out. "Mother, don't worry. I'll protect myself," I said, tightening my grip on her hand. Her fingertips were cold, colder than any human's, impossible to warm no matter how tightly I held them. Lucius laid his hand on her shoulder and said, "Sissy, what you saw was something that already happened. The Draco and Aurora standing here now are a blank slate. Perhaps Merlin has given them a second chance to choose differently. We shouldn't interfere too much." But Narcissa's eyes still brimmed with sorrow. She opened her arms and pulled me close. She smelled sweet, her embrace soft and warm. I finally understood why people spoke of a land of tenderness. It was the sort of place one never wanted to leave. "Aurora, the match has begun." Lucius's voice cut in, cold and sharp. Clearly, I had monopolized Narcissa's attention far longer than he was willing to tolerate. My focus shifted to the pitch at once. The players shot out like arrows loosed from a bowstring. As last year's champions, Slytherin had the opening throw. George and Fred were 2 years older than Draco and Harry. In adolescence, boys changed almost by the day, and those twins already looked nearly full-grown. Their stamina and strength naturally outstripped the younger pair. Fortunately, under the relentless training of their devilish captain, Flint, Draco and Harry had sharpened themselves as much as possible. Fred brushed past Draco, muttering something under his breath. From his mocking grin, it was plain enough that whatever he said wasn't kind. A taunt meant to rattle his opponent and force a mistake. Draco appeared unbothered, eyes fixed on the glinting trail of the golden snitch. But I, bound to him in spirit, could sense the truth. Fred's words had been venomous. Draco had blocked them out deliberately. Yet deep down the urge to strike back burned hot. In the original tale, Fred was always the bolder twin, the sharper tongue, the quicker jab. What exactly had he said this time? George and Fred proved themselves every inch Gryffindors, seasoned veterans, driving the bludgers hard and relentlessly targeting Slytherin players. Draco, in particular, became their primary mark. Perhaps at Ginny's prompting, they steered clear of Harry. In the original story, first year Ginny had been hopelessly love-struck. It wasn't until her later years, once her life stopped revolving around Harry, that her true brilliance began to shine. Now, Gryffindor's firepower was turned almost entirely on Draco, rousing outrage across the stands. This isn't fair. It must be the Weasleys' doing. They've always been at odds with the Malfoys. I heard they tried to squeeze money out of the family under the Ministry's banner and failed. Now this is nothing but open revenge. Two older players ganging up on one younger boy. I caught Fred's lips on the replay. Looked like he was saying, the Malfoys should donate another hospital wing, so their heir can live there for the rest of his life. That's vile. No wonder Lee Jordan cut the feed right away. I was so furious I could hardly breathe. Yes, provoking your opponent's temper was a common tactic, but cursing Draco to spend his life in the hospital wing, that was beyond cruel. The afternoon sun blazed, sharp and merciless. I twirled my wand between my fingers. Made of neither wood nor metal, it had once been a part of me. Lucius noticed first. He cast me a sidelong glance, but did not intervene. After all, we were Malfoy's family always came first. Opportunities flashed and vanished in an instant. And suddenly on the pitch, Fred faltered. He blinked hard, rubbing at his eyes as though something had clouded his vision. The moment he steadied himself with one hand on his broom, a bludger slammed into his arm with brutal force. He lost his balance and tumbled straight off the broom. Cries of pain echoed across the pitch as Gryffindor sent out rescuers to move him to safety. He lay curled up on a stretcher. George, the other twin, was completely distracted from the game, his eyes full of worry for his brother. For a moment, the referees had no choice but to halt the match. What happened? Just now. I don't know why, but it was like I suddenly lost my vision. My eyes stung and I couldn't see a thing. And now? George asked anxiously. Now it's fine, Fred blinked, his eyes bloodshot, clearly shaken. He recalled, it felt just like that time, when I had the conflict with Malfoy. Draco, riding the light, Will 2001, soared above Fred, looking down at the twins from a commanding height. Get lost! George could no longer maintain his composure and shouted at him. Flint swung his fists but was held back by Draco and Harry. They've taken out a key player. This works in our favor. Flint patted Draco on the arm. Catch the Seeker as soon as possible. Then, he shouted to the rest of the Slytherin team, everyone, protect this guy. Don't act gentlemanly just because their Seeker is a girl. She doesn't deserve it. Ginny's face went pale. Flint's massive frame resembled a giant brown bear from a distance, his voice deafening. The other Slytherin players echoed him, their threatening demeanor radiating sheer intimidation. Shameless Slytherins, bullying a first year. George stepped in front of Ginny. First years on the pitch aren't even special exceptions. Remember, Quidditch is a competition. No need to go easy on her, Harry said calmly. Ginny looked so upset she was on the verge of tears. Harry ignored it and asked the referee, when can we resume the match? My father has already arranged a victory banquet in the dining hall. The Weasleys, who surrendered victory so easily, are sincerely invited, Draco said with a malicious grin. Bought your way in and you're still showing off? Wait until a bludger knocks some sense into you, George shot back. Draco exchanged a knowing glance with his teammates. Good luck, Weasleys. Soon, you'll be in the infirmary with your brother. They should have had your parents buy insurance. So right, you're so poor you can't even afford a meal. As if reading each other's minds, Draco's gaze met ours. Silently, he told me that he would personally deliver the golden snitch to me. Using the snitch to declare oneself as a Seeker has long been a romantic tradition. I could hardly contain my excitement. But in name I was still his sister. How would outsiders perceive the Malfoys? Would we be treated like a second Gaunt family courting disaster? Before I could ponder further, the referee announced again. Play resumes. Slytherin surged with renewed momentum. Harry Potter, one must admit, his agility is remarkable. Another 10 points for Slytherin. Harry had already earned 50 points for Slytherin. The teams gradually began to pull ahead, and a chorus of boos rose from the sidelines. If you can't comment properly, switched the announcer. One must admit, the technical superiority is obvious. Slytherin scores, and it's just glossed over, while Gryffindor goes on. An irate spectator complained. When did Gryffindor become the voice of authority at Hogwarts? Lucius, sitting among the governors, frowned. Father, at this rate, I started to say, but trailed off. His eyes narrowed slightly. This spectacle needs more players in the game. Dumbledore treats Hogwarts as his own domain, carefully guiding and selecting members for the Order of the Phoenix. How is that different from what Voldemort once sought to do? Lucius no longer shied away from speaking plainly in front of me. He seemed to sense what I was thinking. Aurora, you and Draco have grown up. Indeed, we were no longer naive children living in an ivory tower. One day, the Malfoys would continue their legacy through us, carrying it forward and expanding its influence. History is written by the victors. The same is true in Chinese history. Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty, he built the Grand Canal, an extraordinary achievement, yet he is remembered as a tyrant. Even Qin Shi Huang is criticized by posterity for supposedly burning books and burying scholars alive. The burned books were often scams of itinerant tricksters. Because the Qin dynasty lasted only 2 generations and did not widely publicize its achievements, later writers exaggerated and tarnished its legacy. By the Han and Tang dynasties, rulers had enough time to beautify their own histories. Even Tang Taizong's Xu Anwu Gate incident could be framed as a righteous act. At its core, it was simply a struggle for power. Exactly. Lucius's eyes reflected approval. No one wins all the time, so there's no need for us to always be in the forefront. The Malfoys have always worked in the shadows, planning every move carefully. Whether Abraxas or Lucius, appearing beside a leader meant playing the strategist's role. When the wind shifted, they were the first to cut ties. I reviewed the timeline in my mind. Father, there's been some unusual activity in Albania. I pointed to a corner of the Daily Prophet. Truly important information is always overlooked. People prefer following international sports, stars, and gossip, rather than investigating the truth. Albania, Aurora, I'll send someone to look into it. Lucius's expression hardened. I knew what he was thinking. The forests of Albania seemed extremely significant to Voldemort. He had spent a long time living there. It was also where Professor Quirrell had fallen under Voldemort's influence. In the original, the dwarf Peter fled to Albania, painstakingly tracking Voldemort's whereabouts. Father, Tom can be trusted, I reminded him. Now with the young Voldemort having drunk unicorn blood, bound by the contract, he could never act against the Malfoys. Narcissa's situation was unique. Lucius would never leave her side, so he couldn't personally go to Albania. The only one they could rely on was Tom, now traveling with Abraxas. The man thought for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. Voldemort's soul fragments resonated with each other, making investigation much easier. Who knew if someone Lucius sent would fall under Voldemort's influence, becoming a second Quirrell? Tom must regret taking on such a hot potato. Lucius smirked, a gleeful expression on his face. I think he'll enjoy it, I added. Since being split, Tom had been trapped in the notebook. Finally having his own body again, traveling with Abraxas, it must have suited him perfectly. In the original, Lucius had crawled before Voldemort, begging him to spare his son. Now he joked about Tom with me. Life was wonderful. Luke, stop burdening Aurora with family business. Narcissa cut in, putting an end to our conversation. I had been half focused on the match while keeping up with Lucius's chatter, and Narcissa clearly noticed. When you were playing, your father didn't prattle on like this every second. In Lucius and Narcissa's bedroom, the most prominent spot was filled with Quidditch trinkets and framed photographs. One showed a young Lucius with his team. He stood confidently in the center, golden snitch in hand, platinum hair cascading over his shoulders and glinting in the sun. Beside him was Narcissa in her youth, tucked into his arms, her cheeks flushed pink. Then Lucius handed her the snitch, and their teammates burst into good-natured cheers. Their sweet days together had begun long before they left school. Draco inherited your flying talent, Narcissa said softly, nostalgia in her voice. Seems Malfoy girls were never much for athletics. Lucius couldn't resist teasing his wife. You're impossible, Luke. I was complimenting you and you throw shade at me instead. On the pitch, Draco nimbly dodged bludgers again and again, sharpening his senses to the fullest. The completed bond let me experience everything through him. Every sound and sight within 10 kilometers funneled straight into my awareness, the faint whir of the snitch's wings included. Together, he and I located the slippery little thing. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged a smile. As elves, they had of course already spotted the snitch. "Our son isn't completely witless," Lucius said, folding his arms and leaning back, relaxed. "The Malfoys never cared for fairness. Why handicap yourself to coddle others? Was that supposed to be noble? Abandoning your gifts just to stand at the same starting line as everyone else was nothing but self-indulgent waste." Draco, though he had traced the snitch's flight path, didn't rush in recklessly. His eyes and movements avoided giving himself away, while subtly, skillfully narrowing the distance between him and his prize. "He's too good," I whispered, eyes locked on him, fingers unconsciously clutching at my skirt. Narcissa gently pried my hand free and laced her fingers with mine. "Don't worry, Draco will win." "I'm not worried, I trust him completely," I said quickly. "You always pick at your hands when you're nervous. Look what you've done to them." She turned my palm upward. My carefully manicured nails were ruined, their glossy finish picked ragged and uneven. "They look awful," I groaned, face falling. "Then hold on to me and you won't pick anymore," Narcissa said softly. Mother, she was so gentle. Just then, battle, hardened Gryffindor Captain Oliver Wood bellowed across the pitch. "Ginny, stick to Malfoy, he's spotted the snitch." Oh no, he was exposed. The cameras, broadcasting live, had caught it all. The stands erupted in cheers. Draco dropped the act, his eyes sharpened like a hawk's. Ginny, jolted by Wood's shout, scrambled to focus. She latched onto Draco like a shadow, tailing him doggedly. "I see it too!" With a sharp cry, she shot forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. Draco's lips curved into a smile. All eyes were locked on him and Ginny. He leaned forward at an impossible angle, moving as though he could see the future itself. The snitch darted and teased, but never slipped beyond his reach. "Damn it, don't show off," Flint roared from the sidelines. Maybe it was the edge of the Nimbus 2001, or maybe it was Draco's own superb flying skills, but as if it had been waiting for him all along, the golden snitch slid between his fingers and was trapped in his palm. The stands erupted in thunderous applause. Draco lifted the snitch high above his head. After a quick check, the referee's booming voice declared Slytherin the victors. "You little brat," Flint hooked Draco by the neck, shaking him hard. "Don't you dare pull a stunt like that again. If you'd thrown away the championship, I'd have beaten you bloody, and being a Malfoy wouldn't save you." "I knew what I was doing," Draco grinned. Even without that last 150 points, Harry's score was more than enough to secure the win. Harry alone had racked up 150 points, giving Slytherin a crushing victory, especially after Fred was forced off the pitch with an injury. Up in the stands, Professor McGonagall's face had gone a dangerous shade of green. Beside her, Snape betrayed no outward joy. But anyone who knew him could see it. That faint curl at his lips was as close to a smile as he ever allowed. The broadcast camera even zoomed in on him for a close-up. "Severus is smiling. The sun must be rising in the west." Narcissa rose gracefully, stretching to ease her stiff limbs. "Collective pride, it's overflowing with these boys," Lucius muttered dryly. His hand slipped to his wife's shoulder and waist, massaging with practiced ease, firm then gentle. "We should leave before the crowd gets too thick," Narcissa suggested. But before she could finish, another wave of noise swept through the stands. Draco came streaking toward us on his broom. The boys and girls around me squealed in excitement. "Is Draco about to use the snitch to confess? That's so romantic. Who's the lucky one? I've never heard he had a girlfriend." "Well, he clearly does now." Narcissa and Lucius both turned sly, knowing eyes on me. Together they stepped into my path, blocking me in. "Father, Mother," I buried my face against Narcissa's shoulder. "Back to being an ostrich again? Where's that poise you always show?" "Mom," I whined, wrapping my arms around her neck. "Aurora," Draco's voice rang out, closing the distance fast. "I want to share the fruits of victory with you." He leapt from his broom onto the stands. "The one who has always been by my side is you," He drew me from Narcissa's arms into his own. And it always will be you. There's so much I want to tell you. He brushed my hair aside and whispered against my ear. I do too. Then we'll talk when we're home. He pressed the snitch into my hand. Its wings fluttered, tickling my palm. Harry landed as well, and Narcissa immediately seized his arm, checking carefully for any sign of injury. She was just about to use her elven healing gift to erase the bruise on his face when Lucius stopped her. Sissy, not in public, not now. Take Harry to the infirmary with Draco later, Lucius instructed smoothly, and share Slytherin's victory with the Weasleys while you're there. Thoughtful as ever, Lucius Malfoy could drive one mad without ever lifting a finger. The golden snitch was soon retrieved by Professor Hooch. Draco had wanted to buy it as a keepsake but was politely refused. Draco, this snitch, I once handed it to Sissy myself, Lucius said, his eyes full of reminiscence. Father, making that expression in this body of yours is highly inappropriate, I teased. Lucius looked barely in his 20s, and in a few years, he might look more like Draco's brother than his father. Sissy and I are going back. You two behave yourselves, he added. He didn't define Tom as a problem, and a weight lifted slightly from my chest. Good thing Draco gave the snitch to his sister, or else I would have had to curse that girl. The Malfoys have a tradition of giving snitches to family members, another voice explained. Thankfully, it wouldn't have any negative repercussions. I finally exhaled. That night, our emotions were stirred, leaving us restless for a long while. We're going to have a little brother or sister. Draco was delighted to hear the news. No wonder Father took Mother back so quickly without even attending the celebration. I thought he didn't approve of my performance. Draco always wanted to be the son his father could proudly show off. Even when he did well, he never felt it was enough. Next time, I need to tell Lucius that his strict father, kind mother style puts too much pressure on Draco. You're amazing, truly amazing. You're Slytherin's hero, the best seeker. I used every word I could think of to describe him. In the darkness, he thought I couldn't see him, yet the corners of his mouth curved proudly. You kept my snitch, he said smugly. By keeping the snitch you're mine, he gently stroked my cheek. I have always been yours. The mark on my brow, sleeping together since childhood, all bore witness to our closeness. Not enough, far from enough. He pulled me tight. I want to have you properly, like father has mother. But our relationship is already known to everyone, I admitted my worry. We never had any blood relation. Father has ways around it, Draco said, seeing the methods through Lucius and Narcissa. Aurora, I hope you can be like mother, carefree, able to do whatever you want every day. A true Malfoy lady's life of luxury. Once, I had envied the rise of Kai Jai Wanwan in the Chinese drama Rui's royal love in the palace. Now, having such a life handed to me, enjoying the fruits of my parents' achievements, is the greatest blessing. To achieve one's wishes, luck and skill must go hand in hand. Why choose to discard everything your parents built, risking hardship just to prove yourself? Why not use their resources and start from a higher position? To prove yourself for the sake of proving yourself is to trap yourself in a dead end. I heard your uncle once wanted to give the snitch to mother too, Draco said, grinning. My sixth sense told me that even though the two are 5 years apart, whenever Sirius faced Narcissa, he loses his usual composure, becoming slightly awkward. That's why father kept the seeker position in Slytherin all through 7th year. Just to keep Gryffindor's rising star Sirius from sending out a snitch. To eliminate any possibility between the two, he truly left no stone unturned. Even now, seeing father's vigilant guard, I can't help but smile a little. Chapter 246. Easy to board, hard to disembark. What? This summer Tom and grandfather are taking the 3 of us to Albania for a trial? You've got to be kidding me. I want no part of this mess. If Tom can handle it on his own, all the better. Lucius summoned Draco and me to the study, speaking with uncharacteristic gravity. Aurora, this is your first time invoking the unicorn's bond. Whether it can truly restrain Tom is still an unknown. Yes, not the slightest flaw could be allowed. A single misstep could cost everything. And since your unicorn nature has already been revealed to him, you'd best tie yourself to his ship and maximize the benefit. The one who understands Voldemort best is Voldemort himself. Lucius tapped the tabletop with his fingers, the rhythm deliberate and heavy. With Sissy's condition, I can't take her on long journeys. Affairs at home will rest on your shoulders. His gaze softened, full of quiet warmth. Father, why hasn't Mother begun to show yet? Worry pricked at me. By rights, Narcissa should already be in her late term. Her belly ought to be round and prominent. Could she have cast a glamour to keep her figure intact? No, that wasn't possible. No spell could deceive me. Then, had she miscarried? And Lucius simply couldn't bear to say it aloud? The thought of Mother, who had waited so many years for this child, suffering such a loss made my throat ache. My nose stung. Hot tears spilled before I could stop them. Aurora, what's wrong? Draco noticed my distress immediately. Mother, I bolted from the study, rushing to Narcissa and wrapping her gently from behind. Aurora, did Luke pick on you again? Her brows knit sharply, ready to march off and scold Lucius that very moment. No, Mother. Just please take care of yourself. My gaze drifted downward, fixed on her still, flat stomach. Her narrow waist looked all the slimmer for the curve of her hips and chest. Oh, you mean this? Narcissa let out a soft sigh of relief. She guided my hand to her lower belly, and I felt it clear as day. There was life there. One body, 2 heartbeats. It was miraculous. Aurora, don't worry. The baby has always been here. It seems elven gestation lasts far longer than human. Then doesn't that mean this pregnancy could last for years? It's possible. Lucius appeared, his gaze fixed expectantly on Narcissa's still, flat stomach. Without a sound, he slid me out of the way. Narcissa caught on instantly and smacked his hands off her waist. Honestly, are you so petty you'd even get jealous of your own daughter? Seeing me break into laughter through tears, she quickly gathered me into her arms and murmured softly, "Girls are the best, Mama's little guardian angel." Though she wasn't yet showing, Narcissa was carrying a child and couldn't be allowed into danger with us. Lucius remained at her side with careful devotion, entrusting the heavier tasks to us. It was only reasonable. This time it's Tom who specifically asked for you to go. Ph. Lucius knew perfectly well how to shift blame and divert the fire elsewhere, anything to keep me from tattling to Narcissa and making things harder on him later. Albania is a fine place, Abraxas remarked with a sigh as he and Tom returned to Malfoy Manor. All through his school years at Hogwarts, Tom longed to see it. In the original tale, Tom lured Helena Ravenclaw, daughter of the house's founder, into revealing the hiding place of her mother's diadem, also in Albania. Tom, using charm as a weapon, even seduced a ghost. Nothing was off limits to him. Chapter 247. The One Never Acknowledged. When I shot him a glare of indignation, Tom, unhurried as ever, said, "Aurora, it was your idea to begin with. You'd like to wash your hands of it now? Hardly fitting. As if this whole mess wasn't caused by you, you wretched boy who loves to slice himself into fragments. And now I, the outsider, am left cleaning it up." My eyes lit with an idea. I raised my voice. "I've made plenty of new friends at Hogwarts." Tom clearly didn't grasp the weight of what I was saying. "Among them, a very beautiful ghost, Helena," I hinted deliberately. "I was locked in that notebook for years." What ghost would I remember? Tom's expression didn't waver in the slightest. But Abraxas, sharp as ever, picked up on something unusual. "Aurora, what do you mean by that?" His narrow eyes narrowed further. "Abraxas, you know I only respond to you," Tom murmured, a wicked twist to his words. "What outrageous talk with a child standing right here. Couldn't they keep such things private?" My cheeks burned red hot, and I only wanted to bolt. I had no energy left to probe Tom further. "Aurora, you explain it. What about Helena?" Seeing Tom's feigned confusion, Abraxas' suspicion eased slightly. "Helena was the daughter of Ravenclaw's founder. That notebook only housed his first fragmented soul." "You mean, there are more?" I nodded. My throat tightened as though something had seized it, choking off my voice. Abraxas noticed my struggle instantly. "Aurora, don't toy carelessly with the gift of prophecy," he warned. "It's all your fault," I snapped at Tom. "How many pieces have you hacked yourself into? And you have the gall to complain about Aurora refusing to carry your burdens. Anyone tangled with you is doomed." Tom quickly bowed his head, voice low and contrite. "Abraxas, it's my mistake, don't be angry." He shot me a look on the sly. "I'll uncover the truth behind this soon. Don't strain yourself with worry." He watched Abraxas retreating back until it vanished completely, then finally turned to me. "Well then, why spread slander about me?" "Oh my gosh!" This isn't just a rumor, it's an undeniable fact. I mean, that Voldemort who separated from you. I was about to accuse him of his despicable actions when he shot me a glare sharp enough to freeze me in place. He fawned over Helena, the daughter of Ravenclaw, to learn the location of the Ravenclaw diadem. You mean, my future self, splitting off half of my soul, is residing in the diadem? Yes. And even the phenomenon in Albania, that was me behind it? Tom deduced instantly. No wonder he'd earned 12 O's, his intelligence was phenomenal. Yes, even the soul that possessed Professor Quirrell's mind in first year was discovered in Albania. Tom pondered silently. What secrets does Albania hide? All of these Horcrux fragments, without exception, seemed drawn there to recuperate. Looks like we really have no choice but to go there. Suddenly, Tom's expression turned serious. I never properly thanked you before. No need, just take care of my grandfather. Of course, that goes without saying. There was a hint of pride in his expression, perhaps a result of me constantly undermining him. You, like Draco, carry my blood as well. But I'm clearly the one unrecognized by the Malfoy lineage. He seemed to sense what I was thinking. Not every alchemical creation can be perfect and logical like Sissy. Narcissa, born through Abercrax's hand, carried a mix of Malfoy and Voldemort's blood. Of course, you have your own advantages too, he said, his meaning pointed. Since I'm not in the family register, a future marriage with Draco wouldn't be criticized by outsiders. Finding a socially suitable identity and re-entering the Malfoy family would be effortless. He had read my thoughts, and my cheeks flushed. I really don't understand what's so great about the Malfoys. You and Sissy, no matter what, you can't escape being entangled by them for life, Tom teased. Before criticizing others, you should look at yourself first, I shot back. As the only soul fragment to abandon the pursuit of immortality, it felt like I'd been cursed by the Malfoy family. Harry will be more successful than Draco, Tom hinted. You have many options, don't you? Tom, don't joke like that. I stopped him. That's true. The fragment on Harry's head is the most unstable factor. One day, he might be assimilated into another Voldemort. The man stepped closer, beside me. Do you want me to deal with him now, Master? He deliberately dragged out the word. His voice was magnetic, filled with hooks that drew in the listener's attention. The word Master struck like thunder in my mind. It carried an almost irresistible power. Don't call me that. It felt like even a hint of it could turn me into the next unhinged, twisted soul. A playful glint danced in his eyes. Don't like it? Yes, I don't, I said, meeting his gaze. Wouldn't it be nice to be the top? He asked, sitting across from me. You can read a face, but not a heart. How many of those kissing my robes on the ground were sincere? I shot back. In canon, except for Bellatrix, almost all Death Eaters betrayed him. Sharp-tongued, he said, unfazed. He naturally knew exactly what I meant. Yet he wasn't angry. I had never imagined I'd be talking casually with the ultimate boss on equal footing. The Malfoys, always habitually hiding behind power, were ready to launch another divinization campaign. Once Hermione Granger came into power, it would be far from good news for the Malfoy family. Of course, I trusted Hermione's character. But as a Muggle, born Minister of Magic, her priorities would inevitably favor the Order of the Phoenix. Figuring out how to rehabilitate Tom was no small task. In the past 10 or so years of his absence, under the Phoenix's heavy publicity, he had become a household name, the secret weapon to stop children from crying. Not long ago he had been a walking charm in the magical world. I was certain that with Tom's looks he could create waves of attention and trends dictated by appearance alone. Everything had to be carefully planned. Nothing could be spoken aloud. Everything had to be confirmed. Tom must remain under our control. Going to Albania together was the perfect opportunity. I'm going to pack. Don't keep grandfather waiting too long. I pushed him toward the door. Only to find Draco and Harry standing on either side. You too, eavesdropping? Chapter 249. Jealousy and Rivalry. You stayed in the room with Tom for so long. Draco rushed forward in a single stride, scanning me from head to toe. Can I enjoy her while you can't? Tom crossed his arms, a teasing grin on his face. Of course, Harry mumbled quietly. He grabbed my wrist, inspecting it carefully. I don't need to give blood again, don't worry. I quickly explained. Your two guardians are doing their jobs, Tom commented. If I really wanted to be against you, I wouldn't be in Malfoy Manor. You actually thought about it? Draco positioned himself protectively in front of me. Draco, Tom's joking. I held his arm. Seeing he couldn't win against me, he allowed me to wrap my arms around his waist from behind. The boy's frame was still slight, like a tall, flourishing bamboo shoot suddenly elongated, but not yet fully muscular. His pale skin contrasted against the slightly loose shirt draping over him. He had started growing his platinum hair long, imitating Lucius, but mentally, he was far from him. Draco, flustered by concern, was easy to mislead. Tom only needed to provoke a little, and Draco would fall right into the trap. I noticed Harry's stifled smile and felt a twinge of confusion. Stepping around Draco, I realized there was no tense confrontation at all. These three were clearly laughing at me. I thought I had prevented a conflict, when in reality, I had once again thrown myself into the fray voluntarily. Tom, you're in cahoots with them too. Who was the one calling me master just now? I thought you'd enjoy it too. After all, Draco and Harry have been competing for your attention for a while now. Being caught off guard like this in person, my face burned with embarrassment. I scrambled for an excuse and ran off. I had always known that Harry had strong feelings for me, but I had pretended ignorance to avoid awkwardness. Changing the Malfoy family's fate from glory into decline, so that every one of them might live safely and well, that has always been what matters most to me. By now, I've made some progress, but I can't afford to relax. It feels as though some unseen hand is always trying to correct the divergence, to force fate back into the rails of the original story. If I had never gotten involved with him, he would still have Ginny Weasley's or Cho Chang's admiration. If I had led him on, treating him like a backup option, wouldn't that only have dragged him deeper, delaying his chance to find the one meant for him? He's one of my best friends. I could never trifle with his feelings just to stroke my own vanity. What's this? Planning to eat all 3 meals in your bedroom just to avoid suspicion? Draco ordered the house elf to clear the dishes from the room. He smirked, looking far too pleased with himself. I wasn't. I denied it flatly, though it sounded unconvincing even to my own ears. The moment I heard the words avoid suspicion, my face began to burn. According to Tom, I must look like some kind of saintly white lotus. He only meant you're well liked. Don't take it to heart, Draco said gently. But it feels like I've done something awful to Harry. And to me? What? I blinked, uncomprehending. You don't feel guilty about how you treat me? He leaned closer. Should I take that to mean in your heart, it's only natural for me to fight for your attention? Chapter 250, When the Clam Fights the Crane. My lips parted but no rebuttal came. The truth was, I had taken Draco's kindness for granted. Guilt churned inside me, yet, I had no idea where to begin. Little liar, he teased, always so sharp-tongued, yet when it matters most, you've got nothing to say for yourself. I suppose it really is like you said, I've grown used to accepting your care without thinking. Exactly, Draco declared triumphantly. Huh? Accept it without guilt, give back in return, that's what makes it mutual. He pulled me into his arms, our foreheads pressed together. I could feel the warmth of his breath. It was true. Draco had changed. He'd grown more insightful. And together, we were growing better each day. Narcissa packed us with bag upon bag of luggage. If not for the Reducio charm, I'd have sworn she'd emptied half of Malfoy Manor into our trunks. Tom, I'm entrusting Aurora and Draco to you. Her eyes glistened. Don't worry, Tom's expression was complicated. He and Narcissa both knew who the other truly was, yet neither chose to speak. Father, her voice wavered, fragile as if a single breeze might scatter it. Tom clearly heard her. His movements faltered for just a moment. He didn't turn back, only gave a quiet response, soft but audible to them both. Tom took my hand. Say goodbye to Mother. Goodbye, Mother. I waved my arm with all my strength. Narcissa's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. So Tom had a family too, after all. Mother's crying again? Pregnant women really do get more sentimental, Draco muttered under his breath. It's not like this is our first trip away from home. This time, they're coming with us. I rushed to smooth things over for Narcissa. Aurora, sometimes I wonder if you've got a serious mother complex. Oh, Tom, why'd you hit me? Draco clutched his head, looking aggrieved. What's so strange about Aurora being close to Sissy? You call for your father every other breath, Tom said coolly. For once, he actually stood up for me clearly. I had Narcissa to thank for that. Aurora, are you feeling better? Harry came up beside me lugging his trunk. Hedwig perched on his shoulder, blinking drowsily. Owls were nocturnal, and since we'd left early this morning, she badly needed sleep. I hadn't shown my face all day yesterday. Meeting his worried gaze, I quickly reassured him, I'm fine now, just had too much to prepare. Crookshanks, it's too hot, get down. Crookshanks had draped himself around my neck like a scarf. With the summer heat, all I wore was a light blouse and short skirt. Meow, Crookshanks yowled as Draco peeled him off me. Don't carry it like a burden, Harry said softly. Life is long, full of twists and turns. At different stages, we make different choices. I understood perfectly well what he was hinting at. Aurora knows what suits her best. If it were me, I'd never try to sway her decision, Draco said, holding Crookshanks as he stepped closer to me. Remember those words. What's that supposed to mean? Draco bristled. You know exactly what I mean, Harry replied evenly. You've never been Aurora's only choice, you simply had every advantage, time, place, and circumstance. Isn't that so? The tension was thick enough to cut. Come on, let's go already. I gave Harry a shove forward. I caught Tom glancing back, openly amused by the spectacle. You, Draco dropped Crookshanks to the ground and seized Harry by the collar, ready to swing. I grabbed his wrist. Brother, Harry, right now, what matters most is resolving the Malfoy family's looming crisis. We're not even of age until 17. Draco frowned. So you agree with Harry that life's too uncertain? Of course not. I hurried to calm him down. You hear that? Draco turned on Harry, a sharp, almost dangerous glint in his eyes. Harry's expression darkened, glaring back without flinching. What good does this pointless fight do either of you? I scooped Crookshanks back into my arms. His steady purring soothed the turmoil in my chest. You've never really known other people, that's why you're so fixated on me now. The feelings of youth so sudden, so intense and just as fleeting, very few ever become something lasting, something worth remembering. Aurora, then let time be the judge, Harry said at last. He didn't try to refute me. It was like punching into cotton, frustratingly soft, with nowhere to land. He was like a venomous snake, lying in wait in the shadows, watching, biding his time for the chance to strike. But in my heart, the scales had already tipped, always toward Draco. Albania lay far away in southeastern Europe, thousands of miles from our home in Wiltshire, England. Since we had the three of us kids along, Abraxas and Tom chose not to apparate. Instead, they went with a Muggle mode of transport, an airplane. I noticed the airline's logo and to my surprise, it bore the Malfoy family crest. Only descendants of the Malfoy line could see it, thanks to a magical enchantment. I invested in this, Abraxas said proudly. Lucius, he's my protege, raised under my guidance. Dad doesn't put it that way, Draco interjected, exposing the truth. Dad says you're hopelessly love-struck, always helping Voldemort out. Mom and he learned everything from the portraits of past Malfoys. I quickly clamped my hand over Draco's mouth. Seriously, how dare he repeat Lucius's private teasing of Abraxas out loud? Lucius certainly has sharp observation skills, Tom chuckled. Abraxas, caught off guard, nearly turned green with anger. It's all Sissy and Lucius spoiling you brats. You have no respect for your elders. Grandpa, it's not your fault you don't look your age. How are we supposed to treat you like an elder? I hastily flattered him. Being able to learn by your side is an honor. Draco quickly backtracked, trying to save face. If only Lucius had half your skills at coaxing people when he was young, I wouldn't have been so strict with him. Abraxas's eyes showed a flicker of regret. I'd heard from Narcissa that young Lucius was often beaten. Any act of defiance would earn him a whipping. His back was nothing but bruises. Once he took over the Malfoy estate, his first investment was in powerful healing potions that doubled recovery speed. When he was young, he wasn't as cunning as he is now. He'd just stay silent, silently enduring my wrath. I would never be so cruel to my only biological son, just because he showed weakness, Abraxas said, staring at his hands in disbelief. Lucius was naturally a relentless, unyielding character. In canon, his decisions regarding Voldemort, the Inferi, and ultimately withdrawing from the final battle were all calculated, optimal solutions. Don't overthink. Lucius and Sissy are fine now, Tom said, putting a comforting hand on Abraxas's shoulder. Tom was so tall that Abraxas had to tilt his head back slightly to look up at him. Truly a natural little alpha pup. I could already see the scenes forming in my serialized fanfic singing against the current. All I'd need to do is swap in Harry and Draco's faces and the stats would skyrocket. Suddenly, my face collided with a solid wall of muscle. I touched my nose, ready to apologize, when I felt hands on my shoulders. Diggory, senpai. It was Cedric Diggory, Puff's golden boy. Like us, he was dressed in casual muggle clothes. Are you okay, Aurora? He straightened my crooked hat with a gentle hand. Thankfully, we weren't at Hogwarts. Cedric's fans were too fanatical. I didn't need that kind of trouble here. He understood my discomfort. At school, he addressed me formally as Miss Malfoy, not Aurora. You're heading to Albania too? He asked politely, exchanging greetings with the others. His father, Amos Diggory, stood nearby, wearing a somewhat forced smile. Judging by appearances, I guessed his awkwardness was because Slytherin had just beaten Puff in the Quidditch match. Draco and Cedric were both Seekers. And Draco was 2 years younger than Cedric. A 2-year age gap made a noticeable difference in physical strength and stamina. Draco's talent more than compensated for his youth and physical disadvantage. Cedric's loss was not undeserved. In the original story, Harry, terrified by the Dementors stationed at Hogwarts, fell off his broom during the match against Hufflepuff. That's how Cedric managed to catch the golden snitch. Cedric's father, Mr. Diggory, had boasted about it endlessly, flaunting his son's achievement. Still, in front of Abraxas, he maintained a semblance of decorum. Next to Abraxas stood Tom, tall and commanding, with a face that could captivate anyone. Mr. Diggory found himself distracted more than once. Abraxas had to clear his throat to regain attention. This is my partner, Voldy Malfoy. Voldy, Abraxas' nickname for Voldemort, was now officially given the Malfoy surname. Well, that made him a genuine member of the family by marriage. Tom, however, didn't seem to mind. His smile was radiant. Tom Riddle had always regarded that name as a disgrace. He had no attachment to the Riddle surname and even resented being called Tom. Now, truly accepted by Abraxas, perhaps being a Malfoy wasn't so bad after all. When did Grandpa marry Tom? Draco poked me, his expression full of curiosity. I just found out myself. Lucius was the current head of the Malfoy family, with Abraxas entrusting everything into his son's hands. Chapter 253. Breaking the Deadlock. After taking the aging potion, Tom appeared roughly the same age as Abraxas. Time had left no mark on his face. If anything, it added a mature charm. Mr. Malfoy, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Amos Diggory shook Tom's hand and couldn't let go for a long moment. It was like a fan meeting. His enthusiasm was even more overwhelming than Sirius's. It wasn't until Cedric, blushing quietly, reminded his father that Mr. Diggory reluctantly released his grip. Many people say that, Tom replied, extremely affable. No wonder he had once been the most popular head boy, polite, humble, and handsome. Abraxas snorted. We're about to board. Let's go in first. First class passengers were invited to board early. We bid farewell to the Diggorys. Mr. Diggory's longing gaze remained fixed. Grandpa, why not take a private plane? Draco asked, puzzled. Abraxas shot Tom a sharp look. Isn't it because someone wanted to feel what it's like to be the center of attention? I haven't flown much, Tom explained. He had been trapped in a notebook since he was 16. When he emerged, the world had changed drastically. He was incredibly curious about everything. I found myself caught between Draco and Harry. Tom's movie, Starface, quickly became the focus of the flight attendants' attention. One by one, they found excuses to linger by his side, hoping to spend just a little longer near him. It went on until Abraxas, thoroughly exasperated, demanded that all cabin service be suspended. I told you to wear these instead. In Tom's palm lay a pair of very familiar confounding earrings. I remember those. She was the one who begged for them, Sissy cried, for ages back then. Abraxas took them with a look of nostalgia. It was my failure to protect her that forced her to hide her face. But do you need me to worry about that for you? He tucked the earrings away and closed his eyes, feigning sleep. "All right." Tom's expression softened. He leaned back in his chair, gently adjusted Abraxas's head so he could rest more comfortably on his shoulder. A faint smile curved at Abraxas's lips. This time he had someone whose arms could hold him, whose voice could whisper sweetness, and whose life could see him through to the very end. "Aurora, I can't shake the feeling that this trip to Albania won't be peaceful." Draco's brows knit tightly, his eyes closed as he pressed his fingers to his temples. "I've had the same premonition," Harry added. A moment ago, the two had been ready to tear into each other. Now, they spoke calmly, discussing instead. "Aurora, maybe we never should have involved ourselves in this mess." Draco hesitated. The Malfoy instinct for self-preservation was surfacing. But could we really just let Voldemort find another way into Hogwarts? In the original timeline, during our third year, Voldemort had lain low. Only once Scabbers' identity was revealed and Peter Pettigrew had nowhere left to hide did he flee to Albania to seek Voldemort out. This time, Pettigrew's body had already been picked clean by sharks. Another key player in Voldemort's return was Barty Crouch Jr., the same bastard who disguised himself as Moody and turned Draco into a ferret. This time, I would crush his plan in the cradle. Chapter 254, Tom the Trickster. A plan had begun to take shape in my mind. Before the plane took off, I slipped to Tom's side. His eyes were closed in rest, long dark lashes like crow feathers casting heavy shadows across his lids. Abraxas, looking weary, had already dozed off. The former Malfoy patriarch was beautiful enough to inspire envy in anyone, yet next to Tom, his brilliance seemed a touch dimmer. "Aurora, what is it?" Tom asked without opening his eyes. He had sensed me. "Tom, do you remember anything about the Crouch family?" "Barty Crouch? I've heard Ab say the name. His son's scandal kept him from winning the Minister of Magic election. Old Barty fought Voldemort openly, yet his own son turned out to be a Death Eater." Abraxas let out a dry, ironic laugh. "Did we wake you?" Tom took Abraxas's hand, absent-mindedly toying with his fingers. No. Abraxas's gaze shifted to me. "Aurora, what are you trying to say?" "There's something strange about Barty Crouch Jr.'s death," I hinted carefully. I couldn't reveal everything outright. All I could do was nudge their thoughts in the right direction. "Another prophecy?" Abraxas had shed his drowsy posture, now sitting upright. I nodded quietly, then turned my eyes toward Tom. "You're asking for my help?" Tom caught my meaning at once. "Old Barty won't welcome us." Abraxas shook his head. "His mind is nothing but politics. Because his son's Death Eater identity was exposed, he missed his chance at the minister's chair. He hates you for it." "That's hardly my fault. If he can't keep his son in line, what does that have to do with me?" Tom shrugged. "You lured away his brilliant son, ruined his career. Your sins could fill volumes." Abraxas's voice was teasing, though his eyes gleamed. "Who knows if you're actually interested in that boy?" "Don't be ridiculous. I'm old enough to be young Barty's father." In the original tale, Barty Crouch Jr. revered Voldemort as if he were his own father. Like Bellatrix Lestrange, he flaunted his devotion, yet he was worse than Bellatrix. Clever, ruthless, merciless, a master schemer with unmatched skill in mimicry, the very image of a high-intellect criminal. "Everyone knows you never turn anyone away," Abraxas muttered, though a sly smile tugged at his mouth. "Aurora, just how many secrets are you still hiding?" Tom's wine, red eyes fixed on me. "I fear we'll need the Malfoy family's influence," he went on. "The Crouch estate has been under tight guard for years. Breaking in won't be easy." He squeezed Abraxas's fingers lightly. "Lucius will see to it," Abraxas nodded. "Aurora is the Malfoy family's lucky star." His words carried a layered meaning. "Of course," Tom added smugly, "and we both know who she favors more." He might as well have been fanning out his feathers like a peacock. My features and Narcissa's were near mirror images of Tom's. Only the Malfoy signature of golden hair and silver-gray eyes prevailed. "That hasn't stopped you from dragging her into danger." Abraxas shot Tom a glare. Dragging me into danger? What had Tom done? And why was Abraxas looking at me with such pity? Chapter 255, A Future Uncertain. Compared with Britain, Albania was far behind in its overall development, not even on par with China of the same era. It was hard to imagine why the Voldemort of the original story would choose this place to recover his strength. The Malfoy family was wise not to invest here. Both the government and the people thrive on opportunism, Abrax aside. Albania was a socialist state, once heavily supported by China's aid. The greed only grew bottomless until other socialist nations withdrew their backing. In its behavior, Albania was no different from the Voldemort of the original tale, always taking, never giving. He bled the Malfoy fortune nearly dry. In the end, Narcissa defected, and Lucius chose Azkaban rather than continue under his command. He promised grand visions, that becoming a Death Eater would lead pure blood families to ultimate power, but the promise was never kept. Dumbledore, by contrast, played his cards far better. The Weasleys remained poor, yes, but so long as one attended Hogwarts, there was always a chance to become a prefect, a head boy or girl, or earn some small privilege from the headmaster himself. The magical current here is strange, Tom murmured to himself. What do you mean? It seems untouched by Merlin's protection, and yet, the spiritual energy is unusually strong. Draco pulled me aside. As the only elf among us, his sensitivity to aura far surpassed ours. I think I can sense the mother tree here in Albania, he said, eyes closing in concentration. Also near the Black Forest? Yes. Grandfather, there's somewhere we need to go first. Tom and Draco spoke the words at the same time. You lead the way. Yeah, you lead the way. How is it that these two always think alike? Harry followed silently at the end of the group. I noticed him pressing a hand to his forehead, his expression dark and troubled. Harry, what's wrong? I stepped closer and asked. He offered me a reassuring smile. My scar, it hurts. Getting closer, I saw the bloodshot tension in his eyes. He'd clearly been holding it in for some time. I gently touched his forehead, but it felt like an electric shock. I quickly withdrew my hand. He furrowed his brow, and the pain seemed to worsen. I hurriedly cast a healing spell, but it barely helped. Harry could hardly walk from the pain. Our palms pressed together, and I could feel his magic being drained, pulled away relentlessly. Harry's in trouble, I shouted. Tom stepped forward, chanting a flurry of spells I couldn't understand. His expression grew grave. He scooped Harry up, apparated directly in front of us, and vanished. Where is he taking Harry? Follow me. Tom carried my blood within him. I could trace his position effortlessly. Aurora, we're getting closer to the Black Forest in Albania, he said. It felt as if the forest could swallow everything, like a black hole. Even though it was midsummer, I shivered involuntarily. Your hands are so cold, Draco said, worry etched across his face. Maybe we're really not cut out for this place. Harry is in so much pain, and your hands and feet are freezing too. Ahead lay unknown dangers. Were we really supposed to go further in? A towering tree loomed before us. Its trunk would take several adults linking hands to encircle. Charred bark, withered branches, it was clearly dead. The most severe wound ran straight down its center, like a failed cultivator in a Chinese Xiangxia novel who never ascended, struck by countless lightning tribulations, torn apart and dying in the darkness before dawn. For some reason, I felt an intense aversion to approaching it. Clearly, everything here felt so familiar to me. Harry had been placed under a tree by Tom. The boy was leaning against the trunk, seemingly too weak to even stand. His magic is depleting at an accelerated rate, Tom explained. If this continues, he'll become a mere husk. How could this be happening? What had I done? Why did I insist on bringing Harry here? Even without my suggestion, he could have survived until the end, despite all the hardships. Will my blood work on him? I asked Tom. He shook his head. I suspect it's the scar on his head. The main soul is at play. The main soul? Tom elaborated. We are all fragments of him. The largest piece, the one struck by Lily Potter's protective charm, escaped to Albania. We share a subtle connection. It's hard to describe in words. Apparently, the main soul detected Harry's presence, lured us here, and is using him to absorb his magic, replenishing its own energy. Your blood would only make it stronger. The urgent task is to sever the link between him and Harry. What should I do? Harry's normally rosy cheeks were now pale, his green eyes half open, utterly lifeless. Tom, can you detach the soul fragment from Harry's head? The man shook his head. They fused long ago. The main soul must be nearby, savoring our pain and desperation. I had never felt so helpless. I could take responsibility for my own recklessness, but why should Harry bear the consequences? Tom, can you sense the main soul's location? I focused my mind. Only roughly, Tom pointed casually. It dominates the other fragments and can even hide its own presence. And now it's disappeared. So cunning. In the original story, classic villains die for talking too much. In Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, the freshly resurrected Voldemort could have killed Harry outright, yet he chose to toy with him through a duel, inviting nearly all the Death Eaters to watch. Perhaps in his mind, no Hogwarts student could ever defeat him. He trusted his power too much. The only known ways to destroy a Voldemort soul fragment were the basilisk or the Gryffindor sword, but the fragment had to be anchored to a physical object. And here, in the vast forest, how could one track a ghostly, ethereal soul? Aurora, since he's in a wandering spirit state, he might be like the Weasley twins averse to light, Draco speculated. Worth a try. I drew my wand. Grandpa, Draco, Tom, close your eyes. Not knowing the main soul's exact location, I had to attack indiscriminately. I moved beside Harry, reached out and closed his eyes. Harry, trust me. This time, it wasn't going to be as easy as provoking Fred Weasley. I could only hope the information Tom had just given was accurate. For miles around, the intense light made the forest feel like broad daylight. Don't open your eyes, I shouted. In the deserted black forest, I had no need to hold back. Suddenly, behind Harry, a charred tree emitted a piercing scream. A thick, black mist was forced out, shifting and twisting in shape. I could sense Harry's magic no longer draining away. In fact, it seemed to flow back into him. Harry. The dark mist surged along the center of his forehead and directly into his body. No. My hands grasped at empty air. Harry bit his lip, curling up tightly. His body temperature fluctuated wildly, alternately cold and hot. Others crowded around. Tom pressed a hand to my shoulder. Wait and see. But Harry's being possessed by a Horcrux. Then, it's a test of his willpower. Harry could become a second Quirrell, a vessel for Voldemort. Two consciousnesses vying for control of the same body, and now, with Voldemort's main soul added to the mix, would Harry even remain himself when he woke? Helpless, I cradled him against me. His head rested on my chest, calm now as if asleep, aside from sweat from pain sticking his fluffy hair to his face. I held his face, calling out to him, hoping to awaken his consciousness. Tears fell silently to the ground. Aurora, Harry moved. Draco pointed to the tips of Harry's fingers. Harry's lashes trembled slightly. His emerald, green eyes shone like glittering gems. Aurora, don't cry. He reached out, wiping the tears from my cheeks. Then, he drew them into his mouth. Even unicorn tears have strong healing properties, and you waste not a drop, Tom teased. Really? Harry weakly raised his arm. Can I? He asked cautiously. Can what? Lower your head. His voice was barely audible. I had to lean close to hear. His lips curved slightly, then traced the path of the tears, soft and warm. It felt like Crookshanks was licking my face. I froze as if petrified. Draco reacted first, quickly pulling us apart. What are you doing? Harry tumbled backward, his head hitting a tree with a thud. Draco, it was just a temporary measure, Tom tried to explain. He was clearly taking advantage of Aurora. Draco grabbed a handkerchief, rubbing furiously at my face, as if fearing any remnants remained. Don't let him near you, Draco snapped, frantic. I didn't react in time, I whispered. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Harry regain his strength. A weight lifted from my chest. Seeing my attention drift back to Harry, Draco tightened his arm around my waist. His breathing was heavy, as if he were struggling to calm his anger. And then, right in front of everyone, he actually... Chapter 2, 158, The Critical Moment. Draco pressed forward boldly, with that same unrestrained intensity, and I could no longer care about anything around us. He pinned me against the nearest tree trunk, cupping my face in his hands, tracing my lips with careful attention. The rough bark pressed against my arm. I wore nothing but a thin layer of clothing, the solid wood at my back leaving me no room to retreat. Draco was not like the other Malfoy men. He wasn't domineering. He was always gentle, always mindful of my feelings. But this time he must have been very angry. "Grandfather, they're still around," I murmured softly, placing my hands lightly on his shoulders to keep him from coming closer. But it seemed only to make things worse, intensifying our conflict. He guided me away to the other side of the great tree. Its bark was mottled, bearing the scars of centuries. Our bodies pressed tightly together. I drew deep, uneven breaths in his arms, struggling to steady my mind. For some reason, the mark on my brow began to burn. My thoughts grew hazy and disoriented. "Aurora," he whispered my name. I gave him a soft, tentative response. "What's happening? Your forehead is so hot." His forehead rested against mine. Then, cautiously, he pressed his lips to mine, testing my temperature. I couldn't help but let out a soft sound. Where he touched, the heat within me eased slightly. Finding relief, I pressed closer to him. "Draco, save me. I feel awful." Panic flashed in Draco's eyes. He tried to call out to Abraxas, but no sound would carry. We seemed to have stepped into another space entirely. This was once the hiding place of Voldemort's main soul. Helena, the daughter of Ravenclaw, had once said that in Albania's Black Forest, her mother's magic could not reach. That explained why. The thin fabric I wore now felt suffocating. "Aurora, what are you doing? You can't." He tried to stop me but didn't act decisively. I focused only on my own relief, wrapping myself tightly around him. He was like an ice pop under the blazing sun, immediately bringing me comfort. "You!" Completely unclothed against him, he paused, then unfurled his enormous elf wings to wrap me safely. "They mustn't see us," he muttered in the darkness. "Aurora, it seems your elf awakening is beginning." He could feel the flow of spiritual energy inside me. Even though this place is far from the elves' sacred grove in the Forbidden Forest, the spiritual currents are still incredibly strong. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll stay with you." His gaze was unbearably gentle, almost drowning me in warmth. He forced his eyes away, regaining control, no longer focusing solely on me. "Aurora, hold me tight, close your eyes." His massive wings enveloped me completely, and I felt my wrists and ankles gently bound by vines conjured from his magic. His eyes were full of tenderness. "Don't be afraid. You carry my mark, I can share your pain. Withdraw your consciousness, everything outside this space is irrelevant to us. Don't do what I did back then. Don't break the lineage on your own." Draco's voice was firm, precise, yet caring. He turned my body so I couldn't look outward. At this moment, the other three were frantically searching for us, calling our names into the void. Just like the awakening of bloodlines that Draco and the Malfoys experienced back then, we were now standing inside the mother tree in Albania. Only this tree had been split in two long ago, its life force all but gone. This place, it's deathly silent. It's not that the magic here is absent, it's too abundant. Everything in the world follows a law. Excess is as harmful as deficiency. The elven sanctuaries of Albania were no exception. The mother tree could not contain such overwhelming energy. Instead, it was crushed under its own potency. Aurora, use it with confidence. Perhaps this is your moment of awakening. Am I, the first elf to awaken completely bare? I rarely revealed myself so openly in front of Draco. I wanted to cover up, only to realize that my clothes had already been tossed far away. Bound by Draco's massive wings, I had no chance of escape. When we come into this world, we are all bare. It's only with age and social conditioning that we acquire clothing. So don't be embarrassed. One day we will meet honestly and openly, but today that day has come early. Draco's voice was soft, sincere. If I hadn't looked into his eyes, I might have fully believed him, but his gaze carried a burning desire, as if he wanted to devour me entirely. "Don't look at me." I covered his eyes with my hand. "All right." He removed my hand and pressed a kiss to my palm, utterly bewitching. As an elf, Draco reached out and gently touched my ear, as if I were delicate porcelain. "You're changing." My ears were several times more sensitive than usual. Draco whispered close to me, "Didn't I tell you? An elf's ears are highly sensitive. Only a lover may touch them. Touching the ears is also part of courtship." A sly smile curved his lips. No wonder Lucius always kissed Narcissa's ears. Her earlobes were perpetually flushed and swollen, no doubt from frequent attention. What are you thinking about, Aurora? Asking the question when he could just rid my mind, it was infuriating. Really? He mimicked Lucius's gesture. Don't, I can't bear it. Don't resist, I'm helping you. How can this be helping? You're tricking me. I felt tears pooling in my eyes. You really are sensitive, Draco said proudly. He guided my hand to gently touch the tip of my ear. Here it's already turning into an elf's ear. His hand moved to my back. His fingertips were cold and I shivered involuntarily. Aurora, endure it. He suddenly pulled me close. Intense pain surged through me, crashing over my fragile nerves like tidal waves. Draco brother, it hurts so much. I couldn't suppress the groan of pain. Humans, without wings, must undergo skeletal restructuring to become elves. At the same time, he shared my pain, biting his own lips until they bled. Finally understood why he had restrained me. He was holding me to prevent self-harm during the throes of excruciating pain. I wanted to move away, fearing I might hurt him, but he held me firmly in his embrace. Open your mouth. A sweet, fragrant fruit was pressed into my mouth. Pain clouded my mind, leaving me no time to wonder how a fruit could grow here in this barren place. I bit through its skin, and the sugary juice spilled over my lips. Don't waste it. This is a sacred fruit, very beneficial to elves. He took advantage of the juice trickling from my lips, almost consuming both the fruit and my mouth in one motion. Even knowing he was doing it out of care for the fruit, I couldn't help overthinking it. He spoke to me through our mental link. You think I'd be like Harry, only focused on taking advantage of you? I dared not answer. Draco, ever meticulous, found ways to scold me in every moment. Such a petty little elf. Aurora, I've just been too indulgent with you. The boy sighed softly in my ear. With the sacred fruit still in my mouth, I could only hum in response. Only at times like this will you behave a little. Does it still hurt? Ah, he was just distracting me earlier. I shook my head. He removed the fruit pit from my mouth and ate the remaining flesh. Then peeled back the hard outer shell, turning it over in his hand. For some reason, his expression was difficult to read, even slightly guilty. Aurora, do you want to be able to control vines like I do? Not every elf can manipulate vines, but I can help you. His words came faster, almost urgent, as if afraid I might change my mind. Now is the best time. The enormous wings beneath me felt like a Malfoy family carpet, no, even more comfortable because of Draco's warmth. What should I do? Trusting him completely, I let him take control. Spread your legs. He hardly dared to look at me. What do you mean? Seeing my confusion, he explained, the pit of the sacred fruit is a vine seed. I'm going to plant it for you. Plant it where? I began to guess the truth emerging before me. Is this how you got your vine ability? Of course not. That's innate. Draco's face flushed with anger. Will it hurt? I felt fear and clenched my legs tighter. I don't know. I've never done it before. Draco held me down, making me unable to move. Aurora, are you willing? He asked again. Yes, I'm happy to have the same ability as you. I had seen Draco and Lucius use vines. Their power was overwhelming, impossible to defend against. Whether in close combat or at range, they were devastating. This gave the Malfoys yet another advantage. Don't be afraid. It will gradually merge with your body. It was irreversible. It feels strange, I murmured, trying to shift slightly. Maybe it just needs some time to adapt. Draco seemed pleased with his handiwork. I tried to sit up, only to collapse back down. Careful, he quickly steadied me. It's your fault, I muttered, annoyed. Who knows how long it will take to get used to this. You haven't adjusted to the added weight of the wings. It's normal to feel unbalanced, he said. Clearly just an excuse to tease me. Draco, I really misjudged you. Brother, how can I face anyone looking like this? Helpless, I fiddled with my icy, wavy hair. My bare back sagged under a pair of enormous brown wings. With nothing on, only a small scrap of fabric shielded my chest. Draco, of course, looked impeccable. His shirt only had 2 extra holes in the back, standing there in sharp contrast to my disheveled state. He smiled mysteriously and pulled something from his pocket. Why is there a ring to conceal an elf's appearance? Could Narcissa have had some foresight as well? Mother always believed that, like us, you would awaken your elven blood, so the ring was prepared from the start. To avoid pressuring me, she had entrusted it to Draco's care. Mom, I held the ring, my nose tingling as tears threatened to spill. Draco gently wiped them away. You're such a crybaby, anything involving your mother makes you sentimental. I even suspect your orientation sometimes. Don't be ridiculous. Narcissa was my creator. Though I hadn't been born from her body, deep down, I had always regarded her as my mother. I'll help you put it on. Draco's voice was gentle beyond words. It's like we're exchanging rings, I blurted. I thought the same thing. I restored my human form. My long, icy hair had once concealed the graceful curves of my chest and back, but now I stood boldly before Draco. You turn around. All right. He reluctantly did so, and I felt a fleeting pang of bittersweet longing in my heart. Honestly, I was exasperated with myself for getting so tangled up in emotions. I quickly dressed, only to notice that the scene outside had changed. The charred tree trunks and withered branches were now sprouting new buds. Harry leaned nearby, initially drowsy, but at the sound, he instantly drew his wand. Harry, it's me. I'm back. I barely spoke before he grabbed my arm and pulled me into his embrace. He inhaled the scent of my hair and murmured, Aurora, you've finally appeared. I thought something had happened to you. There's still a living person here too. Draco cleared his throat. What happened? You've been gone so long. Harry's expression showed worry. Exchanging a glance with Draco, I explained, everything here is strange. We accidentally stumbled into the hiding place of Voldemort's main soul. It took a while to find our way out. Harry fired a signal flare into the sky. Soon after, Tom and Abraxas arrived. You were trapped here. There's the presence of the main soul. It must have drained the original life force. Dom's hand brushed over the tender new buds. Even Tom can make mistakes. I wanted to tease him, but knew I couldn't reveal the truth. The power, eternal life, and unparalleled beauty of elven bloodlines, these were things humans had chased for centuries. Even the appearance of the Philosopher's Stone had caused bloodshed. If our identities were discovered, the consequences would be unthinkable. Look, there's a bird feather here. A feather dropped as my elven blood awakened, now appearing in Harry's hand. Newborn bones and flesh had burst through the spine, still streaked with my blood. Tom caught the feather. He knew my blood intimately. His expression was grave, tinged with hesitation. A fascinating specimen worth studying. He glanced at me with an inscrutable look before tucking the feather into his pouch. The quill is fluffy, the color vivid, definitely a raptor of the skies. Unfortunately, it couldn't withstand the main soul's power. Its body ruptured and perished. Tom deliberately steered the discussion in a different direction. It was hard to imagine that Voldemort's main soul had barely survived in Albania's Black Forest for over a decade. Even during his life, he had spent years scouring the land, sleeping under the open sky, just to find Ravenclaw's diadem. Beyond that, Draco and I had also noticed the forest's peculiarities. It seemed cursed. Besides having been struck by lightning in the past, the mother tree's roots were severely damaged. According to elven records, the blood of the bloodline is the mother tree's only nemesis. Normally, the surrounding area would be sealed by barriers set by generations of elf kings, preventing the bloodline from stepping a single foot inside. How could a former elf king have made such a basic mistake? The tree's remaining vitality persisted only because unicorn blood can neutralize all toxins in the world. Draco listened intently to my thoughts. He was speaking with me mentally. Aurora, no one, no thing, is worth your sacrificing yourself to this extent. Promise me, okay? His gaze burned with intensity. Okay. I sensed keenly that the deep sorrow in his eyes seemed almost tangible. I'm not that foolish. I'm a Malfoy. I don't move without interest. I took his hand, soothing him softly. I wish you weren't a Malfoy. What do you mean? Nothing. His expression was dark, and no matter how I tried to pry, he refused to speak. Draco had always been a spirited, confident boy. Such a heavy, brooding look didn't suit him at all. The priority was to find distractions, to occupy our minds with other matters. I kept sneaking glances at Harry. Seemingly the fragment of the main soul within him showed no sign of abnormality, or perhaps he was hiding it so deeply that I simply couldn't detect it. Even if, hypothetically, Harry had already been partially assimilated by Voldemort, a boy who had grown up with us from childhood wouldn't be capable of dragging the Malfoy family into an irreversible abyss. In any case, this journey had been worthwhile. I can't wait to tell Mom and Dad this good news. That night, I lay in Draco's embrace, my heart yearning to be home. They probably already know, Draco said with a faint smile. Father is the reincarnation of Thranduil, the Elf King. His status among the elves is revered equivalent to Merlin among wizards, offering them protection. Draco, will I gradually recover memories of my past life? I asked hesitantly. I'd rather you never remembered. He tightened his arm around my waist. Why? You would inevitably choose to leave me. Is it really that serious? You think I'm so petty? What on earth did you do in your past life? I felt a mix of frustration and amusement. He said nothing, not even a word to defend himself. My heart skipped a beat. I leaned against his shoulder. We cannot change the past, and please, don't live under its shadow. There's a saying, every 7 years, the body undergoes countless cycles of metabolism, renewing every cell. The past version of you and the present one are utterly disconnected. The current you has never wronged me. Why should I cling to the past and punish the present you? Do you know, punishing you feels almost as painful as punishing myself. My brow tingled with heat. Draco was far from as calm as he appeared. Thank you, Aurora, thank you. I will always remember what you said today. It felt as if I had somehow elicited a profound promise from him. Damn him, was he intentionally showing weakness to lure me in? I didn't have time to dwell on it. Exhaustion from the day overtook me, and I slipped into deep sleep. As consciousness faded, I felt the damp touch of lips against mine. Damn him taking advantage of the moment again. Draco said the seed of the holy fruit had already begun to root and sprout within me. I couldn't ignore its presence. During the day, other matters distracted me, but at night, especially when I was with Draco, the seed's activity intensified, reaching an almost unbearable depth. Only by clinging to him every night could I calm it, finally sleep properly. I began to suspect it was all his scheme. Sure enough, just as Draco predicted, Lucius was the first to learn of my awakening. The golden eagle had flown 1,000 miles, subtly expressing congratulations and concern in its letter. It also complained, jokingly, that Narcissa had cried tears of joy and had to be comforted for quite a while. He was equally curious about the Diggory family's trip to Albania, reminding us to keep an eye on Cedric while at school. I filed the matter away in my mind. After all these years together, I could say with certainty that Lucius was a competent head of the family and an excellent strategist. He always anticipated how things would unfold, securing the best possible outcome for himself and the family. If he sensed that Cedric was trouble, there had to be a reason. Just after getting off the plane, we saw the Malfoys there to pick us up. Dad. Mom. I wanted to throw myself into Narcissa's embrace, but hesitated, worried about the baby she was carrying. The woman's waist was still slim, showing no sign of pregnancy. Aurora, who knows how long this one will stay inside, Narcissa whispered in my ear, as if reading my thoughts. That's perfect, keeps your figure and spares you from the monthly. Dad must be happy too, right? I teased. A blush spread across her pale cheeks. I haven't congratulated you yet, my Aurora. She hugged me tightly, peppering my face with kisses. She only stopped once my face was covered in her lip prints. Mom, in public like this, you're going to make Dad's face turn purple, I protested, embarrassed. I'm just too happy, she said, hastily pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the lipstick off my face. Sissy, let's get in the car, Lucius reminded her. He stared at the marks on my face for a long moment, then gave a helpless sigh. You're completely eaten up by that brat. Dad, Aurora is willing, Draco quickly explained. Malfoy men are all experts at coaxing women, Narcissa said, holding my hand with a sigh. Mom, were you planted too? I whispered to her. Her face turned bright red, and she nodded almost imperceptibly. You don't feel it now, but later, well, you'll understand. Her blush deepened. Mom, what do you mean? I asked, curiosity piqued. You'll understand once you're with Draco. Could it be? Oh, heavens. Though I was inexperienced, I'd spent enough time in the flower market to have some idea. Draco had clearly been keeping a close eye on my interactions with Narcissa. "What did Mom say to you? You look like you've seen a ghost." "She said you got me into big trouble," I protested to him. "How could I dare?" He glanced at Narcissa not far off. "If I dared to bully you, they'd handle me." "You're the one who bullied me," I muttered, twisting in embarrassment. "When did this happen? Help me remember," Draco said, as if some realization had struck him, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "In the tree hollow in Albania. The naughty things you did," I stammered. That was something only I could do to you." "This guy, when did he become so sly?" Just as Narcissa said, Malfoy men were experts at luring women. He responded by gently kissing my forehead. Nearby, Narcissa patted Harry's shoulder with concern. "I've heard from Aurora what happened to you. If anything feels wrong, tell us. Don't carry it alone." Sirius stepped forward, wrapping his godson in a tight hug. "If it weren't for Narcissa stopping me, I would have gone to Albania after you. I even bought the tickets." "I'm fine, Godfather, sorry to make you worry." Sirius's embrace was so strong that Harry almost couldn't breathe. "You never learn to protect yourself. Why wade into this mess? Sometimes it's wise to keep a distance from the Malfoys." Sirius's voice dropped low. "Godfather, isn't that a little unfair to my cousin?" Harry's enthusiasm cooled. "Narcissa is fine, but she doesn't have control over the situation." "Godfather, I can judge for myself." Harry's gaze stopped Sirius from speaking further. "You just like James. Once you set your mind on something, not even 9 oxen could drag you back. Stubborn as a mule." Sirius laughed, ruffling Harry's black hair. "You resemble him so much." "Godfather, I've never been him." "Yes, you're right." Sirius seemed to sigh in relief. "You're just yourself." "Uncle, will you still be the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor next year?" Legend had it, the position was cursed by Voldemort. No professor had ever retained the post consecutively. "How do you know?" Sirius hesitated, his expression tinged with regret. "Can it be? You were really fired?" Draco exclaimed in shock. "No way. You're the most popular among all the professors." Though classes were crowded and often required maintaining order, Sirius's teaching had always been impeccable. What could be the reason? "There's an even more outstanding professor coming to teach you," Sirius revealed, his expression utterly mysterious. I tried to recall the original story. Could it be that slightly fuzzy little troublemaker Remus Lupin? The unlucky boy who had been bitten by a werewolf in his youth. Although he had once been Hogwarts male student council president, that special condition made it extremely difficult for him to find steady work. He had always lived a hand-to-mouth existence. "Sirius, is this him stepping down voluntarily?" "Uncle, but we all really like you." "Mom was counting on you to watch over us more at school." I wanted to make one last plea. Sirius looked apologetic. "I already told Sissy. She's a bit reluctant, but she respects my decision." "Does Mom know who's taking over for you?" I asked cautiously. "I don't think she cares. She said she would support all my decisions." Sirius smiled faintly. "Aurora, do you have some inside scoop?" Draco leaned in. I held Crookshanks, the chubby cat purring contentedly in my arms. "I only know that the Godfather isn't happy with this candidate," I whispered, pulling Harry and Draco aside. "Ha, of course he isn't happy. He's been trying for the Defense Against the Dark Arts post for years," Draco said, clearly enjoying it. "Godfather, is the new professor really better than you?" Harry, resigned that nothing could be reversed, was determined to extract more clues from Sirius. Sirius clearly enjoyed Harry's admiration. "He's skilled, yes, but in a different style. Remus is much steadier," Sirius replied. As expected, Sirius had handed the opportunity to his old friend, Remus Lupin. Even though my guess was correct, and it was so like something Sirius would do, I still felt furious. I sympathized deeply with Remus' tragic past, but as a werewolf, he really wasn't suited to be around underage students day in and day out. One slip on a full moon night, when he transformed and lost human consciousness, could lead to unpredictable consequences. Must other children suffer the same fate just because of his misfortune? I really couldn't understand Dumbledore's logic. And Sirius, he was complicit too. All to help an old friend. What about the students who cared for him? What about those children's futures? He completely disregarded them. Uncle, I'm very disappointed in you. I grabbed Draco's and Harry's hands and turned toward the car. What's wrong? Draco asked. Was there any way to fix this? I didn't know. Our new defense against the dark arts professor has quite the extraordinary background. A sarcastic smile curved my lips. Better than Godfather? Draco looked thrilled. Of course not. Remus, Harry, doesn't this name sound familiar? Remus Lupin, one of the Marauders. Harry pulled out a photo he always carried. It showed 3 spirited young boys. Part of the original image in the corner had been cropped apart with Peter Pettigrew. Next to him was the slightly shy, reserved Remus. No one would have guessed that, under the full moon, his power to harm could be so immense. Remus is also Father's friend, Aurora. Your reaction is so intense. Could it be that he did the same thing as that little oaf Peter? Harry asked suspiciously. Remus's identity had never been widely publicized, thanks to the careful efforts of his former companions. Revealing it now would certainly bring new complications. But at this moment I couldn't care about that. Better this than being bitten by a werewolf inside Hogwarts. Surely, Snape had already received discreet instructions from Dumbledore to brew the potion that keeps Lupin conscious on his special monthly nights. Why not put the responsibility on Snape? From the Godfather's vague hints, I've deduced the other identity of Professor Lupin. I began laying the groundwork. What is it? Draco asked. He's a werewolf, I said, locking eyes with Harry. A werewolf as a professor? That's impossible. Aurora, are you sure? I pulled out the reading list Snape had given us. Haven't you noticed the hints from the Godfather? The Godfather's deliberate vagueness is because the person making this decision is someone he cannot afford to offend. The decision to hire Lupin had been made by Dumbledore, and Snape, who had been reconciling with Sirius, was furious again. Clearly, he was enraged by the other's irresponsibility. Typical Gryffindor-style friendship. Harry, the reason I'm telling you this is so you can be careful. Professor Lupin is very close to my uncle, and you'll have many interactions with him in the future. In the original story, after enduring 2 unreliable defense against the dark arts professors and witnessing Lupin fend off Dementors on the Hogwarts Express, Harry had developed a strong initial trust in Lupin. This time, there was no prior trust. Everything came as a sudden shock. Aurora, I'm glad you worry about me so much. The boy opened his arms and pulled me into his embrace. I was slowly getting used to the Western way of openly expressing emotion. They might kiss each other's cheeks the first time they meet, so different from the reserved nature of Easterners. If we expose Lupin's identity and he loses his position as defense against the dark arts professor, it will surely upset the Godfather. It's better to let someone uninvolved handle this. Harry revealed his plan plainly. I felt a little dazed. Was this really the same Harry who, in the original story, would fiercely protect Lupin's interests at all costs? Had the Malfoy family's subtle assimilation really worked? It's best if Gryffindor discovers this, Draco added. Smart. Imagine the surprise of having the revelation come from your own allies. In the original, it was Hermione who first uncovered Lupin's secret from an assignment given by Snape while he was substituting. Perfect choice. Without the protagonist's perspective, the surrounding reactions now made sense. Which parent would want their child constantly at risk of a werewolf attack? Since the misunderstanding in first year was resolved, Hermione and I had maintained a good relationship, exchanging gifts during holidays, a mutual respect among top students. Wait, what? You're planning to invite Granger to Malfoy Manor? I don't agree. Not to mention I wouldn't agree, and Father certainly wouldn't allow a Muggle born to set foot here and dirty the carpets of Malfoy Manor. Draco refused outright. Pure-blood wizards carried an instinctive prejudice against Muggle-borns. I cleared my throat lightly and glanced at Harry. Draco understood immediately. Harry's mother, Lily Evans, was Muggle-born. To say such a thing in front of Harry was, in effect, insulting his mother, especially given that Lily had sacrificed her life for him. I didn't mean it like that. Draco muttered softly, his gaze toward Harry tinged with apology. Aurora, don't be so sensitive, living with you all these years. I know Draco didn't mean anything by it, Harry said with a gentle smile. I also support your suggestion and your choice. He stepped closer to me. But Malfoy Manor really isn't the appropriate place. Indeed. I had no control over Abraxas. Lucius might put on a show, Narcissa would maintain appearances, preserving the family's dignity and not embarrass Hermione publicly. Abraxas, however, might not. J.K. Rowling once mentioned that Abraxas had forced the first Muggle, born Minister of Magic, Nobby Rich, to resign due to some mysterious illness. The ideals of pureblood families were being challenged more and more by the rapid advances of the Muggle world. Yet some old stubborn ones would take much longer to accept these changes. Why not invite her to Potter Manor, and take the opportunity to sincerely invite our cousin and her husband as well, Harry suggested. You found a way to open Potter Manor? When did this happen? You've kept it well hidden. Draco hooked Harry by the neck in mock exasperation. I was completely at a loss before, Harry said, glancing at me. It was Aurora who opened my mind. Me? Yes, at the moment you saved Tom, you hinted to me the magic of blood. Harry pulled out the key box to Potter Manor. The parts that had once been rusted now gleamed as good as new. He gently pressed the mechanism, and a wondrous sight unfolded. The key box clicked and whirred, each component sliding into its precise place on its own. From a distance, it resembled the outstretched wings of a bat. Potter bloodline, it's the key to awakening the lock, someone whispered. The strange design seemed almost symbolic, perhaps hinting at the origins of the Potter family. Amazing. I could hardly contain my curiosity and insatiable desire to understand such an alchemical marvel. Harry, may I hold it for a moment? I asked eagerly. Of course. Harry extended his hand, and I took the key. Indeed, its design mimicked a bat. 2 brilliant rubies adorned it like eyes, and the intricate details were so lifelike it even had 4 sharp fangs. Almost instinctively, I reached out a finger to explore. Don't! Draco snatched the key and returned it to Harry. I've heard this is a necessary step to become a Potter, he murmured. To offer one's own blood to the Potter family. It's said that Linfred, the Potter ancestor, married a vampire progenitor, Lucius added. So, the Potter family carries vampire blood? Yes, but after generations of intermarriage with humans, the vampire lineage has become extremely diluted, almost non-existent. Lucius's gaze lingered on Narcissa, and the pain and regret in his eyes were almost tangible. Could it be that Narcissa's previous life was intimately connected to that vampire progenitor? Lucius, the reincarnation of the elf king Thranduil, was almost omniscient and omnipotent, yet even he had things he couldn't protect. A sense of helplessness welled up. Perhaps it was these past life trials that made Lucius cherish Narcissa so deeply, holding her as if she were the most precious treasure. Harry looked at the key in his hand, the flicker of regret in his eyes vanishing almost immediately. Could it really be, as Draco suspected, that once someone's blood mingled, they would be forever entangled with the Potter family? Harry, the last generation of the Potters, knew nothing of his family's history. Only fragments remained, gleaned from brief notes in the Malfoy archives and the concise introductions of other families. Like the Malfoys, every ancient pure blood lineage harbored its own secrets, Black, Potter, and others alike. Harry, you really found a way? Sirius laughed joyfully. Impressive. Just as clever as James. Godfather, I heard that when you were at school, you had no home to return to during breaks and spent every holiday at the Potter estate? Yes, Fremont, James's father, was incredibly hospitable. The Potter estate became my second home. Sirius's eyes were full of nostalgia. Godfather, you must be even more familiar with the Potter estate than I am. Harry, Sirius's voice faltered, and I noticed him discreetly wiping away a glimmer of moisture from his eyes as he held Harry close. Unlike the opulent and cozy Malfoy Manor, the Potter estate was grand and imposing, with distinct Gothic architecture. Perhaps because it had long been closed, there was a slightly eerie, foreboding atmosphere. Instinctively, I linked my arm through Draco's. Cold? The boy draped a jacket over my shoulders. Who's there? Lucius' voice cut through the air. He scanned the surroundings warily, tightening his grip on the serpent-headed wand and positioning himself in front of us. He signaled for us to form a circle. Mama mirrored my father, stepping in front of Narcissa. Narcissa silently drew her wand, assuming a defensive stance. This question should come from me. A sudden voice rang out. A chill ran through me. There was no sign of life in him. He was a vampire. He appeared before us. Tall and imposing, with strikingly handsome features, his expression was cold and mask-like. His voice was slightly hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in ages. When his indifferent gaze landed on Narcissa, it transformed dramatically. Mom asked. His expression shifted, and before I could react, he was standing directly in front of me. Fear gripped me, yet I stayed put, shielding Narcissa. Don't hurt my mother. He locked his eyes on Narcissa, completely ignoring me. Master, I've been waiting for you. He dropped to one knee, preparing to kiss the hem of Narcissa's robes. Before she could respond, Lucius' serpent-headed wand hooked around the man's back. Who are you? By what authority do you speak to my wife? Reincarnation of the Elf King, nothing more. It was as if eyes had sprouted behind him. Suddenly a hand shot out toward my father's wand. Recrod, confidence is good, overconfidence not so much. Lucius, holding back his full strength, acted with precise timing. The vampire lifted his chin, only to find a thorn pressed against his neck. The tip of the thorn glimmered with a ghostly blue sheen. The lethal poison that could seal the throat came from this. With just a slight pressure, Lucius could kill even a vampire on the spot. You've regained your memory, the man called Recrod stated matter-of-factly. As you see, Lucius replied, sheathing his wand, don't entertain any unnecessary thoughts, it's meaningless. At least one of us has succeeded, hasn't he? Recrod sneered. Don't think I won't kill you. Suddenly, a coil of vines wrapped around the vampire's neck, tightening with relentless force. His body was hoisted high into the air, and in Lucius's hand, a thick, long wooden stake materialized. Ending you would be easy, don't provoke me, or the consequences will be more than you can bear. It was the first time I'd seen Lucius so furious. His combat strength was off the charts. I had always assumed he played more of a strategic behind-the-scenes role. I never imagined that in close combat he would be unstoppable. Vampires excel in both extreme speed and overwhelming strength, both massive advantages in battle. Yet, before Lucius, there was nothing to be done. Luke, stop, for the sake of the bond between him and me, Narcissa said gently, resting her hand on Lucius's arm. Master, the vampire's expression wavered. I thought you had abandoned me. Lucius's face softened. Sissy, I knew you. He lowered the stake, and the vampire crashed heavily to the ground, hands still bound. I knew my father had done it deliberately. He harbored deep hostility toward anyone, male or female, who tried to steal my mother's attention. Even the frequent emotional exchanges between Narcissa and me could spark his jealousy. For outsiders, it was even worse. Narcissa tried to step forward to help, but I blocked her. I wouldn't let my mother give father any excuse to punish someone. Harry helped Recrod to his feet. How should I address you, young scion of the Potter family? Recrod's voice was no longer hoarse or unpleasant. With increasing use, I realized he was speaking Old English, heavily accented in Central European style. My name is Harry Potter. Have you always lived here? Recrod shook his head. After your father James Potter passed, the Potter estate automatically went into lockdown. This, he gestured to the key in Harry's hand, automatically notifies me, and I remain to guard it until a Potter descendant arrives. He looked at Narcissa, his gaze intense. This is my agreement with the Master. Narcissa, I didn't realize you could achieve this. It was I who restricted your freedom, I who confined you to this small world. Narcissa's voice trembled with emotion. Do not blame yourself, I endured it willingly. You never truly restricted me. I stayed here for just over a decade. Recrod smiled, serene. Seeing you alive again is more than enough for me. You must admit, it's still this annoying fellow who suits you better. The annoying fellow frowned. Recrod continued, if time could turn back, I wish we had never met. You did not take me in, and I carried this admiration in my heart, through human life and death, all the way into the grave. Recrod, I am happy now, forgetting past promises, I release you. I nestled into Narcissa's warm embrace, the crisp scent of her presence enveloping me. You! Even vampires can shed tears. But their tears were bright red, streaking their faces in a mournful, almost haunting display. Ridiculous, don't try to tug at Sissy's heart with that pity act. Lucius tossed a handkerchief, shattering the somber mood completely. As if asserting his claim, he wrapped an arm around his wife's slender waist and looked down at Blacklorid. Part of your duty as the caretaker of Potter Manor is to escort us inside, isn't it? No, caretaker seems far too generous for you. Your role isn't much different from that of a house elf, came the cutting reply. It was almost insulting. Father, your jealousy knows no bounds. Blacklorid did not take offense at Lucius's slight. Whether it's you or Linfred, your time beside the master is always limited. The implication was clear. Lucius's position stemmed merely from Narcissa's favor. Even with a bloodline accent, the sarcasm was unmatched. The one who chooses Sissy is what truly matters. Lucius tightened his hold on Narcissa's waist, instinctively shielding her abdomen. Here, a new life belonging to the two of them was growing. Blacklorid, can you take us inside? The night was heady with dew. Narcissa instinctively leaned toward Lucius as he draped an extra coat over her shoulders. Even with her tall frame, the long coat made Narcissa appear delicate and endearing. Blacklorid hid the bitterness in his eyes, stood and respectfully led the group into Potter Manor. When did Sissy take a bloodline servant? Sirius asked, piecing together the conversation, quickening his steps to reach Narcissa's side. Old acquaintances. Seeing Sirius, Blacklorid let out a quiet sigh, composed himself, and returned to his neutral expression. The paths of fate have brought us together once more. Lucius's expression was complex, unreadable. Narcissa clasped his broad hand. Lucius, my choice has always been only you. When she did not smile, there was a distance in her gaze that could push anyone away, a perfect, solitary beauty, like a rare daffodil of the Far East. But now, with her lips curved in a radiant smile, her allure deepened. Blacklorid's expression was a mixture of pain and nostalgia. I finally understood why he had wished to remain by Narcissa's side forever, even as a servant. Potter Manor housed several house elves. Outside, the estate was grand and imposing. Inside, it was lavishly ornate. I noticed Dobby among the household elves, helping to welcome guests. Draco saw it too, snorted coldly, and turned his gaze elsewhere. The lead elf, recognizing Sirius, greeted him with far more warmth than the others. Sensing Blacklorid's unusual attitude, the elves treated Narcissa with exceptional deference. Judging by appearances, I whispered, lightly squeezing Draco's fingers. In the end, we benefit the most. The young of the Potter family, follow me, Blacklorid instructed. Where was he taking Harry? Chapter 271. The Potter Family Connection. Narcissa suddenly grabbed Harry's arm. Harry, don't push yourself. What did she mean by that? Cousin, don't worry. I will, he reassured her. Mom, could Harry be in danger? Why did it feel like we were saying a final farewell? No, Harry is the sole bloodline of the Potter family, Narcissa replied, though she still cast a cautious glance toward the vampire. I'll take care of him, Bleakrod promised. Everyone else, please rest here for a while. Sirius volunteered immediately. I know this place well. Leave it to me. He glanced around the room nostalgically. Still just as it was. James and I used to play treasure hunts here. The Potter collection is incredibly rich, as always. Sirius then looked at me. I saw unicorn horns in the Potter family archives. Their shape matches exactly the one in your hand, Aurora. My horn had been part of the Potter family's collection. I held my wand tightly in my palm. The surface was already warmed by my body heat. It had once been a part of me. Seeing my expression falter, Sirius quickly added, perhaps I was mistaken. Impossible. Unicorn horns are far too rare. I was certain he was speaking the truth. Narcissa suddenly pulled me into her embrace. Tears welled in her eyes, her lips quivering as she carefully pressed a gentle kiss to my brow. Mom, what's wrong? I asked. My Aurora, don't try to change fate. I only hope you stay safe. The unicorn's horn, after all, grows between the brows. In a flash of realization, I finally understood why my brow was such a vulnerable spot. My horn had been removed for some unknown reason, eventually ending up as part of the Potter family's collection. By some twist of fate, Ollivander had crafted it into a wand, which had now returned to my hand. The joy of recovering what was lost could never fully outweigh the pain of past misfortunes. The Malfoys and Draco seemed determined that I shouldn't dwell on the hardships of my previous life. Perhaps out of a desire to make up for it, they doubled their care and affection toward me. The house elf at the Potter estate was exceptionally attentive to guests, a stark contrast to Dobby, the Malfoy family elf. Dobby remained awkwardly silent, as if afraid we might take him away this time. Draco, of course, noticed Dobby's thoughts and let out a chuckle. The Malfoy family isn't a recycling station. The boy could tolerate no betrayal. Before facing major setbacks, his nature left no room for compromise. Brother, he's no longer a Malfoy. Don't waste energy on someone irrelevant. That's true. Draco shot a sharp glare in Dobby's direction. He hadn't completely let it go. Sissy, Harry might be gone a while this time, Lucius reminded. Mom, maybe you and Dad should head back first? I couldn't help but glance at her small belly. Sissy, are you unwell? Sirius sensed the issue immediately. Lucius, take her back. I know this place well. Draco and Aurora can handle things here. The tone was almost like that of a second father. Narcissa, oblivious to Sirius' subtlety, said, "Thank you for the trouble." Out of sight, Sirius made a face at Lucius. Even the usually impulsive big black dog wasn't that foolish. I had accompanied the Malfoys to visit many pureblood families, but this was the first time I stayed overnight elsewhere. Unlike the lavish warmth of Malfoy Manor, the Potter estate, abandoned for over a decade, carried an ineffable sense of gloom. The Potter house elf arranged for Draco and me to share a room. Dobby had clearly informed the other house elves of our living habits. Are there so few rooms in the Potter estate? Draco, pleased with the arrangement, teased deliberately. All right, brother. Dobby, this is perfect. You should rest now, I said, watching the elf bow in gratitude. You're just too polite with them, Draco remarked, eyes following Dobby's retreating figure with disdain. I've seen you treat Creature quite politely too. Draco was far more courteous to this house elf who had served the Black family for years. Creature is far more loyal than Dobby. Dobby is an anomaly among house elves, but when we demand loyalty, the other party also has their own designs, Draco said, calming down. It's only natural. In the original story, the Malfoys fell from power after Lucius' downfall in Voldemort's eyes, and Crabbe refused to obey him. Even in such circumstances, Draco wished to protect the insolent Crabbe. He always masked his inner innocence with arrogance. In the end, to reconcile with the world, each of us had to compromise, becoming worldly and tactful. To understand the harshness of the world, too early was it misfortune or a blessing? No one could say for certain. Aurora, one day I will become the next head of the Malfoy family. Everything I must understand, every principle I need to follow, I will embody them all in my actions. So, don't worry on my account. I should be the one taking better care of you. He brushed my bangs aside and pressed a gentle kiss to my brow. The Potter estate feels colder than our home. I instinctively leaned closer to him. Our room seemed to have been arranged in the master bedroom of the Potter estate. Logically, it would have made more sense to put us in a guest room unless it was simply because there was only one double bed. A massive portrait hung on the wall. The beauty in the painting was all too familiar. Her features were identical to Narcissa's. Those wine red eyes, they were breathtaking. Why is Mom's portrait here? I asked. That's Mom in her previous life, and also the origin of the Potter family's vampire lineage. The progenitor of the bloodline? So Narcissa's past life wasn't an elf? Draco nodded. Then Mother, my heart sank. Mother's past life was forced to marry Linfred, the founder of the Potter family. Father watched helplessly as Mother married someone else. Draco nodded again. Linfred used a love potion to win Mother's favor. Potter family is renowned for their magical potion making, and the love potion was his most famous creation. Mom. I imagined how heartbroken Narcissa must have been after breaking free from the potion. That was likely why this progenitor chose eternal slumber in the mortal world, and yet, she was still bound to bear his children. My nose ached, tears spilling over. If time could turn back, I would stop all of this from happening. The Potter family is literally feeding on Mom's blood, and that Breckerod isn't any better. How dare he live with such a guilty conscience? I choked on my words, anger and sorrow spilling out. It's all in the past, don't dwell there. Mom and Dad are fine now, and so are we. Draco kissed away my tears. Ever since Harry had done this, he never missed a chance to comfort me the same way. Only after too many kisses, it left me flushed and embarrassed. We will never repeat the same mistakes. I had cried myself to sleep last night. When I woke up, my eyes were swollen like walnuts. Did you two fight? Sirius asked, seeing me like that. No, I had been haunted by nightmares all night. I think the atmosphere of the Potter estate just didn't agree with me. Aurora misses her mother, Draco said, letting me rest my head on his shoulder. Sirius looked surprised. You usually live at school, aren't you used to being apart from Sissy? Aurora is very attached to her mother. Draco took a cold towel from Dobby and helped me apply it to my eyes. I understand, Sirius smiled faintly, clearly approving of Draco's assessment. What could he possibly understand? It made no sense. Harry didn't appear before us until he had spent a full 3 days in seclusion. Yet when he emerged, he was radiant, brimming with vitality. I'm beginning to suspect you've been drinking some sort of energy potion, Draco teased. You seem taller, the boy said, his expression full of envy. No way, it's only been 3 days. Draco and Harry were always subtly competing grades, height, everything. As expected, when the two stood back to back, even after I smoothed down Harry's unruly hair, he still slightly exceeded Draco's height. At this age, they're still growing. A few days apart, and a noticeable difference is completely normal, Sirius said, smiling with satisfaction. Draco looked like a defeated rooster, head drooping. Don't worry, brother. With tall parents like ours, you won't end up short, I reassured him. At just 13, Draco was already nearing 1.8 meters. Honestly, he had nothing to worry about. It was clear the males around Draco set an enormous benchmark. Sirius, Tom and Lucius all near 1.9 meters, like runway models. By now I was practically immune to handsome men. I kept a careful eye on Harry. He appeared no different than usual. Yet at certain angles, the reflection in his pupils glowed a deep crimson, only to revert to green when looked at directly. Perhaps he was merely fatigued. He had grown noticeably sharper. Any object I accidentally dropped, he could react instantly, catching it mid-fall. If he channeled that speed into Quidditch, he would be unstoppable. Blacklorid had not appeared again. Harry explained that he had lingered here longer than expected, and, as Narcissa hoped, had now moved on to the next stage of his journey. During those 3 days, Blacklorid had made a basic handover of everything related to the Potter family, and now it was all firmly under Harry's control. That bloodline creature, is it still alive? Draco asked, eyes narrowed, piercing the question. Do you want it to be alive or dead? Harry countered. What I hope doesn't matter. I just need a fact, Draco replied, bouncing the question back. From the moment it underwent transformation, that bloodline creature was already dead. It seemed Harry had reached some sort of agreement with Blacklorid. There were very few ways to kill a bloodline creature, let alone a prince-level figure who had existed for 1,000 years. Narcissa revealed that Blacklorid was the only descendant she had personally transformed, holding a high status among the bloodline. The purer the blood, the stronger the power. How could such a blood prince be killed by Harry, unless he was willing? It's just that no matter what, Bleakrod had done a great deal for the Potter family. Yet Harry seemed completely indifferent to the outcome Bleakrod had chosen. Aurora, if there's anything troubling you, you can tell me. Huh? Your eyes are practically glued to him, Draco whispered in complaint. So obvious, huh? Bleakrod is gone. Aren't you upset? Why would I be upset? He's just choosing to give my cousin-in-law some trouble. Huh? He went to Malfoy Manor to see my cousin, you didn't know? So, Bleakrod, now free, chose to return to Narcissa's side? Reasonable enough, but it seems we've just invited more trouble for ourselves. Sirius kept stopping by, and now with another descendant of Narcissa's previous life in the mix, Lucius's life had become endlessly complicated. Let's head back. Back to watch the show, haha. I reached for Harry's hand. It was still warm as a furnace. Shouldn't he have undergone the transformation? He's clever. Surely he knew I was testing him. Yet, he simply followed my wishes. All right. He gently squeezed my hand, intertwining our fingers. No one knew what Harry had endured over the past 3 days. He had grown more reserved and composed, often locking himself in his room, disappearing from sight for hours on end. I couldn't help feeling worried. Aurora, this is normal. Harry now inherits Potter Manor. There are many daily affairs to manage. Lucius noticed my concern and explained I was the same when I was his age. Even while studying at Hogwarts, Lucius had taken on most of the family responsibilities, not like the smooth transition you and Draco experienced. Previously, the Potter family business had been managed by Lucius. Taking this moment as Harry formally assumed control, Lucius handed everything over. Over the years, under the Malfoy patriarch's care, the neglected estate had flourished. But compared to Lucius, Harry had missed out on many years of experience. In terms of knowledge and life experience, he was far behind. Handing the Potter family's estate to an underage Harry was far from the optimal solution. I also understood Lucius's caution. Keeping control close at hand prevented the Order of the Phoenix from exploiting the situation, and also guarded against public opinion stirring resentment in Harry, prompting him to take back what was rightfully his someday. Everything was uncertain. Human hearts were unpredictable. No one wanted to raise a tiger only to be bitten, letting all their efforts go to waste. Moreover, Narcissa was pregnant. Since her pregnancy wasn't visible, no one knew how long it would last or when it would manifest. Lucius couldn't worry about trivial matters, he just wanted to stay by his wife's side, caring for her. Of course, if Harry had questions, Lucius was still happy to guide him. The Malfoys are simply too benevolent. Poverty breeds cunning, wealth breeds conscience, it makes sense. The public naturally opposes the powerful. They always spy on so-called aristocratic affairs, unaware that alliances between the strong are the real key to longevity. Who would have guessed that Rita Coster, who seemed shallow and frivolous, also had her moments of insight? Not long after, Hermione excitedly wrote that Harry had invited her to join us for a small gathering at the Potter estate. It was her first invitation to a pureblood family's ancestral home. In the original story, when Hermione visited the Black family's estate at 12 Grimmauld Place, she endured extreme humiliation from the portrait of Mrs. Black. I had observed the Potter estate carefully. There were no portraits of James or Lily displayed. Old Potter Fremont was also a charitable and shrewd businessman, without the usual pureblood obsession with lineage. As a result, Hermione was spared any degrading treatment. Miss Granger, Draco greeted calmly, exchanging a few polite words with Hermione. This was the utmost friendliness he would extend to a Muggle born. Of course, it was also a compromise for the sake of our plan. "Aurora, your brother is so handsome," Hermione whispered to me. "Does he have a girlfriend?" How could I explain that Draco's girlfriend was both far away and right in front of him? Seems like he does. They write to each other every day. Even knowing her, Hermione posed no real threat. I still felt a possessive unease, as if someone coveted a treasured possession. I finally understood why Draco harbored hostility toward Harry. Deep feelings always bring a fierce sense of possessiveness. "True, he's so popular," Hermione murmured, lowering her head in slight disappointment. In the original story, Draco often spoke rudely to Hermione. Without their constant clashes, a faint, ambiguous tension between them began to emerge. Miraculous, really. It had to be the effect of Draco's beauty casting a flattering lens over everything. "Aurora, do pureblood families really have prejudice against Muggle-born witches and wizards?" Hermione asked hesitantly, eyes alight with curiosity. Her parents were dentists and had chosen the traditional method of fitting her with braces to correct her protruding teeth. Metal brackets clamped to her teeth, wires holding them tightly in place. In the original story, both Harry and Ron were shallow, swayed by appearances. At the fourth-year Yule Ball, neither had considered Hermione as a preferred dance partner. It wasn't until she adjusted her teeth and neatly styled her voluminous curls that they finally saw her as a girl. At this moment, Hermione was going through her ugly duckling phase. Teenage cruelty was simple and direct. Even Ginny, burdened with the label of blood traitor, could still draw the attention of many Slytherins. Their words were harsh, but their actions honest. They stared unblinkingly at her and privately regarded her as one of Hogwarts' beauties. Ultimately, Hermione's high academic achievement and tendency to show off in class made her a target. Without extraordinary beauty and being of Muggle-born origin, she was easily seen as an obstacle. This time around, Pansy seemed aware of Hermione's future trajectory and did not join in bullying her. No notable pureblood families targeted Hermione this time. "Why do you say that?" she asked. Her school life should have been smoother than in the original story. Though they don't show it openly, I can feel it whenever they discuss certain topics. I just can't get a word in. It was like being in a foreign country for the first time. The difference in upbringing was the key. Pureblood families were immersed in magic from birth. Muggle-borns came into it later, halfway into the craft. Even living in the same country, a southerner might not understand the humor of a northeastern folk skit much the same. I comforted her. Different environments are like exchange programs. If you were sent to Durmstrang for a term, you'd feel the same way. How do you know I'm going to Durmstrang? What? Another surprise? Professor McGonagall helped me apply for this opportunity. Hermione looked a little embarrassed. Draco frowned and pulled me aside into a corner. I could have sworn you were first last year, he muttered. Maybe Gryffindor has a better relationship with Durmstrang? I already suspected that this spot was probably prearranged by Dumbledore. Typical old bee, always playing these little schemes, Draco said disdainfully. I knew he was defending me. Father's close with the headmaster at Durmstrang. For us to go there would have been just a word from great-grandfather Grindelwald. I held his hand and said softly, trying to reassure him. Harry, observing, had already caught on. Congratulations, Hermione. Thanks, Harry, she said hesitantly. You don't think I stole Aurora's chance, do you? This isn't about you. Aurora and Draco won't hold it against you, Harry replied kindly, shaking his head. Before coming, I was worried this would hurt our friendship. I didn't even apply for it myself, and I don't know why, but the opportunity just fell into my lap, Hermione hurriedly explained, clearly anxious not to be unfairly judged. It's nothing. You're Gryffindor, you have certain privileges. That's all, Draco said with a smirk. Hermione's eyes reddened. The fact that only one spot was available was simply unchangeable. She could say nothing. Her drive to excel often left her with few friends even within Gryffindor. All right, it's no big deal, I said, exchanging a look with Draco. I hadn't forgotten the real reason for inviting Hermione over to keep things friendly. Hermione, Draco was just defending me and got carried away. Don't take it personally, I explained. Yes, Miss Granger. When it comes to family, emotions run high. Aurora is my only sister. Malfoy family first, Draco added, giving her a graceful way out. Besides, it's not bad for you to go to Durmstrang in your third year, I teased a little. Hermione, what's wrong? Her attention snapped to me immediately. You know our defense against the dark arts teacher has changed again. What? Professor Black isn't teaching us anymore? That's such a shame. Hermione's obsession with appearances showed. In the original story, she had aced Gilderoy Lockhart's tests and completely mastered his works, only to later discover his accomplishments were mostly fake. Who's taking over? Harry exchanged a look with us. Your godfather's close friend from his student days, Remus Lupin. However, we've heard some rumors. He has another identity no one knows about, I said mysteriously. He was bitten by a werewolf as a child. St. Mungo's still has his treatment records. Everyone knew the Malfoy family had shares in St. Mungo's. Retrieving the records of a lower-tier wizard was trivial. How could Dumbledore prove? Werewolves are dangerous enough, let alone putting young students at risk. Gryffindor's sense of justice fully activated, Hermione declared firmly. Are these rumors reliable? She asked, looking me in the eyes. Even at her age, she had the bearing of a future minister of magic. Hermione was not to be underestimated. I held up a photo of the appointment letter signed by Dumbledore. You're lucky you're going to Durmstrang. If we were stuck in his class, we'd be doomed, I sighed. It hasn't even started yet. Everything's still uncertain. Aurora, don't worry, she stepped forward taking my hand. Even if I'm not there, I'll do everything I can to protect you. Success! Aurora, can I take this? Hermione asked. Patient records are confidential. If they're leaked, it could cause serious trouble for both the Malfoy family and St. Mungo's hospital, I replied honestly. I can't report Dumbledore's actions to Wizengamot, she muttered to herself. It's useless. The Wizengamot's chief warlock is Headmaster Dumbledore himself. Harry looked utterly dejected. But on a full moon night, werewolves go out of control. If they attack Hogwarts students, didn't Dumbledore think about how to handle it? Godfather makes sure Professor Lupin stays awake with potions, I added. That's surprisingly thoughtful, Hermione said, a trace of sarcasm in her smile. The defense against the dark arts professor changes every year. By the time you get swapped back, it probably won't even be him. I decided to drop a heavier truth. But, you're still here. Hermione hesitated. We can protect ourselves. It's the other students' safety I worry about, I trailed off. Aurora, what are you afraid of? Why not expose Dumbledore's actions? Hermione said, frustration and concern mixed in her voice. Godfather Black is my great-uncle and Harry's godfather. Our bond is unbreakable. And if St. Mungo's records were leaked, the Malfoy family stocks would suffer too. I slumped onto the sofa. After that person disappeared, Slytherin was practically nailed to the pillar of shame. All the benefits bypassed us, and even the students' reputations were questioned. Hermione looked at me with sympathy. She could sense that whether it was Ginny exceptionally joining Gryffindor's Quidditch team as a first year, or herself going to Durmstrang as a Hogwarts exchange student, resources and opportunities were always tilted toward Gryffindor. Don't worry, I have a plan. She sounded determined. Not long after, on the Hogwarts Express, everyone received a copy of Rebellious Tunes, featuring a sensational, scandalous teacher-student romance. A teacher, secretly a werewolf, embarks on a forbidden romance with a female student across species lines. The story had readers riveted chase and escape, no way to fly away, and its popularity even surpassed my Draco Hermione fanfic. I wish I had a werewolf professor too. Handsome, disheveled, brooding, lonely, isolated. Don't be silly. When a werewolf transforms, you'd be toast. Do you want a little wolf pup? Your parents would kill you. But their tragic love is truly moving. The female students were at that fluttering age of first crushes. A shy, alluring young man like Moe drew attention easily, and then there was the authority of the teacher, a perfect adult male figure for their fantasies, sparking subtle romantic feelings. The new defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin, mirrored the story's male protagonist. Naturally, gossip hunters began investigating. Though Lupin had graduated years ago, living a mostly solitary life, he had not fully withdrawn from society. His special nights aligned perfectly with the full moon, making suspicion inevitable. Rumors escalated quickly. And the author of this viral story? Hermione herself. The students didn't grasp the gravity of the situation, but the parents certainly weren't so easily fooled. Questions and demands, falling like snowflakes, accompanied by the frequent visits of owls, kept Dumbledore's office and the Hogwarts dining hall bustling day and night. The other professors in the know were equally overwhelmed, repeatedly urging Dumbledore to reconsider the choice for the defense against the dark arts position. Sirius felt extremely awkward. If it weren't for his internal recommendation, Lupin's status as a werewolf would never have become common knowledge. Dumbledore had to pay a penalty to terminate Lupin's employment early. Thus was born the title of the shortest-serving defense against the dark arts professor in history. Not the same kind of short as one might think. Because of the nickname, Lupin continued to endure ridicule from many. Feeling guilty toward his longtime friend, Sirius invited Lupin to Grimmauld Place. But how could Mrs. Black tolerate a werewolf dirtying the carpets of the Black estate? The hard, mother-son relationship became tense once more. In the end, it was Narcissa who stepped in to mediate their heated standoff. The result, however, infuriated Lucius. The usually composed Malfoy patriarch lost his temper. "If you mix with that werewolf again, don't ever set foot in Malfoy Manor." Sirius, confused, was still tending to Lucius in front of Narcissa. "Narcissa, did you hear what he just said?" "Sirius, Lucius is only worried about me. He had intended to discuss it once things had stabilized. I'm pregnant." Sirius's expression changed immediately. Having pure blood heirs is never easy, especially for the Malfoys. In the past, his father, Orion Black, often boasted of his family's thriving numbers in front of Abraxas. The ever-competitive Abraxas could only swallow his pride and continue his ambitions in secret. Lucius's present excellence is, without doubt, partly Orion's credit. "Sorry, Narcissa, I didn't know." Sirius watched her abdomen cautiously. "It's not your fault. This pregnancy isn't visible yet, and I didn't want anyone worrying on my behalf, so no one mentioned it. Lucius is so protective of the children. If I were harmed by a werewolf, the baby wouldn't survive." Narcissa placed her hand fearfully over her lower abdomen. Sirius took her other hand, noting her fingertips trembling, icy cold. "I know what needs to be done." Narcissa squeezed his hand back. "There's a compromise." From that point on, no one ever saw the shortest-serving defense against the dark arts professor again. The Malfoy family created a new position. liaison with the werewolf communities. Werewolf society is highly hierarchical, extremely insular, accustomed to group combat, and extraordinarily powerful. Lupin was perfectly suited to serve as their bridge. He was stationed at the boundary of the werewolf territory, in a small house constructed by the Malfoys. Although living in relative isolation, his monthly salary was generous, vastly improving his quality of life. Over time, the werewolves came to accept him. Sirius would occasionally visit. On full moon nights, he would transform into a massive black dog to watch over his only living friend. He sought to protect Narcissa's unborn child with his own actions. He had even fantasized how wonderful it would be if the child were his and Narcissa's. As the sole heir of the Black family, Sirius's situation did not escape Voldemort's notice, causing him great concern. "Sirius, I have a way." Fulfilling Aunt Walburga's wish, Narcissa added. "You also suggested I father an heir with a woman I do not love, just to continue the Black family line?" Sirius asked in disbelief. "That's not it." Narcissa shook her head. "I just didn't want the Black bloodline to end." She reached out and gently stroked his face. "You haven't changed much. How did I not realize?" Sissy, Sirius, who had been angry moments ago, felt his fury vanish into thin air. "You don't need to be with a woman to have a Black heir." "How is that possible?" Sirius exclaimed. "Then how do you think I came to be?" Narcissa countered. "I am the product of alchemy." She took his hand. "You're so real, flesh and blood," Sirius said, reaching to touch her cheek. His hand was halted midair by Lucius. "If a third party learns Sissy's secret, you know the consequences." "Aren't you the third party?" Sirius shot back. "You!" Lucius turned sharply, warning him. "Sissy, this is the black-white-eyed wolf you wanted to help." "Luke, he is the last of the Black bloodline. Black was my only friend in my past life. And also the one who introduced Linford to you." Lucius' expression darkened. "Black knows nothing," Narcissa explained. "If she had even the slightest involvement, I would have wiped out the Black family long ago. And Lucius would have done exactly that." "Enough, Luke, it's all in the past now." Narcissa sank into her husband's embrace. "Fool," he sighed. "Just one chance to teach him, and it's still a way of honoring the Blacks." "All right," she smiled sweetly. "Sissy, you know I would never refuse you." "I've had you wrapped around my finger from the start," she said proudly. "What are you two whispering about?" Sirius asked, utterly confused. "Follow me." Narcissa led him through the corridors to a secret room in the Malfoy estate. "This is where I usually work." Ancient, rare tomes were meticulously organized. Long-lost magical arrays run at high speed, emitting a platinum glow. "Father created me here." Narcissa gently traced the covers of the old books. "What do I need to do?" Sirius adapted quickly. "Use your blood as a conduit, combine it with a part of your destined partner, and perform the corresponding spell." "How do I find the destined partner?" Narcissa sighed. "That I cannot help with. Father and I only had the courage to use this spell after finding our destined partners." Sirius caught the key point. "You used it too?" "Yes, my Aurora," Narcissa confessed openly. "Why reveal this secret to me?" "One day, you'll discover it anyway." "You still haven't answered my question," Sirius pressed. "I don't know how to answer," Narcissa said, nestling into Lucius' embrace. "From the moment I first met Luke, this question answered itself." "I didn't come here to watch you two flaunt your love," Sirius muttered, exasperated. "In any case, you now have another choice," Lucius summarized. "Can any part of a destined partner be used?" Sirius whispered, seeking confirmation. The only requirement is love for one's destined partner. The reason Aurora and I thrive in health and fortune is because of the genuine affection Father and Lucius have for us." Sirius fell into thought. "I won't pressure you like Aunt did. His or her birth will be determined by you." "Thank you, Sissy." His hand gently caressed the cascade of her long hair. Once, he and James had speculated about whether Narcissa might be a Vela. James teased him, saying he couldn't tell silver from platinum. Yet even James admitted that no Vela renowned for beauty could match Narcissa's by even a fraction.